history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
Only one player will make it through Toronto, Canada and make their way to the World Chess Championship. Will it be Jan Nepomniachtchi, who currently sits in the sole lead after 11 rounds? That remains to be seen because we have 3 rounds left in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada. Today will be round 12. We'll see if Jan can separate himself even more from the pack or if his closest chasers can catch up. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's the man of the hour. But we will have many hours of chess ahead of us because nobody will go down without a huge fight. This is the Candidates after all. And I'm your host, Robert Hess. Alongside me is Hall of Famer Judith Polgar, as well as Olympic gold medalist David Howell. Judith, I'll start with you. How pumped are you to get into round 12 as we hit the home stretch of the Candidates?
Well, the more I look at the cross table and I've seen the games the previous round, it's my hands are cold. It's very stressful. So I don't even want to think about it, how it is the feeling for the players themselves.
And David, you've been on the call for most of the action throughout the event. We have just 3 rounds to go. Judith highlighted some of the nerves that the players might be feeling. What do you think? Jan Nepomniachtchi in a familiar position. Is he nervous?
Oh, Robert, I mean, he's human. He's got to be nervous, right? He might look ice cold. He might have been in the lead forever. He won a game yesterday, but for Jan, the nerves are going to jangle. I think that's guaranteed. We're nervous. I'm sure the fans at home cheering on their favorite players. They've got a lot of skin in the game as well. But yeah, I can't wait. So many twists and turns, this Candidates. It's the tournament that keeps on giving.
And it won't stop giving. We have 3 rounds left. But before we dive into the 12th round of action, let's rewind. Let's recap what happened yesterday in round 11.
The hunt for glory is on.
Nijat Abasov, who's made a slip, who's blundered. I want to whisper that word quietly because it wasn't an easy position, but I don't think he realizes potentially how bad his position is. It's turned.
Nijat Abasov did resign. Alireza Firouzja gets a quick win in the bag. David, he finds it.
Wow.
He finds the best move in the position. Bishop d5 played, has Hikaru spotted h5 as well. He plays it immediately. It is on the board. Hikaru is going for the win here. These are the last few moments of an incredibly critical win for Hikaru Nakamura. He's
got to decide.
He's gonna take the rook. He's gonna take the rook. He has to take the rook.
No!
Oh, he goes for the a3. We've got a game on our hands. Jan goes in with the rook. Rook b4, the move you pointed out, keeping the key square f4 under control.
Might be to a blunder. Apparently, king goes good. I think Vidit's simply forgotten that the black rook covers f4.
He's panicked. It's only delaying the inevitable for Vidit. You keep fighting moments, you know it's all over. This is so difficult for Vidit.
So hard to watch.
Knows that he's going to go into round 12 as the sole leader.
So terrible for black. I can't imagine you're holding on, but you do hold on to that pawn for a moment at least.
Super strong player because she's now in clear first. And as we return here, we see our standings. They have changed quite a bit. And Jan Nepomniachtchi sits alone at the top of our leaderboard, while Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura are a half point back. And Fabiano Caruana still has a fighting chance as he is 1 point back. David, I'll start with you. You see Jan at the top. He must be feeling good, but you can't count this over until it's over.
That's right. We still have 3 rounds, a lot to play for. And of course, due to the nature of this round robin, we'll see some of the leaders play some of the players further back. Even today, the likes of Praggnanandhaa are not out of it. They're in 5th place. Pragg plays Jan. And still so much at stake. It's all about who can get in those last blows, that final streak, as we close in on those final rounds now.
And Judith, we saw Vidit in the middle of the standings. He has just, I'm putting in air quotes, 5 points out of 11 games. He will be disappointed. But what combative chess we've seen from him.
Well, he's the biggest, we can't say that he's the biggest fighter, but it seems like he does not like this option as a draw in this event. But probably he feels in some games that he plays because he just wants to fight and he's creating chances and he wants to grab the chances. And you can see that also nerves hit in and at some point, like for example yesterday, like there are also the time management. It happened quite a few occasions in the event that somehow he goes down in time, he has a good position, but suddenly within 3 moves and few minutes, things are turning not only into a draw, but let's say it turns out to be the worst result. But, with it, you never know. Probably, or it might be a decisive game, but for interest, that it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and across the world, it was painful to see Vidit's reaction to that result, the pain on his face. We all empathize with him. But we do have eyes and ears on the ground in Toronto, Canada. Mike Klein was given exclusive access to the fan zone balcony. So let's catch up with Mike and hear what he has to say.
Thanks, guys. After a spectacular round 11, here we are for round 12 inside the playing hall. This is the spectator viewing experience. You can see down into the fishbowl. The officials are getting set up for another spectacular day of chess. Yesterday, it took Jan Nepomniachtchi nearly 6 hours to win his endgame and grab full control over the lead. However, his margin is very slim, only a half point over Nakamura and Gukesh. Both Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi will get white in 2 out of their last 3 games. They will actually play each other in round 13. But before we can talk about that, we have to talk about today's action, where Jan Nepomniachtchi gets Pragg and Nakamura gets Firouzja. They will both get the white pieces. Now, interestingly, yesterday, both players admitted to being tired. For Nakamura, it was his own doing. He played Title Tuesday and told me that took a lot of energy out of him. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, well, it was his 6-hour game. In fact, a funny thing happened at the press conference when Anna Bertasova asked for questions. Jan Nepomniachtchi jumped in and said, no, there will be no more questions. However, it was quite understandable. He's actually been very gracious with the media, but he did have to slip out after that press conference.
Unfortunately, we didn't hear from Mike till the very end, but hopefully we do get to know what he had to say. Either way, we do have our pairings, round 12, and look at these. Judith, I'll start with you. Hikaru Nakamura, a good lifetime score against Alireza Firouzja, but Alireza, he might be a different player given his win yesterday, even though the candidates results have not gone his way.
Well, of course, for Alireza, these candidates tournaments is not very much on his favor so far in his career, but he won a game yesterday, and sometimes people really get wings from that. And if he starts his streak now, let's say, then he's just doing in the perfect timing. But let's see how they are going to be battling it out, because Hikaru is very strong. Not only very strong, but he is very tough as an opponent. He's mentally very strong, which is very much needed, especially for the last 3 rounds. He's been there. He was someone who was fighting for almost for qualification in the previous candidates tournament. And so he's a very, very strong character, Hikaru. So it's not easy to play for Alireza against him, I believe. But of course, in these rounds, we will see decisions made because it's only 3 rounds to go, and some players have to win, which can lead us to some big mistakes or big turnarounds.
It's a big opportunity for Hikaru Nakamura. A win yesterday with the black pieces. It keeps him in striking distance today with white against Firouzja. And David, all eyes on the internet, at least in the chess world, always on Nakamura, but all eyes in India, likely on the game of Gukesh, because he was tied for first with Jan Nepomniachtchi before his draw yesterday and Jan's win. He gets the black pieces against Nijat Abasov. And my question for you, David, is how much risk will Gukesh take? If Abasov tries to shut things down, will Gukesh do something off the beaten path to try to get a victory?
I think that's very likely, Robert. Gukesh, it doesn't seem in his nature to play solid and kind of play pragmatically, wait for the right moment. He wants to get the maximum out of every game. He knows he's still got a chance. He plays Abasov today. He plays Firouzja tomorrow. On paper, at least, there will be winnable games ahead. But he does know that Jan, with that win yesterday, has taken the lead again. And this might be the moment for him. Look how calm he is, just meditating, trying to block out all the noise, all the distraction. He wants to be in the moment. And it's just fascinating today. So many players have a reason to risk it. I think Judith's right. The time for objective chess might be out the window. This might be the moment to go for it, to take your risks and potentially get the rewards.
Well, somebody who's been going for it and is known to meditate at the start of the game is Vidit Gujrati. He suffered what was a heartbreaking defeat in round 11. That's no exaggeration. You could see the pain on his face. Judith, what kind of game do you expect with Fabiano Caruana starting with the white pieces against Vidit Gujrati, who undoubtedly is still quite upset and reeling from yesterday's debacle?
Well, I think it's a very tricky situation because obviously Fabiano still wants to go for the first place, and for that he has to win. He knows it that his opponent had an awful day yesterday, and you have to take advantage of it, whether it's nice or not. You have to make your decisions that he wants to pose difficulties for with it, making decisions. I'm sure he will be playing something that he wants to play a long game where Vidit can go down in his time. He can make mistakes. He has to make a lot of decisions because this is, again, for him also, it's the moment that. But at the same time, it does not mean that he has to burn bridges, everything today. At the same time, I think he wants to play a long game and give the chance for his opponent to make bad decisions.
You tend to want to leave that up to the opponent to go for it rather than taking all the risk yourself. And we see Hikaru Nakamura sipping. So I want the chat and all the fans to get involved here. We have many players within striking distance of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nijat Abasov. He's not one of them, but he can shake these standings up if he can play a nice game today against Gukesh. So please get involved. Vote. Predict what you think is about to happen in each and every round, both here in the candidates and the women's candidates, because if you are the best guesser, you will win a $250 Chessbook course voucher where you can get courses from the likes of Judith Polgar and David Howell and many other illustrious content creators. So do get involved, use that command vote, and do so before the action begins because this is going to be a hard-fought round. There is a rest day tomorrow. We know that the players are going to come out swinging no matter what. But David, tomorrow's a rest day, which means that they can play for 7 hours if they want. They will get rest, if we can even call it that, tomorrow.
You're right, Robert. It's hard to get rest. It will be on their minds, of course, but it has been a pattern throughout this tournament. There have been a few rest days already, and normally the final round before the rest day, the players throw everything in. There's normally long battles. They're willing to expend all that energy, spend every ounce of their being at the board in order to get those all-important points. And another big one in front of us here for Fabiano, needing to start motoring, needing to click into gear. He hasn't yet been in top form, but yeah, still so much to play for. Rest day tomorrow, Robert, as you say, but that's far from the player's mind. It's all about here and now, round 11.
And it is for sure round 12 it is. Jan Nepomniachtchi happy about round 11. Praggnanandhaa, not so much. Jan got that win. It was really a topsy-turvy game, whereas Praggnanandhaa, he went down against Hikaru Nakamura. That was upsetting for his many fans and, of course, for him personally. So this is the big match. Judith, I'll start with you. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. And if Praggnanandhaa still entertains hopes to win this candidates tournament and qualify for the World Championship, he needs to beat the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you expect chaos and pandemonium on this board?
Well, exactly. This is the situation in this game that if we are realistic, we have to see that. What do we see here? Some special VIP guest, probably.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear what's being said, but it sounds like we're hearing an opening speech for these candidates. So why don't we let everyone listen, and then I'll hear your thoughts, Judith.
Thank you very much.
Let's see.
Okay, now it's time for a play.
It appears a moment of silence
Start their clocks and enjoy your
was.
time.
Okay, we have handshakes. A moment of silence before hours of silence was given for Dickie Betts, who passed away just today. So the first move was played in his honor, thus the moment of silence. We do wish the family and friends and everybody who is reeling the best. And as we get off to round 12 here, it's all about the chess moves doing the talking. We are off, the players trotting out their openings. And Judith, I was just in the process of asking you about Jan versus Pragg, what kind of opening, what kind of chaos we would see. And it looks like that one is slow starting because Praggnanandhaa has not responded to Jan's first move.
Well, I believe it's going to be a very tough and long game because how can you beat Jan, right? So when someone is preparing for such a game and you're playing with the leader, not only with the leader, but you know that the previous two candidates tournament was won by your opponent and he took the lead. He's playing extremely stably, even though he had quite a few very difficult match. One of the most difficult match Jan had versus Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces with the black pieces when he was playing with Praggnanandhaa. So he knows how difficult it is to crack Jan, right? He knows it. And at the same time, he knows that he has to win this game in order to try to get to the first place. He has to win this game. But how is he going to win the game when we see exchange variation in the French? So it's very difficult how to do it. And at the same time, of course, all the other players are also worrying, I think, also, that if Praggnanandhaa will be pushing too hard and taking crazy risky decisions, it can be something similar as in previous candidates, that Nepo will win a game without maybe would have to work so hard, let's say. So this game is very crucial for the outcome of the tournament and, of course, for the outcome for the players.
And you're talking about the game on the bottom right. I just want to point out in the top left, Hikaru Nakamura, he wants to get a W against Firouzja. We have some serious similarities between these two boards. In the bottom right and the top left, the E-pawns are off. We have a symmetrical pawn structure, but the difference now is that Hikaru brought his C-pawn forward, and in the bottom right, Jan Nepomniachtchi has not, instead developing his knight. So, David, I'm going to toss to you. We have 4 awesome games. I think that maybe we should start in the top left with Hikaru and Alireza, just because we have a bit more action and we're a little bit deeper into the opening stage.
And let's do just that, Robert. I'm going to pull up those games, and I agree. That seems the most developed so far. Hikaru launching a check, 2 exchange Frenches. If you asked me a prediction before this round, I would have said 1 French defense is unlikely. Maybe, if anyone, it would be Firouzja, the Frenchman, playing the French. But yeah, to see lightning strike twice like this, to see Queen A4 check, a familiar position to my eyes, at least until this moment. Surprises all over the shop. I'll mention as well, Gukesh playing a really bizarre move on his board. I think we'll go there a bit after this, but let's do a bit of a rewind. Let's go right from the start. It is early days in this game. Just a quick action replay, E4, the French defense now E6, and I'm not sure whether Hikaru's played this before, but Firouzja seemed prepared. I've seen Hikaru develop his knight to various squares in this position, knight c3, knight d2, other kind of main lines, other branches. But the exchange variation, as we mentioned, knight f3, and now very ambitiously trying to change the pawn structure, allowing black to take on c4, but this would accelerate the development of white's bishop. White's bishop would land on a great post. Isolated queen's pawn, yes, but a nice version of it for white. So knight f6, allowing instead white to gain space in the center, and yeah, mysterious move. I've got to ask you, Judith, what do you think is the plan behind this check developing? But we're told not to bring our queens out too early.
Well, some of these general smartness, what we learned when we were kids, it's with the life of the engines, it's not true in many cases. And we know that Hikaru is a specialist to come up with all kind of sidelines, working it out very well, knows what it is. He's very objectively knowing it, that well, probably it does not give too much, but it will be very difficult to deal with it for Alireza against queen a4. What can be the idea? The idea is that if bishop d7 comes out, then the queen will be going to b3, winning a tempo, attacking the b7 pawn right there. So then black has to make a decision whether he's moving queen c8 or bishop c6. And I think we are going to see quite a few positions and situations where the players want the opponent to spend time on making decisions. Because here you can think of it, well, should I play c6 and then I develop my bishop to e6, f5, knight d7, and so on? Should I go bishop d7 and after bishop queen b3, what to do? Should I go knight c6? But after knight c6, probably bishop b5 and knight d5 may show up on the board, or knight e5, and then it's a little unpleasant for black. So already now it's, what is it, move 6 or something? Already there is a serious question asked by Nakamura to Alireza. What do you want? How do you want to make your decision? Spend, let's say, 20 minutes, and then we talk longer. So this is something very smart, I think, what Nakamura is doing. And gaining little time advantage, it's always useful, and it's a good feeling.
I kind of feel like it's a bit of a fake out here because it's not one of these openings where you're going to sacrifice something for a checkmate. This does feel like a particularly quiet variation. So the nuances will be of the utmost importance. And Judith, I really like what you said there, that he is going to force Alireza to figure them out at the board. Is bishop d7 the best move? Pawn to c6, at least at first glance, doesn't look so bad to my eyes because you're connecting your pawn chain towards the center, but that takes away a developing square from the knight. If you want to play pawn to b6 later, you might have a little bit more trouble with that because the queen on a4 pins the a pawn. So if you've played pawn to c6, maybe you have to take with a piece rather than with a pawn. So there are all these subtleties that add up here. And David, you said you were unfamiliar with this queen a4 check. I certainly am unfamiliar. And most importantly, Alireza Firouzja does not seem familiar himself.
That's right. That's the most important thing. I think Hikaru himself in an interview with Mike Klein, he said they're at a premium, these opening surprises, these novel ideas. And Queen A4 check certainly will try and figure out the kind of reasons for it, maybe a bit later, depending on what Firouzja does. But yeah, a massive surprise. As far as I was aware, White normally brought the bishop out to d3 in that position. Actually, just by coincidence, I was looking at that position just last week for a young student who wanted to play the exchange French. I was like, I don't think White's getting that much. But Hikaru must have looked deeper. He's found this interesting check. And no matter how Firouzja blocks, I'm sure he has ideas up his sleeve for a long time ahead. Bishop d7 is the move. Relatively quick, I've got to say that, Judith. Normally when a player's surprised, they spend quite a lot of time, but he's instinctively reacted. He's blocked the check.
At the same time, it's very difficult what to play, right? If this comes as a surprise, then you either sit there for half an hour and think what is the best reaction, or you say, okay, what is my intuition says, what kind of position I want to play, and then you go for it. Because Queen A4, I can't say that it can be too deadly dangerous for black. At the same time, having the bishop on d7, it's not necessarily the best square. So probably it will be moving away to e6 or g4 at some point. So maybe Hikaru was trying it out, said, well, maybe I gain some time. It didn't work out so well, but we'll see what happens. I guess that black wants to continue with knight c6 to develop his knight and to put pressure on the d4 pawn. So, of course, it's a very logical move because after knight c6, we can say that black is better developed for the time being. And also knight b4 sometimes is in there, so bishop cannot develop to d3 where it stands optimally there. So probably after knight c6, White is going to be playing a3, but let's see what Firouzja has in mind after bishop d7. Maybe also b6 at some point, but I think White is pretty well prepared against b6 for now.
I like the idea, though, Judith. b6 at some moment feels like a good strategy to open up the queen side. But it's not like White has taken any huge risks. So that's why I sort of approve of Hikaru's opening strategy. He is trying to catch Alireza Firouzja off guard, but he's not throwing all his pawns forward and saying, you know, I'm just going to do whatever I want, even if it exposes my king. He just kind of has developed his pieces, taken some space, and with a relatively closed position, he has not risked anything, at least not yet. So why don't we leave these players to it, zoom out to our bird's eye view, because at this late stage of the tournament, every game with the leaders, at least the pack of leaders, Jan Nepomniachtchi being in sole first, will be super important. And I'm looking at Jan's game in the bottom right. I don't think we have to go there just yet because it's very early in that one. Just several moves in, we see in the bottom right-hand side. But I am more interested in our top right board because, David, you mentioned that Gukesh played sort of an offbeat opening. And that was the question I asked at the start of the day is what will Gukesh be willing to do to try to score victory and catch up to Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, Gukesh launching the first surprise as early as move 4. And he's got a small time advantage already to kind of as a reward for this first surprise. Abasov, remember, has been playing very, very solid with white. Ever since round 1, when he drew against Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's been his strategy. Solid with white. With black, it's harder. But yeah, let's just go back a couple of moves here as well. Let's actually go from the start. This is only move 5. So we saw a d-pawn opening. And we saw the Nimzo Indian, black bringing out the bishop to pin this white knight. And queen c2. I believe Abasov's been playing this on quite a consistent basis. And now the surprise to my eyes, pawn to h6. Very modern chess. Actually, Gukesh, this reminds me of his win against Vidit, where in the Italian, he very quickly played a6 for black for no reason. h6 for black. Very provocative play. I call them the bunny ears, these little pawn moves on either side of the board. It's kind of, they look cute, they look fancy, but very provocative. I mean, this begs the question to me, why not, pawn to e3, mouse slip, instead pawn to e4 for white, occupy the center. Why not go for it? But of course, when you're surprised, you tend to be a bit hesitant. Instead, knight f3, very healthy developing move from Abasov, and now c5, lashing out in the center. Judith, first impressions, how useful is this h6 move for black?
Well, obviously h6 is, first thought is that stops bishop go to g5, right, to pin the knight. At the same time, when I was playing the Nimzo Indian, I didn't have time for such a moves. I was more playing c5 or d5, entering into the Ragozin. But I'm curious how he wants to play. At the same time, it's also very clear to me that Gukesh wants to go off from all kind of lines, which can be preparation of Abasov. So it is very clear that in the Nimzo Indian, it's not so easy to win a game if your opponent wants to play extremely solid, very well prepared in openings. So somehow he's also provoking his opponent that he knows that Abasov is on the last place in the tournament. Obviously, he's not the one who is playing for the first place. At the same time, you always want to win a game, right? In a tournament, no matter how badly you're standing in a tournament. And he's a very strong grandmaster. So I think Gukesh wants to go a little bit of the preparation. At the same time, Abasov maybe he's hesitant. Well, should I press it very hard? I should be winning this game. So it's a great battle. What's going on in the opening phase of the game? For me, it's hard to believe that h6 can be the best move in move 4. At the same time, again, if it worked out very well, great preparation, it can be leading to a reasonable good position. And if it's something not prepared and not known for Abasov, he's again going to be spending some time and has to make some decisions, which maybe not going to be always the most challenging ones for Gukesh. But I think the main idea to play something long game without too much of opening preparation.
And there is a huge psychological component as we go to the final few rounds. And I was covering the women's candidates yesterday. And I was saying when Vaishali played against Goryachkina, she could tempt Goryachkina with a 3-time repetition, and what she did, and Goryachkina refused it. She wanted to play for a win because she was trailing in the standings. And here in this game, I feel like Abasov and some of the other players, they can try to do the same thing where they say, let me try to force a draw. And if you want to avoid a draw and repetitions, things of that nature, you may need to take some risk. And this does look like a relatively normal setup from the black side with h6 included early. So it's not like Gukesh has sacrificed anything and is going all out. But I have to agree with you, Judith, that h6 cannot be what you would call the best move objectively, because it's playing on the rim. Magnus has shown us in many openings that a6 and h6, you could throw them in and still be fine with the black pieces. And David, you know Magnus super well, have played many training games with him. I don't know if this particular h6 move has come up, but when you look at this position, it still looks relatively normal, right, for black?
That's right, relatively normal. I mean, I'm trying to rack my brains. I think I need chat's help here. I've seen h6 somewhere before. I just can't place it. It was somewhere recently. It feels like it was by a very strong player, but I'm as surprised as Abasov. I mean, you mentioned Magnus playing h6 in all sorts of positions, in e-pawn openings, in Queen's Gambit declines. The reason I'm so surprised is because this is actually a well-known idea to play c5, to go knight a6 and recapture, just as Gukesh has done over the last few moves. But normally you get this type of position with the pawn on h7, maybe a more useful tempo, such as castling the king for black. But maybe he reckons that, yes, he can castle at any time. h6 is useful anyway. And he's, just by delaying the pawn to c5, he's tricked Abasov into a line that he doesn't usually employ in his repertoire. So yeah, mind games is the psychology. It looks fine. It looks totally healthy to my eyes for black. I'm expecting the white bishop to fianchetto now. That seems to be the continuation of the white plan. But then black has interesting options. Black can castle, of course. Black can also try to change the pawn structure by dropping a knight into e4, trying to take advantage of this pinned piece on c3, the white knight. If it's captured, might result in doubled pawns for Abasov. So yeah, it's far from kind of sterile, this position. Plenty of ideas for both sides. And if Gukesh is indeed better prepared than his opponent, then yeah, he's going to feel, at least inside, he's won the opening battle. That's key at this stage of the tournament.
Well, David, I'm laughing a little bit internally because I made a comment how Magnus plays from the black side. I found a game where he plays it from the white side in the 2022 World Blitz Championship. Black was Yu Yangyi, the super strong Chinese grandmaster, and this is what happened. Bishop g2, if we could put a few moves on the board. Black went knight c to e4. When white castled, black did take with the knight on c3, and after b takes, the bishop on c3, pardon, not the knight on c3, to save a tempo, and then we see the pawn structure change. Clearly, white has the worst pawn structure, but is ahead in development, has some activity. Judith, when you see the contours of this position with a ruined white pawn structure, but that lead in development, would you rather have this from the white or black side, and do you like Gukesh's choice?
Well, what can I say? I never played it with the white side. At the same time, white has to be very energetic in these positions, because if you look at it, the pawn structure, then black is obviously clearly better, especially if he can go d6 and e5 and bring out his bishop to e6, immediately targeting the c4 pawn. Even if he can bring his rook to the c5, it can be devastating for white. So that's why white has to be very sharp and has to play really the most challenging moves for black, which means that probably the best thing is to somehow get rid of the e4 central the knight by playing knight e2, or going away definitely with the knight from f3. Rook has to go to b1. If we have already such a bad structure, let's take the benefit. So the b file is open, we should put the rook there. So, I mean, I've seen countless games where white is not doing too much or playing very slowly, mixing up or mixing plans. I go here one move, I go another side one move, and then somehow black can develop properly, and then there are big problems for the pawn. So this is extremely challenging for white, but I think still here, I think I would take white.
David, what about you?
Yeah, just for argument's sake, I'll say I take black. Normally, I'm very biased towards the bishop pair, which white would achieve in a position like this. But I'm also a sucker for a nice, solid pawn structure, which white doesn't have here. So I think Gukesh, if we go down this line, which seems very likely, Abasov has paused. If we go back to the game position, clearly fearing or at least calculating knight c e4. But yeah, if Gukesh gets that, I think he's going to be the happier of the two. Definitely the more prepared of the two, Robert.
Well, I'm not really trying to argue with either of you, but I used to play positions like this from the black side, and I know from experience you get in quite a lot of trouble just by ruining white's pawn structure. You sort of spend a lot of time. That knight went from b8 to a6 to c5 to e4. That's quite a journey for one piece to make. So I know that it can be fun. It's double-edged. It's an imbalanced position. But Judith, I mean, the principles of chess at some point have to apply.
But I think it's interesting moment because it is a very serious decision point for Abasov because he knows, of course, that after bishop g4, one of the knight will jump into e4 and the bishop will take on c3, so the pawns will be ruined and he has to be very sharp to deal with that very special, very tactical kind of position. At the same time, he can choose to play bishop d2, and then things are not so simple to shuffle for Gukesh anymore, because probably black will be castling after a3, black will be capturing on c3, the knight will be in the center on e4, black will be playing b6, d5, whatever, probably eliminate one of probably the black square bishop of white. Black will have a very easy game, but how to win? This will be the question. So the psychological battle is going on where, let's say 3 rounds ago, probably bishop g2 would have been played by Abasov, but actually he's playing it now as well. I just said that there was an interesting decision to be made, and we see knight e4.
And we also see quickly a castle from Abasov. So look at Gukesh go. He took on c3 with the knight. He is willing to give up another tempo to keep that dark squared bishop on the board and keep those squares under control. So this is excellent preparation thus far from Gukesh. This is not this balanced, symmetrical position. White is in trouble in the long run with those weak pawns, but in the short term, of course, has a development lead. So we are going to step aside just for a moment, but this action is just getting started here in round 12 of the FIDE Candidates. Say hi to Fabiano Caruana. He's got a front row to the action. He's playing himself. We'll be right back in a few, everybody.
We're here for another world premiere. This one, fencing chess with one chief chess officer to another. I'm excited about fencing chess. What about you, Danny?
I'm super excited. This is innovative and never been done before.
All right, well, you need a weapon. So there you go. We got these from Burger King. And, well, let's get going. Are you ready?
As soon as we start,
okay, I think we touch swords. Okay, here we go. All right, we are rolling. All right, it's working.
You can't. Okay, it has to be
working.
Square.
Nailed it.
That was the rule.
Nailed it.
That was the rule.
Do they fence in Sicily?
Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go.
All right, this is a winning move if I can make it.
I don't know that this is as exciting as we thought it was.
I use the two-hand technique. They don't teach you about that on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know what? This is not gonna work.
Not gonna work.
We got to call it something else.
I agree.
Oh, well, wait a minute. We just happen to have some partners in crime with USA Fencing joining us. So if one of them scores a point or a touch, then the corresponding partner gets to make a move. Capturing the king wins the game. That's it, that's all. I will let you start not the joust, the battle. The bout.
It's a bout. Come on, Mike. All right, Anna, you got this. Let's go, Anna. Go, Anna. Go, Anna. Come on. Yes, aggressive. Okay, so Sasha scored?
No, Anna scored.
Anna scored.
Yeah, she almost
Let's go.
Show up the mat.
Okay, black moves first in this game, apparently. Let's go right now.
Come on, Sasha.
Oh, Dr. C.
Attack to my right.
Oh my God. I'm so nervous. I don't even understand what's going on.
I thought I understood there. Oh, there's some in product.
Okay. I like the technique over here from Anna. I move.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is not an opening you should play, kids, but I'm all in. I'm all in.
Oh no, it's happening again. Well, Sasha, I need you, Sasha. Game
over, over. Anna, what am I talking about?
Okay, it's okay.
That was the easiest game of chess I've ever played in my life. That was amazing. Okay.
All right.
But we're going to do a best of threes. You don't get to hit me with the sword.
Back in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, you see Fabiano Caruana still standing, not just literally, but also in the tournament. He has a great chance if he can keep on winning. He needs to start right now, and here he is into the front row, and many fans also have great seats to watch the 2024 Canada's tournament. We are in round 12 of 14, just 3 rounds to go. And as we dive back into the chess, all 4 boards in the candidates, they have action to them. In the bottom right, Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa. That was an exchange French. That's slow moving. In the top left, we had an exchange French as well, a rarity in top level chess to have 2 Frenches, 2 exchange Frenches in the same round. And Hikaru Nakamura played a queen a4 check and brought his queen back. We'll see how that one develops. In the bottom left, it looks like we had an Italian game between Fabiano Caruana and Vidit Gujarati. But all eyes, if we are honest, are on Gukesh, who trails Nepomniachtchi by a half point. And Judith, in the top right, we see a knight on h7. He is saying the rules do not apply to me. I am going to do it my own way.
Well, I must say that I'm shocked on this move because this is not what I've been thinking when Gukesh played move 4 h6, that this is going to be the reason he's doing it. Of course, these days with the life of engine chess, it can happen. Knight h7 and possibly knight g5 in the next move, eliminate the white knight, and if white captures it, then black takes hg5, opening up the h file. But I'm very suspicious about this move, I have to say. First of all, it's very inviting still that white can go e5. Black did not castle yet. I mean, it's a very risky move, I must say. That well, after bishop f4, actually, for example, I can imagine that he's going to be going not necessarily knight g5, but to go knight f8 and knight g6 possibly to kick out the bishop from f4. Basically, black's position is holding and the strongest piece with the c5 bishop. That it's blockading the pawn on c4. It has a very powerful strength on c5 towards the king on g1, pressuring the f2. Also keeping control over the a3, f8 diagonal, which is also very important. So the big challenge is for black, how can he stabilize and develop? But this knight h7 was definitely, softly saying, not the first idea came to my mind.
Yeah, I think all we can do is laugh because it's such an unorthodox idea. But if I try to make some sense of it, David, I'm going to ask you because we all seem to be struggling a bit. Is it to take the sting out of pawn e4 to e5? Is it some form of prophylaxis? Because that light square bishop on g2, it's often the most powerful minor piece in these positions. If we could just take a half move back to illustrate this point, then let's say black said, okay, I'm not going to let you to play e5 and kick my knight. I'll play d6. I think white would still play e5, and just goes to show that after pawn takes, knight takes e5 in these positions, the bishop on g2 is an absolute monster slicing across the diagonal. So, David, this is my best attempt to explain why knight h7 was played, some prophylaxis. Do you think this is really what it's about?
I fully agree. It's kind of bracing for impact in a way. e5's coming anyway, and if you don't necessarily want to play d6, trade off that pawn to help open white's bishop, then I totally understand moving the knight. But I mean, to my eyes, it would be so much more human, much more natural to castle and then choose a square for your knight. I guess maybe the best square is h7 anyway. And this begs the question, does he even intend to castle in the next few moves if he's playing knight h7? For me, what happens next after e5, that is just as big a mystery as playing knight h7 first. I mean, I sound like a broken record these days talking about the youngsters, talking about computer chess. But yeah, I think if you gave me 10 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed knight h7. And if it's not castles now, what could it be? I mean, d6 would look like the most natural. I wonder whether he wants to play b6 at some point, but suddenly it gets really tactical. Knight g5 would be, not for black this time, for white, would be on my radar, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, and black might be forced to make a murky sacrifice. I need help here. Knight h7. If white continues with the plan he started on the last move, by far the most consistent, pawn to e5, what are we expecting next? Or maybe over the next 2 or 3 moves for black? I'll ask with you, Judith. What comes to mind?
What about playing knight g5?
Okay, and if I just move, I want to hit your knight.
And then you want to go h4 or f4, hit me back.
Mm-hmm. It's so mysterious. Robert, do you have any ideas here after e5? We're struggling.
Well, I want to play b6, but as you point out, knight g5 looks like a problem, thanks to the queen on c2 as well, hitting the knight on h7. So, well, I think that Gukesh will just show us the answer. I'm glad that Ninja just played, and he did go e5. Let's see how quickly Gukesh responds. And
Queen
rook
c8.
b8.
Oh.
Whoa. He wants b6, bishop b7, but Judith, Gukesh clearly in his preparation still, and I have to say, I like the look of it.
I can't say that I like the look of it. I can't share here. I mean, knight h7 and then rook b8. Obviously, the plan is very clear, right? He just wants to go b6. He wants to develop the bishop, and he thinks that black can afford not castling to put his knight on h7 temporary in order to get a great pawn structure and try to attack it after b6, bishop a6, for example. So if black can manage that he can develop after b6 and bishop to a6 or b7, after that, of course, it's a different story, because then everybody wants to play it with black. And the question is whether can he manage that. For example, white can go knight d2 and knight e4. And this is what we were talking about when we were discussing whether, well, at that point we were still discussing that the black is giving up the bishop. But the main idea is that when white has such a double pawns on the c5, c3 and c4, it means that he has to be very concrete and he has to make really the best moves. Because if he's just going to go, okay, I go rook d1, it looks good, then I go h4, I want to stop the knight, I go knight d2. So if you're not concrete and not playing move to move, then it can be a bad position later on for white. So I think white has to play very sharply and very concretely this kind of positions. So he has to be doing something very good.
David, I agree with Judith. Just to ask you a quick question here. I'm looking at the clock, though. Already Abasov 30 minutes behind. If you play sharply and concretely, you may be in some trouble because you might not have the time to figure everything out.
That's right. And Abasov's best results, the best games he's played this tournament, are when he's ahead on the clock. In general, he's been quite a fast player throughout his career, Abasov, but yeah, having a tough time out there in Toronto and being hit by probably the weirdest opening preparation you'll ever see. I mean, that is psychologically tricky. He tries to react fast, knight d2. Judith spot on there, trying to improve the white knight, opening up the white bishop as well. But I have no doubt, there we go, immediate move from Gukesh. This was foreseen. This has been studied before. b6. I'm pretty sure we'll see the moves just continue flying down on the board. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I say weirdest preparation ever because, I mean, computer preparation is one thing, but normally we can suss out the reasons. Here, even a few moves after knight h7, it's still mysterious what black wants next. It looks like white has a beautiful knight on e4. We're going to maybe win the bishop pair or jump into d6 later. Still a lot to prove for Gukesh.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure that this was the best continuation for white, but one thing is for sure, it was the most logical. And it also can happen that you make a preparation, you know that it's a little bit dubious, because I think we can say that what Gukesh was doing in this opening, it looks very suspicious, but maybe the good move for white, it was maybe knight e1, knight d3, knight f4, or going bishop e3. I come up with some crazy ideas, but definitely this is the most logical move. And when you're getting surprised, then many times you just go for the most logical and then go with the flow from there.
First of all, Judah, I want to say one of my favorite sentences that is stated on these shows is when you say, I might have a crazy idea. So 2 thumbs up for that. I really appreciate it. And I do agree with you, though, that perhaps when Gukesh and his team were looking into this line, they're saying, well, what's the most human reaction? Everything that Abasov has done is objectively quite solid for white, but it may not be the most pressing, and that could allow Gukesh to not just survive, but eventually try to play for even more. And I have to say, I've always enjoyed playing against double isolated pawns. I can't stand them myself. I see white's activity, and yet the long-term weaknesses have always been a struggle for me. Judith, I'm not sure. Do you share that sentiment, or do you still feel like you prefer to take the white side of this position, ignoring the clock situation for a moment?
Well, I wouldn't think that playing with white, I would be worse. That's very clear. I think I would be playing it with white still, because I think if, for example, if I go knight c5, I cannot be worse, or I would think that I cannot be worse, because okay, I have like double pawns on the c5, but they are not weak from the sense that it cannot be attacked for a long time. Of course, I would be thinking to go rook d1 to put pressure on the d5. That is something that I would consider. Bishop e3 still I have in my mind to somehow to eliminate the c5 bishop, because still c5 bishop is the key defender and attacker at the same time of the position. At the same time, I would not like to exchange the white square bishop of white. So here it's not so easy just to make moves and decide, am I really playing for a win? Or also evaluating the position is not so easy. And I think this is where the players can go wrong. And this is why Gukesh has a huge advantage, because he knows what is exactly this position. Even if he's standing worse or equal, he knows the evaluation, he knows the ideas, because he was working on it. He spent less than 3 minutes up to this point, and I'm pretty sure he was looking and playing this structure, so he understands what it is. So from this point of view, he has a much bigger advantage in this opening versus Abasov. So I think the first big decision also for white to understand the position, evaluate the position, and then make a decision accordingly how to continue.
I would be shaking in my boots if Gukesh played all this against me. And there are some big decisions in this moment. I mean, every single move has some strengths and some drawbacks. And I think, for example, if you gave black a free turn here, a move like queen c7 would likely be played, so that if you take on c5, maybe I can take back with the queen a piece, and that keeps those doubled c-pawns in the path of my pieces. I can try to attack them. So I'm just trying to speculate if he feels the necessity, it's a requirement to take on c5 now. David, if he does feel that, well, then those light square bishops come off the board. And Judith just spoke, she doesn't want that to happen either. So these are challenging decisions.
That's right. I mean, one of the strands of thought there would be how to take the sting out of the position, how to make sure you're not worse with white. And just one example, if the light squared bishops do leave the board, yes, you're probably not worse, but then you start thinking, oh, actually, I wasn't better, yet my opponents played some weird stuff. Knight h7. You could imagine this knight, if it ever kind of finds a good square, which is a big question, say knight f8, g6, back around to e7, into f5. But then, yeah, it might be good knight versus bad bishop. And white eternally left with these pawns that you were talking about there, Robert. Queen and knight also work quite well against queen and bishop. I don't think black is risking that much either. I agree, kind of dynamically balanced, as they say. If you don't take this bishop, though, then you might live to regret it. Both of you have mentioned it's the strongest black piece, and it's likely to kind of remain that way if you don't capture it now. I quite like Judith's bishop e3, just because it's the type of move that would never come to my mind. And I like learning and suddenly realizing dynamically this is really tricky. If black takes, then whoops, there's a nasty check. And only next move, once the black king kind of shuffles away, only next move do you take this bishop, and whoops, there's all sorts of threats. But of course, black will have something up his sleeve here, bishop e3. I'm wondering whether you can get away with even kind of taking this knight and then taking the bishop, or whether you just step back, retreat. But either way, this one would heat up. Abasov, I kind of want him not to play the safety first approach, just out of curiosity. I want to see him try to punish Gukesh for taking such liberties in the opening. But then again, it has been his tournament strategy, play solid with white, and it would be kind of wise, very practical, being surprised this early in the opening, to at least choose something where you know that you kind of maintain some semblance of control. So I'm expecting very much knight takes c5. I don't think the other options will be too tempting to him, especially being out-prepared, especially 35 minutes down on the clock already, Robert.
Yeah, this is a really critical moment for this game and for Gukesh's tournament, because if Abasov were to go wrong, Gukesh would be smiling, happy to try to get that full point. He entered the round a half point behind Nepomniachtchi, tied with Hikaru Nakamura in second. And I think we should zoom out of this game, because Abasov, in this think here, I'm looking at Jan Nepomniachtchi's game, which I kind of wrote off in the bottom right, and then he went alpha Jan. He just threw his H pawn up the board, and maybe I was too quick to judge that this was just going to be a simple symmetrical game. Jan Nepomniachtchi in the bottom right, he is trying to throw a spanner in the works. So why don't we head to our leader of the tournament and try to decipher what has just happened as Black responded with pawn to h5 as well. Judith, at first glance, do you think White has anything at all, or do you think that this still remains symmetrical and level?
Actually, for the moment being, I like at least as much with Black than with White, because Black has a very active bishop on f5, which I really like. The g5 square is obviously a huge weakness, but Black has the knight on g6, so there is a space for the pawn to play f6, so that will be not really a big weakness for the moment, the g5 square and the e5 square. At the same time, the h5 pawn can be vulnerable if the f3 knight moves away, let's say knight d2 or somewhere. So that's a kind of a question. What is the continuation after that? And well, I'm very much waiting, obviously, especially after h5, h4, h5, that we are not going to see the players castling short side. So most likely we are going to be seeing a long castle for both players. And it's going to be a very exciting game, even though it's a very symmetrical position, pawn structure. All the pieces are on the board. And I think we're going to see something very sharp and interesting game.
I'm happy to hear that, because when I first saw this opening and even the current position, I was thinking, I don't see where the weaknesses are. I don't see how they're going to attack each other, but both kings likely to go. I was going to say to the queen side, the knight d2 play. David, the h5 pawn, that's within Jan's sights. Is he going to actually grab that, or is that too much to risk?
Ooh, I think that's the plan. Knight d2. Otherwise, what's the point of that one? I guess he might try and shuffle around to b3. The white knight might sit well on the queen side, especially if both kings go to that flank. But yeah, I guess there's tactics all over the place. Even if Black were to say, ignore this threat, I'm pretty sure he might play the move bishop e7 actually to try and gain tempo against this pawn, which is also weak. But for example, if he were to castle queenside, bishop takes h5, you do have to factor in, for example, counter strikes like bishop takes c2, deflecting away the white queen. Maybe there's even stronger, maybe there's better here. But once the queen takes the bishop, she has been deflected. Go on, Judith.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think rook takes h5 is possible to sacrifice the exchange and trap the white queen. Is it possible with bishop g4 and bishop e7?
She is trapped. I guess she can give her life on
to d5.
And maybe in this position, actually here.
Or maybe queen h7.
Oh, wow. Forgot she could even move forward like that.
Yeah, that I completely missed that.
Wow.
Could this be one of those positions where Black goes like bishop f5 and then they go bishop f5, queen h5, repeat?
Rinse and repeat. Maybe queen f5. I mean, it looks a bit scary. Or f3 here, though. Or I don't know. What a crazy position. This would be fun if it happens. I'm not sure who it's going to be more fun for. But yeah, it does look risky. I mean, this rook takes h5, Judith. I mean, that's a really nice spot. But I mean, it just looks risky in general to take on h5, especially with the white king stuck in the center. Even if
but
Black
I like
was
your
kind of play rook e8.
Sorry, I like your move better. I think bishop c2.
I was just boring, not calculating here. Black regains the pawn and probably has a strategic advantage because White's d pawn is isolated and still some threats. But I mean, that's a safety net for Pragg. What else could Jan have up his sleeve then if we retreat back to the game? If Black does castle queenside, which looks like maybe one of the most logical moves, is the idea just to put the knight on b3 and kind of at least pretend to jump in a bit later on. Queen d2, castle queenside coming. Yeah, this is at least one of the more exciting symmetrical exchange Frenches I've seen in a while. I agree with Robert. It's kind of surpassed expectations ever since h4, h5 landed on the board. It feels like this might well heat up.
Jan induced this, right? This pawn h5, it's not going anywhere. So Jan can take his time, reroute that knight to the queen side as you're indicating, maybe play g3 at the right moment just to cover that h4 pawn. So the threat sometimes is stronger than the execution. White likely not going to take that pawn on h5 until the moment is justified. So more life to this position than I expected. I really thought that Jan was just playing to make things as even as possible and then force his opponent, Praggnanandhaa, who is a point and a half behind him, to do something wild, do something that would take tremendous risk. Because at this stage, if Praggnanandhaa wants to win the candidates, he needs to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. Otherwise, Jan, with that point and a half separation, Gukesh and Hikaru also ahead of him, and Fabiano, he just won't be able to catch up. So I feel like it's a good strategy from Jan. Judith, do you think that Nepo and his team, they sat in advance and said, play as solidly as possible and seize the moment when it comes?
I do believe that this was a very serious strategy for Nepo and his team. And it is a very important decision what to play and in what mindset to play. Like, are you really playing for a win? Are you playing for a long game? Are you playing giving the impression that you don't mind the draw? And this is the feeling what I have, that he made an exchange variation, and he says, "Okay, you want to win? Show me how you can win. Show me how you want to create your chances," because it's a double-edged thing. So obviously we know that Praggnanandhaa has to win this game if he wants to be in the challenge and in the race for the first place, right? And he's very young. We also have to see that when you're very young, you really want to go and show that you're the best. So it's very hard, I think, to play for Praggnanandhaa not to push it too hard, even when it's not necessarily the right decision or the position not allowing, actually. So it's very difficult decision he has to make. But I think it's a serious, very professional attitude, the way Nepo is playing. And he seems to be very calm. I mean, he's just walking now. It seemed that he stood up. Like, it's incredible how strong his mental state in this candidates tournament as well. It's incredible how many difficult positions he saved. And it seems like he's just incredibly balanced.
And if you look at just the results, you may think, oh, Jan, he's been doing everything great. But no, that game yesterday was a roller coaster. He was emotional. We saw him leave the board and his head was all over the place. So to stabilize is important, not just in the results, but in how the gameplay is. And dude, I just want to say quickly, that was one of the scariest things I've ever heard. Hearing you say, oh, you want to beat me? Come on, show me. I'm running away. I'm like, David, come on, you do something. I got to go because I'm not challenging Judith here.
Exactly. Definitely sounds like a challenge. And will Pragg rise to that challenge? Yeah, I've got to say, like, credit to both these two players. Pragg, he's been so aggressive from move one of the tournament. I'm remembering his delayed Schliemann, all these kind of aggressive openings he's played with white, with black, a triple pawn sacrifice against Gukesh. But Jan, in terms of this opening choice, I agree. On paper, it's exactly what you should do when you're leading a tournament. Take minimal risk, feel in control. Even if you are feeling super nervous, play an opening where the stakes aren't that high, at least not in the early phases. So knight d2, maybe one to zoom out of, but youngster, he's got to rise to the challenge. He's got to take the bait and try to beat him, try to take down the front runner. Knight to d2 from Jan, I'm expecting quite a long thing from Pragg. It does feel like a critical moment. Yes, he's 20 minutes down, but he needs to conjure up something right now or in the next few moves before white gets knight b3, queen d2, and castles, because I can't see black winning if white gets all of those combined. So, okay, early days. I'm looking elsewhere. Let's go out to the bird's eye view. I see central tension in one of the games. And, okay, Nakamura against Firouzja also spicing up. Where are your eyes drawn to, Judith? Where next?
Well, I think we did not spend too much time on Fabiano Vidit game, and it looks really a lot of tension in the center. So we might as well just take a look at that, even though it's not running for the first place for the moment, Fabi. But it's a very interesting situation now. So I would be happy to peek in there.
Mm-hmm. I second that, Judith, because there's so much pawn tension in the center. All these pawns can capture one another with Fabi on the move. And if Fabi does win this game and some of the other players can't win theirs, suddenly he's right back in it. Because let's not forget, everyone should circle round 14, not just because it's the final day, the final round, at least of the classical chess in the candidates, because Fabi plays Jan Nepomniachtchi. So if he is within a full point of Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he remains in that distance, he could beat Jan in the final round and catch up to him. Of course, there are other players who will maybe have a say in who is in first place. But as we dive in here, Judith, I'll start with you. All these captures possible in the center. Which one do you think Fabi's going to go for?
That's a good question. First of all, if the pawn takes from e4 to d5, then the first thing white should be taking account that e4 will be played, the intermediate move, and only after that to capture. If the knight moves away, then c takes d5, and black seems to have a very nice position. So this is something he cannot do. He has to be very active, either to sacrifice that knight after e4. I don't know if that is an option, to take d takes c6 maybe, and after e takes f3, taking on e8. But it seems like there is not going to be much, only 2 pawns for the piece. And white's pieces are not even so well developed. The only good piece is b3 bishop. So let's go back. So e takes d5 seems to be not a very good choice. The other option is to capture on e5 with the pawn or with the knight. Let's say taking with the knight. Knight e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, and rook e5. And probably now white can take e takes d5. And d takes e5 on the board.
Okay, we're heading in this direction then. And Judith, how would you evaluate a position like this? I'm not sure which way black takes back even, but say with the knight, just to try and be safe.
Yeah, let's say with the knight. And then, well, there are several options, whether to go to f3 with the knight or to go to c4. But definitely somehow I would like to develop with my pieces. I think knight e4 or knight f3, so I can bring out the bishop to g5. That would be helpful, and to bring the rook to d1 possibly. But eventually at some point maybe c4 has to be pushed away the knight from d5, which is not always very nice to block the b3 bishop. That's true, but I see the position is pretty balanced because black has a beautiful bishop on a7. It's very powerful over there, and white is not so well developed, and it's not so easy to develop with the c1 bishop. And with the rook on a1 is really pretty much tied down to defend the a5 pawn. And for black, I think it can be easier to play bishop f5, queen to d7 or d6, bring the rook to d8, and then everything is pretty active.
And a big question that comes to mind, I mean, firstly, I would love to see the white rook develop via a4. That might be quite cool kind of shortcut to the game. But I'll throw this at you, Robert, because there's a strategic choice here that would change the nature of the position, assuming this is all forced, which it might well be. Bishop takes d5. Is this something you would go for, forcing an isolated pawn, but at the cost of the bishop pair?
I would definitely go for it, because this isn't a position where the bishop pair is going to wreak any havoc. In fact, I think that once the knight moves, I'm not sure which direction, b3, it does protect the a5 pawn, so there's sense there, but f3 is more towards the center. But either way, bishop e3 next. I'm just trying to trade off the dark square bishop and say your light square bishop can't attack anything at all. It feels like a pleasant position, but the question then becomes is how is white going to play for a win from here? Black is very solid despite having that isolated queen pawn. It's not fun. I would hate defending it from the black side, but I wouldn't be surprised if Vidit felt confident that he could, in fact, hold this.
I think in this position, black, I like very much your bishop d5 and knight b3. Absolutely, clearly the best idea, I think, because if white gets to play bishop e3, then it's a very clear advantage and for a long-term advantage. And that kind of position is something that Fabi would convert to victory, I believe. But now maybe d4 is possible to look for activity for black. And if knight d4, then simply takes on d4 and bishop e6 bringing out the bishop to centralize to d5 and then rook c8. So this could be pretty equalish position, I think. And if c takes d4 instead of knight d4, then bishop e6 anyway. What do you think?
I love it. That's really classy, really instructive. I mean, especially this position, a lot of the viewers might be wondering, oh, wait, black's a pawn down, but who cares? It's opposite color bishops, and sometimes we say there's a drawish tendency. That's not always the case with major pieces on the board, but here, actually, black's bishop is the superior one. Looking down at g2, you could actually imagine the black queen shifting across and via d6, reaching g6. I can't see black losing this ever, especially at this top level. I don't really see white losing it either, but yeah, just a really nice way to stop suffering rather than suffer positionally, give up a pawn and yeah, dynamically hold the balance. A good tip for everyone at home. d4, I approve, Judith. And actually, this is quite likely to happen, I've got to say. D takes e5, knight takes e5. Unless Fabiano has a way to switch things up, nope, we're heading this way. I think rook takes e5 now and ed guaranteed.
Ooh. I don't love the look of this at first. Based on the variation we just showed, I thought that white could try to leave black with an isolated queen pawn and Judith's brilliant pawn sacrifice just to say, I will trade off your great knight potentially for that bishop, give you a pawn, and then control the color complex that you don't have a bishop on. So this move here, I don't really see anything besides pawn takes d5. I would like to perhaps play f4 and kick your rook away and then play e5, but those chess.com bugs, they don't let me do that. The bishop on a7, pinning the pawn on f2 all across the diagonal. And so I don't really see much choice besides pawn takes d5. And I guess as we go down that variation, probably Fabi won't take on d5, Judith. One of your other moves is more likely to occur because that seems too forcing and to allow Vidit to escape without a real fight.
But I have a very funny question to ask. After e takes d5, can black go knight g4?
Whoa. Whoa. If I take it?
Don't look at the bar.
I didn't see it. Nobody saw the bar.
If you think I wanted to go bishop f2 and queen h4, perpetual check.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't see any of those moves. I know they're legal, but my head doesn't go in that direction. This is an unbelievable perpetual check, and it apparently doesn't work, but just the idea is so sublime.
Wait, but why doesn't it work? Why is the bar gone crazy? I mean, I would take here automatically
rook takes
with
e5. You can go rook e5, but after rook e5, I wanted to go knight f2 if I can, because bishop f2, king f1.
Let's just show that quickly. And black's knight wants to go take this rook, but then the bishop would drop. So your knight takes f2, Judith, and I'm going to close my eyes and pray there's no checkmate, but...
Yeah, probably.
Just in time, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, knight jumps to g4, and it's not enough.
Probably just dodge, and white emerges with extra material, but wow. Yeah, imagine if knight g4 hits at some point, maybe not in this exact position, but really cool idea. That attacking eye you've got, Judith. Bolt from the blue, knight g4.
But this is why the engines killed me, when it appeared, because I had all these ideas from my childhood and they were a lot of fun, and this is the way you keep your passion for the game, to see fun moves and tactics and beautiful things. And then of course with the engines, it's like fraction of a second and tells you come up with something reasonable, not with these all kind of spectacular losing moves.
Boo to engines.
Actually, rook f5 is possible. What about rook f5 on e takes d5?
Yeah, I guess I played knight f3. I was wondering that. I only saw it after you played knight g4. I suddenly realized f2 was actually weak, but white's just about holding everything. Should be 3 to come. Safe enough.
Yeah, and the f5 rook is just misplaced.
Yeah. But Vidit, I mean, what do we make of his tournament chances? I guess they're over, Vidit, after yesterday's loss. If he doesn't feel he can win the tournament anymore, maybe he's just happy to play solid. It's very much Fabiano the onus is on him with white. 1 point striking distance of the leaders. Pretty much, well, I'm not going to say a must-win situation because Robert, as you mentioned, round 14 is going to be a huge one if he's 1 point within Jan. But today he would have been circling it, wanting to win with the white pieces, but he's getting neutralized so far.
And the problem isn't just Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's just one of the players ahead of Fabiano Caruana. If you remind everyone of the standings, there's also Hikaru Nakamura and Gukesh. And Gukesh played some wild preparation. So this position, I wish we would see some tactics like knight g4. I'm still completely mind blown by the fact that Judith just says, what about knight g4? And I'm like, I barely know that's a legal option here. But that's really kind of something that players at home should try to do themselves, is when you're analyzing a game, think about moves like that. Think about where the weak points are in your opponent's position. Here, the f2 pawn, it's quite tender, and only the white king defends it. So all sorts of tricks and tactics in front of that white king. Unfortunately for Vidit, I don't think those are going to work. Maybe he'll feel inspired and go for it, and it could even backfire. But I do think Vidit is playing very solidly in this game. So Fabi has his work cut out for him. It's not going to be one of these positions where he can safely play for a plus. It does feel like Vidit is holding everything together for now. And why don't we head back to our bird's eye view, see what's happening in other boards, because we need to keep our eyes peeled for everything going on across them. And I'm looking in the top right, Abasov with h4, but why don't we go to the top left, because Hikaru and Alireza Firouzja, those knights are jumping, one on b4, one on g4. Destiny's Child would be super proud, David.
You don't put those songs in my head, Robert. Wow, these knights, they're in b4, g4. I mean, this one is clear what this is doing. You're hitting e3. You might want to just simply capture, but the knight on b4 hanging in midair right now. I just want to backtrack and show the last few moves. We saw queen c2 earlier appear, castles, the white bishop landed on e3, and actually a mishmash, kind of hybrid of all of those ideas we mentioned. Pawn to b6, chipping away at the white center. Hikaru says, okay, do your worst, I don't care, bishop e2. And now I just wanted to point out, we see the reason why white forced the black bishop to d7, because now d4 is impossible. The black queen no longer controls the d4 square. So actually white would be doing very well here with an extra move, putting pressure on black central pawn. He decided not to go for this, knight b4 instead, and queen d2, hitting the queen, bishop f5. Again, they might look like elementary beginner threats, but they can be scary. White guards the c2 square and knight g4. Judith, knight g4 didn't work on the other board for you, but do you think it's working here for Alireza?
I'm not necessarily a big fan of knight g4 right now, because to eliminate the e3 bishop, I'm not sure it will be so perfect for black. Let's say I go a3 and then go b4.
Okay, I'll take this one while I can.
Yeah, probably you take that, and then I take f takes c, knight c6. Bishop b5 is also possible, but maybe I just go b4.
No, bishop b5, maybe there's knight a5 and some trickery.
Yes. Yes, that's why I thought b4 is better first, and after that bishop b5 is a threat, for example. And also once I'm going to be castling, after that at some point knight e5 may come. So white has no bishop pair. At the same time, all his pieces are very well placed. And the e3 pawn, I don't see that it can be attacked in the next few moves. But maybe this is not the only one, because after knight g4, at the same time, it's not so easy to go differently. The question is also whether can white castle short, and after knight e3 to go queen takes e3.
Yeah, so just to show this, if castles take, and if black takes on c5, I guess we're just happy with this change in pawn structure, always with white, as long as we control the d4 square. White knight will land in the center. A3, b4 will still come. I like the earlier variation. It looked like the mini Christmas tree with the pawns on e3 to c5, a3 to c5, but here it's just as strong. Yeah, I think I prefer this, Judith, piece play. The other one felt like it could slightly go wrong if, kind of long term, if black's able to untangle, but Hikaru's going for a move.
Maybe bishop f4 is possible.
Ooh.
Can white go bishop f4 and after b takes c5, knight b5 or something like that?
Wow. Going for this pawn. I guess a2's hanging.
The
This
a2
getting
is
crazy.
hanging. Sorry, I don't give up that pawn.
But b
No.
takes c5. It's such a weird
A3.
position. a3. And the black knight probably retreats.
I mean, David, this is some really messy stuff. I mean, pawn sacrifices, which squares you want to carve out. And you can see on Hikaru's face, he does seem like he's struggling with this decision. We promise to analyze this game and so much more when return. There's your streamer, no pineapple shirt, but he is looking for glory here because a win could put him at the top of the candidates leaderboard. We'll return shortly for more from round 12 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. Do not go anywhere because the action continues just a few.
Alright, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight, king g7. We check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5, and now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. But eventually, we find checkmate.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
Back in the Great Hall in Toronto, our backs are not turned on this tournament. This is the 2024 FIDE Candidates, and all players, they are giving it each and every bit of their being because they want to be the challenger to Ding Liren's title. And heading into the event, prognosticators, well, they thought that Fabiano Caruana would be the favorite, but now, as we have just this round and 2 more to go, that is not the case because Jan Nepomniachtchi is in the sole lead, and his win probability heading in to this round was 48+%. So, Judah, as you look at the odds, the win probability for these players, Jan Nepomniachtchi nearly 50%, but not quite. Hikaru around 25%. Gukesh sitting there, looks like with nearly 20 himself. Do you feel like these were adequate markings for these three?
Well, maybe I have to say yes, because I see Jan is so stable and he's so much playing under control, and that it's incredibly difficult to unbalance him. So I don't think it's less than 48% what we see there. But of course with Hikaru you never know. Now, for example, he just gave up a pawn, so he's capable of anything.
He is capable of anything indeed, but he'll have to be more than capable tomorrow because Jan Nepomniachtchi, we have him on screen sitting down here, and I should say the day after tomorrow because tomorrow is a rest day, but in round 13, no matter the results of their respective games, we will see Jan Nepomniachtchi take on Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. So David, no player can look ahead to future games, but I think those last 2 round pairings, white against Hikaru Nakamura, black against Fabiano Caruana, all fans, their eyes are on this home stretch for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Wow. For us, at least, the spectators, the fans, these are some juicy pairings. For Jan, that's a tough path ahead. White against Nakamura, it would be easy to imagine that one not ending in a win necessarily. Black against Caruana in the last round, if he has to make a result there just to survive, to cling on to his lead and secure first or maybe a tiebreak, then yeah, Jan will be up against it. So a lot rests on today. He has a white today, a white after the rest day. He wants to make the most of those. So playing safe, I agree. It's a decent strategy on paper, but it doesn't guarantee anything. So I'm still slightly surprised the odds are that high for Jan. I think a lot rests on today. In the meantime, we do see a move on his board. We'll get to that. But wow, I think you mentioned actually where the action is happening. Nakamura giving up a pawn. And the other games pretty much following the paths we predicted. But that one is really heating up. Firouzja under some pressure. He's grabbed the pawn. He's taking the bait. But was it a poison pawn? That's my question. I guess after castles, a couple of threats here, Judith, for white.
Yes, actually, I like the way Nakamura played. We also started to look at this bishop f4, but after b takes c5, we stopped and we did not take back on c5. And only after that to castle, capturing back the pawn, giving up, and after castle. Why is this possible? Because black's pawns are so weak, the c7 and the d5 as well, and the knight on b4 is actually not doing much. I mean, the c2 square is just what for it is attacked by with the knight. The d3 is completely covered, so white is very much in all kind of threat possibilities towards black pushing a3, then the c5, or when the knight is pushed back to c6, everything can be very vulnerable, the pieces, and also the d5 pawn is protected by the b4 knight, so it can be captured. So now everything is hanging in the air for black, and even the knight on g4 is attacking the f2 pawn together with the c5 bishop, but it's not necessarily that it has anything really, because if it would sacrifice itself and the two pieces would be sacrificed for a rook and a pawn, the black squares are so weak that 2 pawns for the exchange, takes. Yeah, 2 pieces, 2 pawns for the rook. At first, it seems that it's a good exchange. At the same time, here it is not, because of the very weak pawns, d5 and c7, and even the b4 knight is somehow got lost in this game on b4. So what I want to prove that black's pieces are not really standing on good squares. So that's why the pawn up is not a real pawn up, that black is better, but white has at least a huge compensation, and most likely white will win back the pawn on d5, let's say, with a much better pawn structure. I love it for white.
I'm with you, Judith. It looks very nice for Hikaru Nakamura, who wants to make it a 2-0 against Alireza Firouzja, because if we remember back in the first half, they had one of the longest games of this tournament. So let's rewind the clocks. Let's revisit what happened the first time these two squared off, where Hikaru Nakamura, he actually landed the decisive blow in the end.
It's a strange chess, I must admit. He went back from c6 to b8, isn't he?
I was assuming he wants to play the move pawn to c6 followed by d5, and the knight might well get hit later, so knight back to b8, undeveloping. Don't try it at home, anyone. Normally this is not a good idea, but here. I'm also wondering how the bishop got to g2, because wasn't that on c4 a few moves ago?
Nakamura's game getting more and more complicated. The center opens up.
Wow, an easy one to miss. That rook was trapped, actually, and Naka instantly reacts with a block. And not just blocking the attack on his rook, but also unleashing his own queen and bishop combo. The longer this game goes on, 19 minutes, you mentioned it in the other game, Daniel, but the clock could play an issue. Nakamura is so experienced in these situations, just prolonging the game.
5 seconds on the clock, gotta make a move. 3 seconds, 2. Okay, and he's made it. He's taken on d3. He's losing. He's blundered.
Oh my gosh.
That's it. g3 and the game is over.
He just forgot he's walking into a knight fork. It's unstoppable.
In that game, Alireza Firouzja, he walked into a knight fork. It was a tricky endgame where Hikaru had a knight and running pawns, and Alireza Firouzja had a rook, and that roving rook was not quite enough to stop those pawns. But it was down to the wire, the waning seconds, and it was just not enough in crunch time from Alireza Firouzja. But here we see him bopping his head. He is calculating, and I think we should calculate with him, because as I look at this position, it does feel like things are hanging in the balance. A lot of loose pieces, weird knights and bishops. They're kind of on the same squares, just on the other side of the board. And David, I'm going to steal an idea from Judith. She's mentioned d4 pawn pushes in other games, and I think even in this one earlier in some lines. Can black play d4 with the idea of playing d3 next? Just throw that pawn forward and hope for the best.
Ooh, Robert. Yeah, and aggressive stuff, ambitious stuff. I like it. We've got to try. We have the right to make moves on the board, luckily. Firouzja has to look further into the future before he's able to play a move like this one. d4 asks a question of this knight. I mean, already I'm spoilt for choice. Knight a4, knight b5. I'm not sure which one I should go for. Let's say I hit your bishop via a4. Are you just powering ahead? Are you pushing forward?
That was my initial idea, but I see the engine not the biggest fan, but let's see why not.
Good question, why not? I don't see the refutation. White is spoilt for choice yet again. I can take this bishop in 2 ways. I can also drop back with the white bishop, and then the eval bar drops. I guess black now is safe to simply retreat and maintain the balance. Black's strong pawn compensating. Black's actually also temporarily a pawn up. Okay, so knight takes c5, I'm guessing. Oh, wrong again, but a position like this, level material, I mean, it's so hard. There's pieces dotted all over the board. So easy for either side to go wrong. I slightly prefer white just because this knight on c5 looks really strong. But then again, black could get greedy, might be able to grab Judith, I need a helping hand. How to refute Robert's d4?
I was thinking about if we go to the line knight a4. Of course, knight b5 is very tempting as well, but let's go knight a4, d3. What about rook c5? And after d takes e2, rook e1.
Wow. You've got ice in your veins, Judith. Double attack.
Well, there are quite a few pieces hanging.
Robert,
and after queen d2, bishop d2.
Yeah, no, I saw. I didn't realize that rook e1 would just be the simple thing, leaving a pawn so close to promotion. But the problem remains that even with the queens off the board, the knight on b4 and the bishop on f5 is loose, and you can go for the fork with knight to d3, but apparently not enough. It seems like white is ahead because the bishop on f5 falls, then the knight drops, and it's going to be two minor pieces for the rook. That e2 pawn looks powerful, but it's not going to get to the other side. So, Judith, it seems like you parried all the threats, and white just ends up ahead.
Yeah, at the same time, I like your idea d4, but maybe black has to play something before and only in the next move to have as a counterattack d4. Because d4 is not only good with the idea of d3, but it also makes incredible sense that from b4 you're not moving back to d5 if you can consolidate with your pieces and move away from attacks. The c5 bishop is the biggest problem right now for black. So I was thinking to go maybe bishop b6 as a try. At the same time, still, I'm not sure I know what I would be doing if the knight moves away, or just a3 and knight d5. Yeah.
Maybe now d4, as you said, Judith. Maybe it's not the end of the world. Black's a pawn up. Maybe you give the pawn back. And a position like this looks tenable. Looks totally fine. Probably level. Black's pressure on f2 is nice. So I quite like bishop b6, but you mentioned another one. The white knight can move. Not sure where, but a4 again, maybe?
Yeah, a4 or b5. This is always the question of this knight. I mean, I like to go b5. Yeah, c7 is hanging, b4 is hanging.
I can guard both. I can play c5 maybe. Bit loose, but still a pawn up. I'm a big fan of that, being a pawn up in general.
c5 is very strong, I think. So maybe knight a4 after all.
Yeah. I just want to attack this piece simply. Covering c5, threatening to take sometimes.
Is c5 an option again here? I mean, you did in the other one. I know you can try to take on c5, but a2 is currently loose. Somebody mentioned that earlier, that little pawn. It's actually quite valuable here. So you probably have to play a3, but I'm hoping that black is able to regroup just in time, give the pawn back, and hope to try, I would say, your best to get equality, but it's clear that white is the side for choice.
White has the better pawn structure. We talked about isolated queen's pawns not being the worst thing in the world. If you can sometimes push them forward, sometimes even give them away. But right now, yeah, if black's starting to kind of step back with all the pieces, the bishop, the knights, then you can understand why white might be slightly better. White's got great central grip. So yeah, it's difficult. I don't think we're finding a way to equalize yet, or at least not fully. And Firouzja, he's got that dilemma on the board. We see him deep in thought on the camera. Yeah, he hasn't been playing too slowly, at least by the standards of earlier in the tournament for him, but this might be the critical moment of the game. If he's unable to find something now, I mean, it feels like there's going to be tactics, whether it's d4, whether it's something to do with knight takes f2. Maybe you wait and land knight takes f2, but it's so complicated. So many candidate moves. That's the problem when you have too much choice almost here for black. And Judith, it feels like a good moment for him to go deep into calculation.
Well, it's very scary because 1-2 bad moves and white has a huge advantage. And yeah, indeed, if d4 doesn't work, bishop b6, there is no time for that. I don't know what. Well, definitely black has to give back some material. That's clear, and somehow look for good circumstances to that. I'm also considering if knight f2 is possible somehow to for example, takes on f2, takes, and c5, let's say. Is it possible to look for some counter chances? If black could hold the pawns, then of course he could have a pretty good compensation. But I don't see how he is going to save the pawns.
I think Hikaru will have happy memories of two pieces for rook. In the last candidates against Fabiano Caruana, we had a similar material imbalance, which Hikaru won. Beautiful game, super instructive the way he was able to outplay Fabi. So I think that if this is the direction that we're looking at, and Alireza is trying to find a way not to get himself too much in trouble, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like you're going to be happy about these decisions. And I think it goes to show that every move for Alireza is just so much more challenging than the responses from Hikaru. Knight A4 and knight B5 in the air, the D5 pawn loose, pawn to A3 at any moment. And in each variation, they hit you at a different time. So it does seem like Alireza, not the type of position he would want, but he's such a strong player that maybe he will be able to fend this off, because the game, of course, is not just one-sided. We see the evaluation bar is only slightly in White's favor, and maybe one of those moves that we recommended, I think a lot of them, bishop b6, d4. I think you can maybe go rook e8. That looks like a useful move to play d4 in some other positions, but there are many options here, and Alireza, he's left to it. So, Judith, I guess the difficult spot is for him. But do you feel like he is going to lash out, or he's going to try to backtrack and then hope for the best?
I have no idea what he wants to do. I somehow have the feeling that it's an engine move is needed. I mean, it looks very dangerous that really within a few moves there's a huge advantage for White. So now I'm thinking some crazy ideas of, you mentioned rook e8. And I'm thinking about that also, to go rook e8 and in some way to sacrifice, really to take on f2, take on e2, and then knight d3 or something.
Wow, Judith. Wow.
I don't think it works.
I mean, the bar approves. That's normally a good sign. Rook takes e2, so temporarily being a whole rook down. But Robert, looks like compensation and maybe that two-piece versus a rook scenario, but in a better version for Black.
Definitely a better version for Black, because with all this liquidation, and we start counting the pawns as well, Black is ahead by 2 pawns. So it's going to be 2 pawns and a rook for these 2 knights, with the presence of opposite-colored bishops. I don't even know which. I think I would prefer White. I was going to say I don't know which. I definitely would prefer White. I think the minor pieces can coordinate quite nicely. A knight coming to d4, maybe the second knight coming to e5. The control of the c-file is just very pleasant for White. But the evaluation bar is unfazed, David. I don't know why. Maybe you can figure this one out.
Oof, yeah. I mean, this position is beyond me. Even getting here, I think, would be beyond me. I guess it's because Black will post up a nice bishop on e4, and White's king lacks a little bit of pawn shelter, only 2 pawns in front of it. Also, rooks. If this rook ever gets active, if it ever somehow gets to the e-file, for example, there will be counterplay. So I am inclined to agree. I slightly prefer White, but yeah, at least maybe a lesser evil than all of the variations we've been looking at for Black. Judith, your rook e8 is incredible, but again, it's hard to see, right? This whole idea, it's like maybe a 5-6 move sequence, and you only really get that by process of elimination. You have to pretty much be going all in at this point.
But this is exactly what you're saying. It's I didn't come up with this idea because I like it too much, but I just don't see. I mean, we were looking at different moves, right? Bishop b6, d4, knight f2, and then basically there is not much left, because Black cannot just make simple moves and then I'm getting along, because this d5, c7 pawns are so vulnerable, and even the knight on b4. So all these 4 pieces, the 2 pawns, c5 bishop, and the knight on b4, like together you would have to move all of them at the same time. But the rules does not allow that thing. You can move only 1 piece, and it seems it's not enough. It's not enough time to consolidate.
I'm still wrapping my head around that rook takes e2. I was just trying to make a move, include one, then play for d4, because we were saying that d4 didn't work right away. But rook takes e2 in that variation was just sick. So Judith, I saw one of the featured chats saying, can Judith unretire and come back as an active player? The way you're spotting these tactics, I think that everyone would be happy, except for maybe you. I think you might be happy where you're at.
Well, unfortunately, chess is not only about tactics, though these days it becomes more and more concrete with the the engine help or preparation. But this is one of the big part why I always love chess, because it can be spectacular, tactical, fun, entertaining, and these are all good.
I'm loving this featured chat as well. Judith never misses an exchange sacrifice. That's right. I grew up watching your games where you were sacking left, right, and center of the exchange, and what a variation that would be. And I guess the justification here is that when you're so active, like Black's pieces are super active right now, you cannot afford to retreat. You've got to be consistent, but of course it takes almost superhuman accuracy to continue throwing wood on the fire. Rook e8, just keep going forward, keep pedaling forward. Knight takes f2, rook takes e2, knight d3. It's all forward moves, but it takes so much energy.
My question is, like, after rook e8, a3 was one of the options, but knight a4 was the other question for me. Whether after knight a4, can this work also, this bishop f2, rook e2 stuff? I love the bar now.
Maybe. Yeah, rook e2 right away. You helped us, Judith. We found the idea. I think you just grab this right away, potentially. Oh,
it's not this, Robert. I was tempted as well, but I guess the white queen just moves. And then we take this one. What could it be? Knight a4. So mysterious. Maybe it's the same.
I think it should be the same, no?
Bishop takes f2. Which move order, though, this time? We have to take with the bishop first.
Yes.
And
knight
now
f2.
we take... And bang! Your move, rook takes e2. Same, but even better this time. King takes...
Yes, because king e2, queen e8 to start with.
Minimum. Geometry. Robert, we're getting bamboozled left, right, and center. We need to resign.
Well, Alireza Firouzja hopes that he can find a solution here, because even rook e8 is a starting move. I threw that out just like it's a random move that gets d4 ready. But it goes to show that this position is one that's extremely delicate, because a3 is one of White's next moves. We talk about knight a4, knight b5. All of Black's pieces, well, I say not the pieces, the bishops in particular, those pieces are hanging, and the knights are only defended by the bishops. So if the bishop gets captured, then knight on b4 is loose. And we saw other continuation where the rook on c5 hit the bishop on f5. So these loose pieces will drop off, and maybe I'm just running out of ideas because all of them look scary from the Black side. In addition to rook e8, the only other move that I can now think of is knight back to f6, saying, all right, my knight has done its job kicking the bishop away from e3. Let's head back, and then d4 will have knight e4 to follow. It just seems trickier, even if objectively White remains better. I'm just, at this point, hoping, if I'm thinking about this from the Black side, that I can create enough drama in the position to stir up some just calculation that White needs to find accurate moves, and hope that that's enough, because it looks really tricky now.
Yeah, and he's spent almost, around 20 minutes now, Alireza. They do say long think, wrong think, all of that cliched stuff, but I genuinely believe if you haven't seen rook e8 in this tactical sequence after 20 minutes, it's going to be hard to find it at all, and especially with the clock ticking, the stress of the position. Stakes are high. We could see a mistake. I think it's very difficult, rook e8. And Alireza, he might need something like that. Knight f6, Robert, I agree, it's kind of a safety first move. It might be one of the better ones, but also from a psychological point, hard to play, especially if his last few moves have been knight b4, knight g4, literally over the last half dozen moves. Going back to f6 feels inconsistent somehow. So difficult moment on the camera. He looked a bit uncomfortable. Alireza, tough times. This could be key, Nakamura, if he gets a win here.
Yeah, this would be shaking up the standings even more, because Hikaru, he is charging. He was struggling at some point. He lost to Vidit, and then he's gone on a winning streak. And to beat Abasov, to then beat Praggnanandhaa with Black, now to have this position against Alireza where things are sharp, and Alireza is the one who needs to be careful. It looks like he has some good chances. But why don't we zoom out of this game, because Alireza will show us if he's able to stave off this initial pressure and come up with a reasonable response here that keeps his position together. I'm looking across the other boards, and I do think that we have some exciting stuff happening. And the bottom right, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa, that is not one of the more exciting ones. I see that Jan's knights are trying to gallop into the queen side, but that's why Praggnanandhaa is rerouting his knight to challenge that. And then I'm looking mainly at the top right, where Gukesh all of a sudden has slowed down. And it's Abasov who is not trailing on the clock by much anymore, and the position remains as sharp as it's ever been. But I do see that the evaluation bar right down the center, it's anyone's game in the top right.
I think we jump in there, and I have a feeling Judith's kind of spidey senses, the tactical feelings are going off here, because there's going to be tricks all over the place, right? I mean, first of all, black cannot take on e5. This would walk into a simple skewer, bishop f4, and disaster on the diagonal. I've got to ask, though, it feels wrong, but it also feels right. Castle's kingside. I'm told that you should castle your king in every game, but why is Gukesh hesitating? Why has he been spending so long on what could be an obvious move? Is there a tactical trick here?
You like this very old-fashioned moves like castling.
I'm an old man. What can I say? I'm a grandkid. Castle the king.
No, I didn't say that. It's just an old-fashioned move, you know. Castle.
I mean, when in doubt, castle the king. I mean, you can't blame me for that one. Wow.
No, it's quite a logical approach, to tell you the truth.
I have a feeling it's wrong, but Gukesh, what else could he be thinking about, though? Unless it's bishop takes knight, but that looks way too provocative. Bishop takes and the black knight moves, but that's too much, surely.
Sorry, Judith, just to point out one, I think Judith Polgar approved variation. Is it bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4? Does black have f5 available because the f2 pawn is pinned?
Judith, was that what you were going to ask about here?
No, but it's an interesting idea. At the same time, maybe black doesn't want to take bishop e4 and f5.
I'll just put that on the board. A really interesting moment. I think this must be the reason he's delaying a decision right now. Bishop takes, and Robert really kind of sharply spotted f5. I totally missed that this was a pin.
At the same time, what about takes and bishop g6 check?
Queen g3.
Oops. Oh, you have your eagle eye.
I was going for a cheapo, hoping that somebody would take en passant so I could grab this pawn on g3.
Actually, f5 would be very strong then. If white has to retreat, maybe we just... I mean, firstly, g5 is slightly tempting here, but even if black castles now, it feels like a good version. This bishop is just unassailable forever now, this black bishop we were talking about for so long. Okay, bishop takes. Maybe the white queen takes back on e4.
But can I ask again a strange question? Actually, bishop e4 is on the board.
Wow.
Bishop e4. If bishop takes e4, f5, can I take bishop f5? It shouldn't work, I think, because you take a knight f8, or what is the best?
Knight on f8. There is no mate. The knight will come to e6.
And your bishop on c5 is...
Glorious. Glorious, Gukesh. This bishop here on the diagonal. Okay, bishop takes e4. Wow, counterintuitive, but maybe strong.
Well, I really thought about it because Gukesh was sitting there thinking for 30 minutes, and castling kingside also was the obvious move that I would play pretty quickly. But then I thought, if you castle, like bishop takes e4 is really harmful because your knight on h7 is trapped. So if the queen takes on e4, then when black castles, there's no ability to team up on that knight, and so you feel a bit safer. Not to mention f5 is still available, or f6 even, to try to open up the rook and the bishop on the f2 pawn. So there are going to be ideas that black has because the white kingside is not well defended. So I think it was a timing move for Gukesh. He took on e4 now, while white will struggle to take back with the bishop.
Yes, actually, it's a very nice idea, which you spotted out and what Gukesh played, and I think he's very happy with his position because this is what he wanted to get, right? He has to win. I mean, there is 2 more rounds after this round, and he's tying for second. So definitely he's the one who has to be chasing Nepo for the first place. So he had to choose something that maybe even if it's risky or it looks very dubious, he has to try it. And he was prepared for it mentally. That I go for it and I challenge my opponent, who is a good grandmaster, but still not a 27 plus player, who is an expert and he who would find at the board the most difficult moves necessarily to challenge this knight h7 challenge. And this bishop e4 is very good, even though that I don't think it's so full for white. Queen e4, then Newcastle. But it can be, if you don't have attack, let's say with the two bishops, I mean the g2 bishop is not doing much, right? And so the as b6 and rook b8 was played. Now the g2 bishop is not so powerful, having the pawn on d7, so the white squares are all defended in the black's camp. The only piece which is not standing the best is still the h7 knight. So if it could be regrouped somehow to play f5 and then either after ef to come back, or to move it somehow to f8, g6. Well, still it has a long journey, I think, until it gets to a reasonable square. But white's pawn structure is very bad. And if white has no attack, it will be very difficult to defend all his pawns. With having black, the c5 bishop, extremely powerful, very, very strong piece. So it is very difficult to play for white.
David, that knight, though, it does not leave the best impression. I mean, it's on h7, especially if your castle is nowhere to go next. So Danya often says that pawn structure is overrated. And here we see that white has a lot of play, some nice centralized queen. That bishop on c1, watch out for some tactics with bishop takes h6 at some moment, because black doesn't have so many defenders over there either. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, the pawn structure looks terrible, but how does black hammer away at those double c pawns?
Good question. And I don't think you can yet, not immediately at least. I think Gukesh has to prioritize here. I've got to disagree with Danya. I mean, the only way I put bread on the table is by chipping away at my opponent's weak pawns. It's the only thing I know how to do. But here, I think it's very much long-term. The longer you keep this game going, the more of a bind you might get as black if this bishop survives. Okay, he does castle, so I'm loving your f6, f5 ideas, Robert. Yeah, this knight, you've got to pray it becomes a better piece. I was always told one bad piece makes a position bad, but here at least you have the worst piece, but you also have the best piece on the board, the bishop. So I think they kind of balance each other out. And like Judith says, I don't think white should be worse necessarily, even if everything goes wrong. Like a bishop on f1 will always defend the c4 pawn in any endgame. It feels like you should be fine, but it's not the kind of calm position that Abasov has been having kind of day in, day out with the white pieces. He just wanted to neutralize his opponents most of the time. And yeah, you kind of feel pressure to do something. And for me, that's the hardest thing in chess, like when you feel like you should be punishing your opponent, when you should be active to compensate for a bad pawn structure. It's a lot of pressure you put on yourself, and often you kind of lash out. So we'll see what Abasov has in store. Maybe just kind of bishop f4 to prevent the f-pawn moving, then rook d3, rook d1. Game goes on. It's just a position. Both sides have reason to be happy.
That seems to be a very good plan, I think, what you just mentioned, David. Bishop f4, stopping f5. So black can play very easily rook fd8, let's say. White goes rook d2 or rook d3, doubling. Knight can go to f8, right? And trying to go to better squares through g6, e7. At the same time, white can go, for example, h5. So knight f6, knight g6 is not possible. And simply to press and to bring the rook to d1, and it looks pretty okay for white, at least.
Yeah, there's a bind going on, so then I'm wondering if instead of going after those c-pawns, because bishop f1 and bishop d3 at some moment could also be scary, but at the very least it defends the c4 pawn, is b5 an idea for black? Like, give me some space. I help your pawn structure by trading off one of your weaknesses, but at least black finally can breathe. The rook on b8 that's been sitting behind its own pawn has an open line to work with. And now we get from a positional struggle into potentially a tactical one. And white still has these weaknesses, split pawns on the queen side.
I like it, Robert. I'm not sure I would have found it unless I got to that position and was just simply stuck for a plan because, yeah, of course, we're always told never trade off your opponent's weaknesses, leave them saddled with weak pawns. But sometimes needs must, b5. And that will lead to the question, you know, a position like this, is it time already for moves like b5? If not, then does white have time for like a4? And all these little details, all these little questions creeping in. You've got to be really accurate because especially with black, actually, you might be left with no counterplay at all. Bishop f4 played, and I think a really, really strong move before black's in time with f5 or f6. So, yeah, it's not one-way traffic. I was praising Gukesh's creativity, just the imbalances here, but Abasov, if he wants to win his first game in the tournament, this might be his chance. It's that imbalanced right now, could definitely go either way. And I agree with the feature chat. This knight, not the best in the world right now. Pretty grim on h7.
Not the best piece, that's for sure. I don't think anyone would claim that it is, but it will go back to f8. There will be no mate. The d7 pawn will be defended. So Gukesh, he got the type of position that he was striving for by playing this opening. There are no easy outs for either side. So if he can overpower his opponent, outplay him, then he'll deserve a full point. Otherwise, we may see even Abasov win because this position does not have the safety net that you would like to lead to. So let's head out of this one just for the moment because I'm looking at some of the other games and action is really heating up. And I want to point out that Firouzja in the top left found the best move, rook to e8. Amazing calculation from him. Likely studied the position for 20 plus minutes. Found those ideas like Judith was talking about with rook takes e2 and some exchange sacrifices to get the play. But I also want to point out that while Jan Nepomniachtchi is rook lifting on the bottom right, I don't know where his attack's going to come for, but he'll try. In the bottom left, we haven't looked at Fabiano versus Vidit in a very long time. And at least from a distance here, as a small board to my eyes, but as we bring it up to be our main board, I like Fabi's position. There's a symmetrical pawn structure, but I just feel like white's having a little bit more fun. Judith, do you feel a different way about this position? Do you think that Vidit should be happy with the position he's obtained, or do you think there's a little something here for Fabi?
Well, I think in the next three moves, we are going to see what is really the situation. The last move was c4 from Fabi, pushing back the d5 knight to e7. And the question is whether how can white take really the initiative in the next 2-3 moves. Let's say if white would have pawn on b3 and bishop on b2 and rook d1. Obviously, white has almost winning position. So the question is, how will white manage to bring the bishop? Maybe just simply playing b3 and bishop b2. Maybe it's so simple as that. So it's very important that white should be very fast. Because otherwise, black has a beautiful a7 bishop. Black can bring the rook to d8 or e8. Black can go bishop f5, eliminate the white square bishop. So I think we have to look into concrete things.
Mm-hmm. Let's do just that. Let's jump in. I want to praise as well. Fabi's queen e1, just queen takes e1 a few moves ago. Bishop c2. It's all really nuanced. He was covering the b4 square, forcing the black knight back to e7. And yeah, let's show your b3, Judith, because to my eyes, that's the kind of first thing I would want to play. Bishop b2 looks so tempting. The bishop's on these diagonals, like you said. Surely winning for white if you get one or two more moves. There'll be sacrifices. There'll be attacks all over the place. Is it bishop f5 first, potentially? I'm also slightly curious about some sacrifices or setting it up, at least, like knight g6, for example, and just playing for some bishop takes h3. But I don't know. Too lazy to calculate this one. Let's say black plays simple moves instead. Bishop to f5, as you mentioned. How much of an advantage can white really hope for? If the bishop trade happens, feels like black's very quick. Rook e8. Black's the first one to these open files. Good bishop, good knight. Oh, sorry, good knight on f5.
Sorry.
Go on, Judith.
Yeah, I thought that there is a possibility instead of taking on f5 to go bishop b2, and after taking on c2, queen c3 double attack. So with the better circumstances to exchange the bishops.
Very nice. I guess black needs to waste a tempo here. Not sure how to defend. Knight f5 maybe. And if you take
rook d8.
Or rook, yeah.
Or rook e8.
Rook d8. Looks roughly level. Okay, maybe Fabi needs something more energetic. You were hinting that time is of the essence. What else could be on his radar here? b3 is nice and desirable, but
bishop
maybe
e3, maybe to exchange the black square bishop, eliminate that a7 best placed, most active piece of black.
Really nice. And this is based on a tactic. If black tries to win a pawn, bishop takes c4, there is a knight jump. Knight e5 is a fork. And if the black queen tries to defend her bishop, then whoops. At the... Ooh, maybe not here. I was going to say you just win the knight, but then the white bishop is attacked.
No, actually, maybe queen e4 was the double attack, which is the most painful.
Nice. Geometry again, Judith. Nice. Double attack and you win a piece. Bishop e3, therefore, it's not 100% obvious. You have to calculate 3 or 4 moves, but as you said, it's positionally very desirable because there's holes on the black queen side. Actually, endgames aren't entirely safe. If imagine a white knight ever jumps around and gets to c5. Big weakness on b7. Yeah, really kind of bad pawn structure. White tying down all 3 black pawns with 1 pawn himself.
I think bishop f5 is also impossible here. That look in that position after bishop e3 in the trade. Like bishop f5 is the move you want to play to start trading off pieces. But I think rook d1 is an issue because queen e6 looks like it trades queens or trades bishops. You get everything on the board, but queen b6 aims for a back rank checkmate. So the bishop on c2, you can't take that one. It's immune from capture because rook d8 or even queen d8 to start with if you want to get fancy is a back rank checkmate. So there's actually problems not just on the queen side in those weak squares. The fact that there's no luft available for the black king, that's also something we should store in mind because there could be some issues along that final row.
Yeah, the black king. I was looking other directions as well. Knight g5, there's ideas, but bishop f5 neutralizes that. Looks like all roads lead to bishop e3 right now for Fabiano. And because it is relatively symmetrical, the pawn structure, yeah, accuracy is key. You take your foot off the pedal, b3, then we feel black is probably equalizing, just a bit too slow. And yeah, huge game for Fabiano, of course. Bishop e3 gives him chances. Anything else? Maybe Vidit's back in it, or at least Vidit's totally fine. So big critical moment. 8.5 minutes spent. He senses it as well. The top players, they're so good at sensing the moment. Fabiano, do we think he's going to play bishop e3? Is it prediction time of the day? I want to hear your thoughts, everyone. Robert, Judith, how many decisive results are we going to see today?
Judith, I'll let you go first.
Well, okay. How many decisive results? Well, 2. I say 2.
Robert, after you.
I'm going to go with 1. I feel like we have a pretty peaceful day ahead of us. David, do you agree with me or with Judith or maybe even more?
Oh, bishop e3 is on the board. Nice move by Fabi. I'm going to be different. I'm going to say 3 just for the fun of it. I should probably say 0 just but yeah, 3, I believe.
0?
No, I think 3. Yesterday there were 3. We can do it. Come on, players, keep entertaining us.
Well, Fabiano Caruana needs this game to be decisive in his favor as one of the 3, because otherwise he may still remain in contention, at least mathematically speaking, but other players, if they strike and he doesn't, it's going to be a tough road ahead. So Fabiano Caruana, will leave him to it. He developed his bishop, offering a trade. Still so much work left for him and the other candidates. This is the 2024 FIDE Candidates Round 12. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Obviously, don't go and do that.
Now, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
All four games still going on here, and once again, Fabiano Caruana out of his chair. So it's clear that his opponent, Vidit on the move. Nepomniachtchi, he's made his move to the top of the standing. You see his hand behind his head there. Not sure if he's scratching his head because he's confused about his position, or if he's just trying to settle in for what could be a long game against Praggnanandhaa. No matter where you look, there are tactics, there are fireworks, there's a lot of fun, because this is the 12th round of the 2024 FIDE Candidates, and we have all players on screen in front of us, and we see in the top left, that's the game that I am most impressed by, where Firouzja made the Rook E8 move, and then he's followed up with a pawn push in the center. So I think that our game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja, as Nakamura tries to chase down Nepomniachtchi, is the one to keep our eyes on.
Definitely looks like it's heating up. Not the knight takes f2, rook takes e2 firework display that we expected, but watch out, it might be coming anyway, just in a slightly different order. I think we'll jump there. Nakamura against Firouzja. Just to update the other boards, Caruana did play bishop e3 as we saw just before the break. Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa. We will jump in to update everyone there. Awkward moment for Nepomniachtchi. Does he take the queens off the board? Is he safe there? Does he keep the queens on, keep playing for the attack? And in the meantime, yeah, nothing too much to report on Abasov against Gukesh.
Well, while players are deep in thought, I just want to let you know that the computer chess page on chess.com is where the top engines are currently battling out positions from this candidates tournament. So why don't you go on over there, go to go.chess.com/computerchess and watch Stockfish, Torch, and more as these Silicon Beasts dive into the positions of this remarkable event. So for those engine lovers out there, for those of you who not only love them for preparation, but love seeing them come up with brilliancies as they square off against one another, use the command in chat and go to that link as we dive back into the action. David, take us away.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. Nakamura against Firouzja. Just to break down the last move, an unexpected one. We talked about this d4 pawn push, but in a different iteration. We talked about it last move, actually. Rook e8 first, and only after a3, now d4. So counterattacking against the white knight. And Judith, we need that tactical vision. What's happening here? Is white going to move the knight, or is white going to capture on b4? Two very tempting options. If white moves the knight as well, where to?
Well, there is nothing else than calculate and play out the moves, right? To figure it out what's going on here. So let's go knight a4 first, because that's the most logical way, attacking the c5 bishop. The b4 knight is already attacked by the previous move, which was played by Hikaru. And now the big question is what black is doing. Is he going to be playing d3? Again, intermediate move, or rook e2. So d3 does make sense. At the same time, yeah, let's say d3, but I think rook c5, d takes e2, and rook e1. We were discussing something similar to this, but still maybe there is a change with the a3 and rook e8 is included. We looked at it before without these two moves, and now maybe there is some change. I don't see it first. What is going to be change here?
Me neither, but maybe knight d3.
Well,
okay,
also knight d3. Okay, knight d3, rook f5.
Oh, okay, the bar hates it, but here we go.
Takes.
Queen takes. Yeah. Oh, not queen takes e1. Knight takes e1, maybe. Wow. This is so tricky. So easy to go wrong. Knight takes e1, the
Very
only
easy
way.
to go wrong.
Defending everything.
Yes, because the problem is, I think, after queen e1, that queen d7 can be very powerful double attack. So it's for concrete
I wanted
means.
wanted to defend my knight over here.
Rook e4 doesn't work here, hitting both knight and bishop. Oh,
Ooh.
knight c5. Knight c5. Ah, I tricked myself.
Let's put that on the board. This looks flashy, but knight c5. I mean, I wonder as well, there's all sorts of ideas like queen d1, but queen d1 here doesn't seem to... Maybe it does get the job done. Queen d1, I was worried about knight c3, but maybe black just ignores and d8. Hanging out on d1. Chilling.
Yes,
Wow.
bishop d2 is impossible to rook d2.
Nice trick there. And white's back rank this time, Robert. I mean, this is just one variation, but one of the things that's going through Hikaru's mind right now.
Well, that goes to show how scary this position is, not just for Alireza, which is what I thought at first. It looked like all possibilities there would be in Hikaru's favor, but now that we're going to these lines, it's very easy for Hikaru to take a wrong direction, because in the previous variations that we're looking at, this whole pawn takes e2 wasn't that threatening, but apparently in this one, there's something available to black. Neither player has the evaluation bar. So David, I actually am curious, like in that continuation there was something that said like black was totally winning as Hikaru was about to grab his knight, but something apparently is in the air allowing black not just to be okay, but even better. And he did go knight b5 instead of knight a4. So d3 still feels like the response from Firouzja.
Yeah, d3 looks like the response. The line that was completely winning, you're right, it's a bit of a mystery. I guess that last one we stumbled on was winning, but relied on a bit of helping hand from white. Let's try and dig deeper into this one. Is the placement of the white knight going to help at all? just going to mention it's even more tempting now than previously to capture on e2 because rook takes e2. There is this bishop d3 move hitting the white queen, the white knight, hitting everything. But I mean, I can't count here. What's the material balance? Exchange down, temporarily up, and wow. I guess you take. Which one do we take? We take this one, and just a guessing game here. So many pieces hanging. I wish I had 1 hour to calculate, let alone 1 minute here.
Maybe you can just take rook takes c5, and after bishop f1, maybe just simply king f1. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess the knight retreats. White's definitely better, even if the bishop just drops back. Yeah, hard to evaluate. Like even just bishop g3, probably win back the pawn at some point, and black's left with weaknesses all over the place. This looks really strong. So rook takes e2 doesn't quite work. Let's go for the other variation, d3.
Yeah.
David the deep one. Okay, bishop d1 forced. Maybe not forced. I'm just assuming here. It didn't work too well in the last line. But maybe you'll move
and
again,
there was...
Judith?
Sorry?
Maybe you'll move again, rook takes c5. What's the difference?
Rook c5. D takes e2.
It's like spot the difference. All of these positions, we've seen it with a knight on a4, we've seen it with a white pawn on a2. It's all the same, but all different in a way.
But there was another idea for black, I think. Instead of d3, can I go rook takes e2, queen e2, and knight d3?
Wow.
Well, probably it's awful because maybe just rook c5 you go. But maybe not.
c5.
And knight d4, let's say. Knight f
Knight
d4.
f d4. Yeah, and very strong for white because bishop d3 doesn't work. It's all of these 2 pieces for rook positions. Yeah, white's 2 pieces probably better than the rook in this scenario at least. So rook takes e2 doesn't look like it's working out. Tactics there in white's favor. So tempting, very forcing. And d3, therefore, process of elimination. It must be this move for Firouzja to hold the balance. What a mess. I've got to say, it's rare to see such tactics with all of the pieces on the board. The pawns have disappeared. It's just crazy, Robert.
What was happening here? So d3, rook takes c5, pawn takes e2. So this much, I think, is straightforward for the players. Rook e1. And then the knight on b4 and the bishop on f5 are still under attack. And the knight is better placed on b5, right? That's the essential claim. So if you play knight to d3, rook takes f5, like this type of position, hasn't white had the upper hand in many of them? Like if you see, okay, I was going to take a rook, and apparently taking the rook is the wrong choice from black. But that does make sense. And actually, that's something that we should highlight is that rook on e1 in many variations isn't even going anywhere because you need a piece to blockade the passer. I guess you do need to be active here from the black side because e2 is hanging on the spot. So I don't know what black's move should be instead. This is just that crazy of a position. But it's some other variations as well. Maybe leaving the knight on d3 can be better than actually capturing the rook on e1.
Yeah, maybe some hits like queen d7 here, hitting the white rook on f5 and asking questions before deciding what to do, but you're kind of walking into a self-pin on the d-file. I mean, this is just so irrational. I mean, Firouzja, he spent 4 minutes, but I wouldn't be surprised if he spends another 20 here. This is so hard to evaluate. How can this be level? But does he have options? I'm also wondering, does Hikaru have safer options if pawn to d3? Can white just chill and retreat?
Knight c2?
Yeah, I'll pretend I saw that was legal. Can I be greedy here? Fork.
Yeah, that looks like a problem.
I'm going to win material, but white's very, very passive. So there probably is compensation somewhere, but...
Can we move our knight back instead of forward? Is that a possibility? In many of the positions before, we couldn't bring our knight to a6, but if I get defensive for the moment, can knight a6 somehow work out?
Such a hard move to play. Very un-Firouzja-esque here. Surely he's not going to play knight a6. you're right there, Robert. Maybe needs must. Maybe it's necessary here just to hold the fort, defend c7, defend the bishop. Black's still a pawn up. I keep forgetting. But it's a big pawn as well, this pawn on d3. So one bad piece, but I mean, it's not as bad probably as that knight on h7 was in the Gukesh game, but it's still stuck on the rim, undefended. Wow, Judith, what are you predicting here?
I don't like the knight on a6. This I can tell you. But if it's the only move, then I like it. I mean, even though I don't like it, but
yeah,
maybe. Sorry, David. The big question here, though, is Black obligated to play d3 because we looked at rook takes e2, which is the only other move that comes to my mind. That doesn't seem to work out as we were showing. So d3 is seemingly forced from Alirez's perspective, and because Hikaru's up so much time, does he play bishop d1, keep more pieces on the board, or does he go down some of these forcing variations where white may get 2 minor pieces for a rook and chaos just breaks loose? That's like the difficult question that both players need to figure out. But the fact that Alireza is thinking here, Judah, does that indicate to you that he might actually not play d3 and go for one of these other options?
I think he simply has to calculate everything. There is, I don't believe that there are too many alternatives for Black. I think he has to calculate. I'm a little bit surprised that he went d4. I think he was not even spending too much time, I believe. But here, I mean, you have to calculate. There is no other way of continuing the game. And for sure, as David pointed out, that d3, bishop d1, knight a6 is very much not an Alireza kind of play. But of course, all the top players, they are always favored activity, and they rather give up material and have activity than the other way around, taking material and go to passive positions. But in some situations, you just have to deal with that, and there is no other way. Now, right now, 2 pieces are hanging, the c5 bishop and the b4 knight. And by the way, just as a side dish, the c7 pawn is also there, which can be captured with the knight. So, I mean, probably there are only moves for Black to continue the game. This is what I believe, that you make one bad move and you practically can lose the game very easily. But Black has to make the only moves, that's for sure. And for now, what we see is d3 seems to be the only move. I don't see another move, because right now knight a6, I think it's a worse version than with d3. I mean, you don't like to have a knight on a6, especially if white can go maybe simply bishop c4 and play positionally, which eventually, obviously, it will be tactical, but I mean, it seems really dangerous for Black. I would not like to be on the Black side.
No, I mean, knight a6 looks very sad in this position. The bishop on e2, you can say it can go to c4, even knight takes d4. And at the very least, Black has a bad pawn structure, but you might be losing one of your minor pieces. David, this does not look pleasant, but Alireza Firouzja, he is such a good tactician that if anyone can work their way through this maze, I feel like it is him.
Exactly. And I think you're spot on to call it a maze. It's like a labyrinth of variations right now. I mean, even that kind of line after d3, rook takes on c5, even that we're struggling to evaluate. Even with eval bar and so many twists and turns. I mean, candidate moves all over the place. So he's, I'm pretty sure, calculating that one. That maze of variations. It might be a cold shower after d3 if Hikaru does just drop back with his bishop and says, okay, plop your knight on a6, do your worst. I don't care about being a pawn down. But yeah, it definitely feels like at the moment it's easier for Hikaru to play, and maybe he's the one with the choices. Firouzja, the one walking the narrow path. Okay, for now, I'm expecting still a long think from Firouzja, 43 minutes left on his clock. Maybe we check out some of the other developments on the other boards. Yeah, this one sure to stay lively for a while. In the meantime, on the bottom left of your screens, we see a bishop exchange and Caruana in thought after Vidit centralizes his rook. Wow, b5, Gukesh did break out, maybe just in time. Actually, we predicted that position. But one we haven't been at for a long time, Robert, is that clash Jan Nepomniachtchi against Praggnanandhaa. Huge for the standings, of course, our current leader. I say we jump in there just for an update.
I think it's the perfect time to look at that position because while both kings have castled the long way to the queen side, it's not just a peaceful position. We saw that Jan Nepomniachtchi in our bottom right board, and we bring it up on the big screen for you, he did induce this b6 pawn push, which does create weaknesses on the light squares. The problem is, with Praggnanandhaa's move a few turns ago, offering a queen trade, he kicked Jan's queen off the light squares. You need that white queen up on b5, then we're talking. But the queen on d2 doesn't make the best impression. Black has great control of some key squares on the other side of the board, the queen on g4, the f3 square, all under Black's control. And now with a knight on e6, teaming up with the knight on c6, it feels like a bishop coming to f6 in a moment near us. The d4 pawn can be a target, and I just am not seeing an exact plan. So, Judith, it does seem like Praggnanandhaa has played a very sturdy game, and perhaps he's the one who is going to try to play for more at this stage.
Well, I like very much what he has been doing in the last several moves, which actually we missed out partly. But what was happening, which is a very nice way of playing and showing the understanding of Praggnanandhaa, that he was exchanging the white square, the light square bishop. And this meant that there are some weak spots in white's position. As you mentioned, the f3 square, for example. b6, I like very much what he played, because previously white was making a tour with his knight from c3 to a4. And after b6, he had realized that there is nothing to do there, so he came back. And it was a very important situation before, where I think, can we go back just a few moves here? Because just several moves ago, I think Nepomniachtchi was refusing the exchange of queens. And now suddenly he's offering the exchange of queens, if I saw it exactly. So this was the point after queen g4, and he was not agreeing in the queen exchange. Of course, he did not take capture on g4, because then the change of the pawn structure would favor black, because all kind of g5 might come up, and also knight h7, knight f6, knight to come to e4, and the f3 moves are very difficult to make for white. So white went away with his queen. At the same time, in this position, white could have played knight c3 immediately, for example, but he did not play that. He went queen d2 because for the moment he was hoping to go knight to c5, probably from a4, or possibly rook c3 even, to put pressure on black's position. But black played knight e6 or b6, b6 first. Maybe b6. And this, I think, is a very powerful move, because if white has no tactics, and white has no tactics because the previous move, queen g4, was pushing away the white queen to d2, this was a very important intermediate move to force queen on d2 first, and only after that to play b6 with black. White played knight c3. And after black's move knight e6, which is perfect place for the knight. Of course, I could imagine also on f5, it would be also a very nice spot, or even if we are just dreaming, knight on c4 could be also quite useful. But on e6, it supports very much black's position. As Robert said it, the pressure over the d4 pawn. But I also can imagine very much that black wants to go f6, g5. But for the moment, strengthening his position. And queen e2 is a statement that, well, actually, I'm not sure what I want, but maybe let's exchange, and maybe I'm a little bit worse or unpleasant, but I'm going to be holding it. Because this is what Nepo was doing, that even in much, much, much more difficult positions, he was holding on, and even he won yesterday against Vidit. But we can say that Praggnanandhaa outplayed a little bit Nepo from the opening into towards the middle game, because it definitely everybody would favor black, or at least that's what I believe. What do you think? I guess nobody wants to take the white side, right?
Robert, do you want to take white here?
I appreciate you asking me the question. The answer is Absolutely not. No, nobody. Even Jan is looking at this like, can we just switch this board around and give me the black pieces? And I think for everybody who's wondering why is black better, well, the queen trade will favor black if it's a capture on g4, because once that pawn is on g4 for black, the f2 pawn is sort of stuck in place, and black can still play g5. So I like to say the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. As you mentioned, Jude, f6, pawn g5, that's an option over there. The knight on b3, it's kind of a passive piece. The pawn on b6 stops his forward progress, and the d4 pawn needs its defense. So I just feel like the little things in the position are better for black. But all that said, David, I'm sure you're going to agree, how does black actually make inroads? It's like we could talk about the little subtleties, the nuances favoring black, and yet what's the actual plan to go from a preferable position into one where we're like, okay, now we're talking, you've got winning chances?
Why do I always get the tough questions, Robert? That's exactly what Pragg is pondering right now. I guess the serious answer would be step by step. Obviously, you're not going to win immediately. It's ultimately almost symmetrical pawns. Another long-term factor, black's bishop, much more flexible than white's bishop, which looks a bit like a big pawn. I mean, step one, I love your bishop f6, maybe improve the bishop, kind of sit on the position. Again, white never wants to trade on black's terms. I'm imagining white actually playing a move like rook d2 just to hint that the white queen might get active. Maybe this will initiate a queen trade at some point. But say that, okay, white gives black all the time in the world. Just improvement methods, I would be looking at g6, knight g7, round to f5, as Judith mentioned, a very similar maneuver there. I would want to put the king on b7 just to cover any light squared holes on that flank. Maybe at some point just shuffle the rook over to e8, but you've got to be flexible. You've got to play according to what your opponent does. And the big question for me is, I mean, this type of position, if black doesn't feel like the white queen can be allowed to post up on the queen side, a position like this, is it enough? If so, should you be playing for pawn breaks? Maybe my bishop f6 wasn't accurate because now f6, g5 ideas are off the cards. But even here, I've seen so many examples of players suffering in an endgame just because this bishop is bad, and actually Pragg immediately trades off queen, so he doesn't even want to hang around and allow the queen to run away yet again. So we'll see something very similar. Knight takes, and actually maybe a classy move would be something like bishop d6 here, just to stop any knight f4 future exchanges, and maybe the other knight will come round to f5, and then we're talking domination on the light squares. Still white's knights struggling to get any grip, not on great circuits. Ugh, this is really unpleasant for white, I've got to say. The eval bar does not do the position justice. It's yeah, bishop d6 on the board. And
I think we need,
small, but
I was going to say, David, one player who would salivate. Well, I'll name two players, Ulf Andersson and Anatoly Karpov. I mean, they would love nothing more than to have this position from the black side, maneuvering the pieces around, trying to expose some weak squares or induce another weakness. So, Judith, do you see Pragg as somebody who shines in positions like this, or do you think it's just going to be difficult because Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we've seen in every single candidates tournament he's played in, he's just such a wonderful defender?
Well, first of all, it's a position which definitely something Nepo did not want to have in this game today, because the most likely it's going to be a long game and he's not going to be the one who is playing for a win. It's a very unpleasant position. I'm not even saying that it's too bad, but it's very unpleasant. And now the maneuvering starts. So Praggnanandhaa is a young player, but already quite experienced. And I think he has such a passion for the game that he feels very happy in this position. He does not care that they exchange the queens. He would dream to have this kind of position before the round, that he has a better position with black and he's going to be the cat. He's going to be playing the cat and mouse game in this one. And now the question is how he's going to be regrouping his pieces. But it's a great problem to have. The question is whether is he going to be able to create really serious problems for white. It is very unpleasant for white, but I believe also that white has to make small mistakes, at least, to be able to win for black. And I do believe that it's going to be very hard to play for Nepomniachtchi, but he's such a defender. He's like an Iron Man. It's like you just can't get the grip of him. It's he had much worse positions than this one, by far, much worse positions. At the same time, it's going to be, I think, very difficult for him to play, and psychologically, it's very difficult at this stage where he has a half a point lead. He knows, I'm sure he's walking around. He sees what's going on with Hikaru game. He knows that he has a great feeling of chess. So even though he's not calculating the lines necessarily on the other boards, I know exactly when he played in Norway chess, he was commentating in the confessional booth, all the other games also. So he has a great feeling for the game. He knows it that Hikaru may win the game. And for him to make a draw, which is quite a good result in this position, he's not dreaming of winning this position. He knows that there is still very tough day to day for him and the upcoming 2 days to win the tournament. So the pressure is very high.
And Robert, I've got to say, just 2 moves ago, I was getting super optimistic for black. And then I saw Jan's reaction, and so quickly as well on the clock. Just to rewind the last couple of moves, bishop d6, bishop d2 might look innocent, innocuous, but there's a specific plan in mind. And after a5, a4, just kind of locking up the queen side, white's next move is going to be rook f3. I mean, I'm not even sure what black does right now. For example, we wanted the knight to come round, but rook f3 hitting this pawn, and let's assume black plays the safest move and defends it. f6 maybe is viable as well, but there's going to be more exchanges. I'm not sure whether you play bishop f4 or knight f4. Maybe you even play something like this and try and trade off either black's strong bishop or black's strong knight. I think this is the piece I want to trade off, the white bishop, just because it's such a big pawn. It's stuck on the same color complex as most of its own pawns. And the more pieces that leave the board, the harder it's going to become for Pragg. Yes, white still has a horrible knight on b3 sitting out of the game, but maybe the tempi doesn't matter here. Maybe you do have the kind of luxury to reroute that knight later. Jan, this plan, bishop d2, rook f3, bishop f4, that's just the mark of, as Judith said, a great defender who pretty much thinks he's kind of unbeatable, invincible right now. That's a hard one to stop. That's really annoying, I think, for Pragg. I'm not sure he saw this one. Really, really sophisticated stuff.
But if Jan Nepomniachtchi survived that first game against Praggnanandhaa, he's probably feeling pretty good about the position here in the second. When you start with the white pieces, you want to be the one pressing. It is Praggnanandhaa who is trying to squeeze out a full point. And I want to make one high-level comment, and David, you just illustrated this, that the knights are more powerful than the bishop in this position. The bishop on the dark squares for both sides, not going to have targets, whereas those knights, they can jump around, try to get into squares like g4 from the black side, or f5, or maybe even e4 in a dream world. So the knights are more valuable. That's why David led with the bishop coming to f4 in the trading sequence, is because both sides would rather give up their dark square bishop for the knight and then play for an advantage. But that's going to be a dream. I think that Jan is hanging in there, and this is going to be a long game if it indeed will be a one where Praggnanandhaa presses. So let's zoom out of this one as Jan Nepomniachtchi. He doesn't look too bothered. He looks like he just wants to get out of here and head into a rest day with, at minimum, a tie for first. But my eyes are just on the left-hand side of the screen because Alireza Firouzja, after a very long think, found the best move, pawn to d3. He is finding every necessary continuation. And then the bottom left, I have to say, I like Fabiano's position. Whether he can win it is another story, but I think that Fabiano, he's in charge. He's dictating the course of the game, and any player would rather have that one from the white side. So, David, I'll pass the baton to you. Which game do you think we should dive into? Because they really are all pretty electric.
Yeah, tough call, Robert. The board on the top left, Nakamura deep in thought. We did quite a lot of analysis there. We did some calculation. Still unclear what the conclusions are. Ultimately, Hikaru has a crossroads right now, whether to go really sharp or whether to try and stabilize. Firouzja is ready either way. The Abasov against Gukesh game is pretty much following the path that we showed earlier. I think we actually predicted this exact position on the board, over half an hour ago. So that, by process of elimination, leaves Caruana against Vidit. And you mentioned it's very pleasant for white, but the question is, does he have something concrete, Caruana, or is this the type of pressure that might fizzle out? Judith, what are you looking for here? What are you expecting Fabi to try and play for?
Well, the first move comes to mind, of course, to bring the rook to d1 or to e1. This is somehow to strengthen the position. The question is how black wants to simplify, maybe. Does he want to go queen d6, maybe? Or he wants to keep the queens? Actually, queen on d7 stands pretty well, because once it goes to c7, let's say, then knight d4 can be much more powerful from white side. It's a typical position where white has to be very accurate in order to keep this pressure and little advantage, or even, of course, increasing the advantage. First question is whether, if let's say we exchange the rooks, rook d1, queen moves away, and let's say exchange the rooks, who does it favor? I believe that probably it does not favor white. I would rather keep the rooks on the board, at least while I have the knight on f3, because there is no entry for black rook, because the bishop is standing very well on c2. The knight stands pretty okay on f3, covering the d2 and the d4 squares. So at first, probably I would rather play rook e1 instead of rook d1 due to these reasons. Or it's also possible to play rook d1 and only after queen c7 to go rook e1.
Yeah, I quite liked your knight d4 suggestion, Judah. I'm just wondering whether by force you can... I like your rook e1 here as well, just keeping pieces on the board. But you mentioned knight d4, and it wasn't really on my radar, but if the black bishop moves, it doesn't have too many squares. Suddenly now you go rook e1, and a bit uncomfortable, some back rank mate ideas. Is this annoying for black at all?
It looks very annoying to my eyes. I feel like every variation here looks annoying because black is clearly on the defensive. And one thing we should continue to point out is that bishop on c2 is taking away the h7 square from the black king. So there are many continuations. Actually, if we go back to the live board for a second, I'm just going to come up with a fun one. That if you play, say, rook to e1 in the game position and black plays queen d6, white can still play rook to d1, because you can't take my queen as I back rank checkmate you. So you have to be really careful for black, and we're not going to allow a checkmate, but you may think you have everything under control, and suddenly there's a back rank issue that you need to deal with, and that could give the upper hand to white. So I do like white's position. I don't know exactly how to demonstrate that pinpoint precision to keep the advantage and kind of nag black at every turn, but I think Judith's points are well taken, and I think anyone, just like we're talking about the Pragg game, would take black. Here, anyone would take the white side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he really needs to be accurate, though, to maintain the advantage. As Judith was saying, I think a rook trade might favor black, bring black closer to safety, just because you have less ammunition with white, less chance of entering later, fewer tactical possibilities. Likewise, a queen trade, I don't think that would necessarily help Fabiano's chances either. So Vidit might be looking out for queen to d6 if he doesn't get hit by those nice, tricky back rank, those back rank issues. So, okay, the featured chat there says you would favor Fabiano in these kind of nuanced games. Maybe, although Vidit, yes, he's had an up and down tournament, but he's quite a stable guy. He will be able to see these short 2-3 move tactics. And if he can keep staving off the threats, it's only really one queenside weakness for black. So yeah, he's holding things together for now. White needs to create a second front of attack or needs to throw black off balance somehow. Not easy. Black solid, but yeah, definitely white for choice right now.
Yes, the question is really how to take away the opportunities and space from black. Because this is a good point, what Robert said, that even queen d6 is not really a threat, because only after that, if white goes rook d1, just winning a tempi. That's why I started to think about what happens, whether it's a good idea already to start pushing the pawn, let's say, to b4. I know that the c4 pawn can be vulnerable at some stages. At the same time, what I'm thinking, if black queen would be going to c7, that would be maybe not so easy, because b5. I mean, at some point in this game, I think it will come. If we go forward into later stage of the game, possibly b4, b5 will arrive in the position. but I'm not sure that I'm happy to push b4 and leave the c4 pawn vulnerable there. Somehow it feels like to bring the rook, that's the best idea. The final piece into the play.
But can we actually, now that we're on this note, can we play b3 to start with? And then my main question is, what's Black's response? Like, I just want to know if anyone sees a good plan from the Black side, because to my eyes, I see moves, but I don't see plans.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, Robert, Judith and I are so different. Judith thinks b4. I would always play b3 just because, not because I'm trying to put Black in Zugzwang, just because I'm scared I'll drop my c4 pawn later. But yeah, talking of good moves for Black, again, you always want to trade off bishop f5, but I just don't think it works tactically after the rook comes to d1. Judith, your move. I'm struggling.
Well, let's say go queen d6.
Rook d1.
Into this.
After rook d1, so we go queen c7.
And I like your knight d4. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Judith.
Sorry, no, with the idea that actually I want to provoke somehow White to exchange the rooks, that's all.
Yeah, I like your knight d4 idea, but I actually don't know what I gain from playing b3, because if you're going to bring your bishop back anyway, then I'm just, I think, making the point that it feels like Black is frozen, so White has a free hand, but maybe it's not easy to actually poke more holes.
Yeah, b3, I mean, I love free stuff. b3 is a free move, potentially, but it's not clear, as you say, Robert, how much it actually improves White's position. Yeah, I'm really curious what Fabiano comes up with. I mean, style-wise, I'm thinking of Fabi. He's a calculator. He wants something a bit more direct, potentially. Vidit doesn't look like he's enjoying life if we look at him on the camera right there. He knows his tournament chances are pretty much nil at the moment, but there we go. On to b3 on the board. That wasn't me. That was Fabiano. He takes the slow approach, just staying flexible. It's up to Vidit to find a plan. I think a good practical idea, just force the opponent to move, force the opponent to think and burn time.
But actually, after queen d6, White can go queen b6. That can be a good one. Threatening to take the pawn and rook d1 at the same time, right? No, I completely agree that b3 was a good move, so I give you the 10 point, David. b3 is better.
Robert got there first, though.
Yeah.
Robert suggested it before me.
It is also very much Fabiano's style, though. Like, he is somebody who is kind of measured by just by his nature. He likes to wait until the right moment. He's such a calculator. But here, there's not all that much to calculate in terms of specifics. So sitting on the position, it does feel like it gives Vidit more opportunity to go wrong. And it's not, as we keep discussing, it's not really that easy for Black to come up with anything noteworthy. Individual moves, sure, queen d6, queen c7, things of that nature. But you're just waiting to see what White does to you and hope that you have enough to fend off anything that comes your way.
Yes, it's not a fun thing to spend your time with defending in this position with Black. It's something, especially against Fabiano. It's going to be a long game. It's going to be a long torture. I mean, the queen on c5 stands incredibly well. The black pawn structure on the queen side is definitely very passive, a lot of weaknesses. The only question is indeed whether, if let's say it would be an endgame, if we would exchange, just take off the board on the board the queens and the rooks, let's say. Obviously, White has a beautiful position, but maybe, actually, I'm pretty sure that Black can hold it because there's not enough entry to the Black camp. That's the problem. Which means that Black should always look for an exchange of queens and White, and also probably rooks. Though with having only the rooks down, it could be still very unpleasant for Black, especially if the f3 knight could be regrouped, reroute to c5, for example. That's not a bad spot. But still, I believe that the best is for White to keep all the four pieces, the rooks and the queens as well.
It looks like Fabiano to do that. Yeah, Robert, I'm wondering, is it time to take a look at the bird's eye view? Looks like Vidit will now take a bit of a pause as he tries to conjure up a plan. Hikaru still hasn't moved. A really long think from him right now. Of course, a tactical mess. Nepomniachtchi pretty much going down the path we indicated. He's put a white bishop on f4. He's trying to stay solid, trying to fight for the draw against Pragg. And that does leave us with one of the players in second place, Gukesh, in what he feels probably is a must-win situation. That one, again, progressed down a line we mentioned, but again, mysterious. What does either side do? It seems to be at a bit of a, a bit of a standoff here. Mutual Zugzwang, maybe. How does either side improve their position? Okay, where to go to next? What do we think?
Well, I mean, this position is one. Sorry, I'm going to throw it to you, Judith, in just a second. I was just going to say it's one where you don't really know exactly what's coming your way because both sides have everything under control. So now it's coming up with a new plan. So, Judith, I was going to ask you, in this position, which side would you prefer to play this game from?
That's a good question. And in the meantime, I'm thinking I would say that, what kind of opening it reminds me what I was playing. There, the pawn would be standing instead of a7 on a6. I was playing the Sicilian Pausen, and there it could happen positions like this. Having this structure with the pawn d7, e6, and having the black square bishop. I wouldn't mind to play it with white, to be honest, because I have one weakness on c3. At the same time, I have my bishop pair. The f4 bishop is blocking all kind of d pawn or f pawn moves completely. So basically, black cannot move any of his pawns. d7, e6, f7, g7, h6. Black can forget about that completely because white played very well the pawn on h5. That's a very active and very nice pawn to gain space. Also gives limitations to the f8 knight to come to g6. So black is pretty passive on the queen side. The activity he has with the rooks, but I don't think it's great counterattack. But I don't think white can be in danger by any means.
David, what about you? I mean, I know that you like a bishop pair, a safe king. Both kings look relatively safe for now, and white's pawn structure worse, but white does have that bishop pair. So which side do you prefer?
Oh, this is tough, Robert. I've seen the positives for both sides. Like you say, the bishop pair for white. I actually really liked Abasov's last move, pawn to a4. I thought, okay, he's lining up. He's going to put a bishop on b5 and go for this d7 pawn. But of course, consequences to every move. And this has allowed rook into b3. On the positives for black, I mean, this knight in f8, knight here on f8, it's the most passive piece. We've been I've been slightly trash talking that piece, but it's holding everything together. It's holding d7 and it's holding the h7 square. You mentioned those lineups on the long diagonal with bishop d3. Pretty much it's holding the fort alone. So the rest of black's pieces are free. The black bishop on c5 probably never wants to move the rest of the game. So the black rooks, the black queen, they're free to roam. Ooh, I'm talking myself into liking black, although I feel like a traitor to my beloved bishops. I just don't really see how white progresses unless bishop e5 at some point is effective. But right now, a bit of a dilemma. Like, you have to defend this pawn maybe with a rook. I just want to point out, like, queen to c2, for example, would run into bishop rook takes c3 anyway, and a discovered check. You win the white queen on the next move. So if you have to go passive after rook b3, rook d3 feels a bit wrong. You vacate the second rank. If you have to go rook c2 or rook c1, it feels a bit... I don't know the right word for it, but it feels a bit wrong. I'll choose black.
I share that sentiment, but the reason why is I just think it's easier for white to go wrong. And I'm looking at the clock, and 26 minutes may seem like a lot of time to be on about to move 25, but 15 moves, 26 minutes, you make a rush decision, suddenly your position can fall apart. And that c3 pawn is super important because if you, say, played bishop b5, which is a natural move, you played a4, likely to get your bishop out and about, but then once c3 drops, the second rook will come into b4 after the pawn is captured on d7, and suddenly we see black's activity and see an initiative against both the white queen and the white king. Be really, really careful here. That bishop on d7 is kind of in no man's land. So I would take black. I don't think white is I mean, we can see the evaluation bar saying that white is doing okay, but I just feel like some of the moves are a little bit more awkward, and who doesn't love double rooks down in fully open file, like the rooks in the B file, compared to the rooks in the D file, which have a protected pawn in front of it.
Yeah, the clock time, you mentioned it. I skipped my notice there. I didn't realize actually it was getting that dramatic this early for Abasov. 25 minutes to make, what is it, 16 moves? Yeah, that's not that much time at all. Vidit, I mean, we've all been there, right, having tough tournaments. Sometimes that adds up. It affects the confidence. Do you think that will play a role here for Abasov?
But I think at some cases it can also be tricky for black, because white has ideas like bishop h6 time to time. I mean, for the moment, maybe it's not exactly working, but let's say if we just take a look, bishop takes h6, g takes h6, g4, check. And then after king goes out, queen f4. I mean, I think for the moment it doesn't work because of rook c3, I guess. And takes...
Oh, maybe not h7, sorry.
No, maybe rook d4 I have, if king g8, yes.
Yeah.
So knight h7.
But knight h7. Yeah, and bishop d3.
But here... Yeah, I thought bishop d3, you just have to grab it. And
is there f5 again?
Oh, Robert, that's too sharp. E takes, just to show your idea, queen takes g3 again, but the bar doesn't even care that much. I mean, surely this is winning for black. Okay, it is now realizing this is deadly. Wow, what a spot.
Yeah, this comes back again and again. It's hunting white's king on g1 with this idea. So maybe bishop h6 does not work immediately, but let's say rook c2 or rook d3 first. I just wanted to point out that eventually it may be something black has to be careful with.
That's really instructive for everyone at home. Never neglect your opponent's tricks, their counterplay. Always look for those forcing moves. Bishop takes h6, definitely on the radar for later. It's the type of thing I would definitely blunder in time pressure. He plays rook d3. Abasov, I wasn't such a big fan because rook b2
because you don't want to... Sorry.
Oh, go on, Judith.
Probably because you don't want to cut the bishop's road to d3. But it has... I like the idea if, let's say, white wants to put it to f3, the rook. And also with the same idea, keeping in mind bishop h6. At the same time, also maybe bishop bringing to d3 or b5.
So many tactical possibilities here in this game. It looks like Gukesh, and he's going on the offensive, and Nijat Abasov, he's trying to keep steady. And you see the many fans behind the players up on the balcony, just eager in anticipation to see what's going to happen. We are as well, because when we return from this short break, it's more round 12 action. Will Gukesh get the job done? What about Hikaru and Alireza? That game is an up and down battle. So we promise to walk you through every step of the action when we return in just a few minutes.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
We see in the Great Hall in Toronto, some boards have cleared out, and that's because this is the candidates and the women's candidates. The first time in chess history that both events have occurred side by side in the same playing hall. And we see some players, they're trotting back to their boards, others seated deep in thought. And while we have a second here, I want to remind everybody that they can be seated playing online over the board at the same time, because chess.com is excited to support the launch of Chess Up 2, a revolutionary smart chessboard that will change how you learn and play the game. With touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board and optional AI assistance, Chess Up 2 meets you at your skill level and supports training and growth. Chess Up 2 even allows you to play chess.com bots on the board. So if you're ready to learn more about Chess Up 2 and save $100 when you pre-order a Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat. And we return to the four boards here at the candidates. It is the year 2024. We'll see who our challenger to the World Championship will be, because Jan Nepomniachtchi would like to make it 3 in a row. But Hikaru Nakamura, in the top left of our screen here, he seems to have other plans. Alireza Firouzja has taken a step in the wrong direction. It's a super tricky game, but we have to dive right in because we were going down some of these variations. David, it looks like Alireza, he couldn't make everything happen in terms of getting his accurate play and keeping the game balanced.
That's right. We actually explored this position and we came to the conclusion it was favorable for white. But a quick action replay for the audience. We left it D3. Hikaru here took a massive think around 20 minutes. His bishop was attacked. Two options: to ignore this attack, to take the bishop, which goes into very murky waters, or to simply step back to D1. And he went for the former option, rook takes C5. Not approved there. We see a red cross. That means a bit of a miss from Hikaru. Maybe bishop D1 was stronger, but at least here, I think in practical terms, just as complicated. More chance maybe for Firouzja to go wrong. A capture, rook to E1, knight to D3, the only move we see. The blue arrow made an appearance there. Rook takes F5, and yet again, the blue arrow marks the best move. The computer thinks queen to D7 would have been the path forward. To mention queen D7, a double attack, hitting the rook, also keeping an eye on this white knight, but of course, in a rational position, really hard to evaluate. I think due to the fact the white rook lacks too many good squares, this would have been strong, maybe bringing the other black rook into the action. Instead, he played the more natural, the more human knight takes E1. Why not regain some material while you're at it? And after the white knight recaptures, suddenly thought now, but Firouzja on the camera looked away there. He looked a bit annoyed at himself, but also talking to himself, maybe calculating still. What do we think he's relying upon in this position? Right now, the material balance is knight and bishop for rook and pawn. And yes, it's a strong pawn, but the black e-pawn might well be rounded up long term if it never promotes. Okay, ideas for black. We need them.
Well,
right?
It is definitely a position where if white can stabilize and consolidate with his pieces, even if he just not even taking on c7 with the knight, but just comes back to c3, he has time to play f3 and king f2, then basically game is completely over, even without knight c3. If we have no queens, then the e2 pawn will be eventually just falling off instead of being a strong passed pawn. So again, we have a very concrete position. Black has to be playing, finding just concrete things. I believe that black simply has to keep his the queens on, because if white if there is the exchange on d2, let's say queen takes d2, bishop d2, black goes, let's say, rook d8, which is the most natural move. White would be going bishop c3. That's what I would be thinking of, bishop c3 or bishop b4. And I don't see how black can continue, because rook d1 is leading nowhere, because the c3 bishop is just defending the knight on e1. And generally speaking, I would want to play f3, but maybe for now I would just go rook c5 maybe, if it's possible to play rook c5.
Black try like a sneaky counterattack, rook d8 to try and take and go in, but
yeah,
slow.
I was also thinking if I blundered after f3, rook e1, you had in mind, right? Rook e1 and rook d1, but it's just not working. Takes, rook d1, and white is just in time with fg4 and rook e1, king f2.
Yep, just in time to hold. Yeah, you mentioned keeping the queens on, Judith, in order to maybe have a better chance of breaking this blockade with the white knight, but how would you go about doing that? How would you maximize black's chances?
Well, the question is, for example, can black go queen e7 with the idea if white captures on c7, let's say knight c7, to go rook d8 and attacking the queen so I don't lose my rook. But what's going on, right? If white just goes queen c3, let's say, he can go also queen a5. The e1 rook, e1 knight is just defended. And if black has to waste his time to play rook f8, white is just going to go h3, pushing back the knight to f6. And I don't think there is any chance for black. Probably bishop g5 is, for example, an idea to continue. I mean, this looks completely hopeless, right? So for black, there are only moves. Again, this is what I can say. Only moves to try to keep playing. So we can go back. What can be those moves that white can have any trouble?
Difficult. Robert here,
Yeah.
it's really tricky for black. He can't get his queen to d1. That's the issue.
I was gonna say it looks like a position that I would expect white to win like almost all of the time here, because the knight on e1 is well defended. His f3, king f2 ideas, especially if the queens are off the board, seem automatic. c7's hanging for good measure with the fork down there. I'm not seeing what black should do. So queen e7, the problem with knight takes c7. Where is this counterplay supposed to come from? Can I put my other rook on d8 in that variation, like queen e7, knight takes c7, rook e d8, and then if you go queen c3, I have rook a to c8. So there's some pin somewhere.
The good news is that I can always jump out of the pin if I need, but yeah, this looks like a decent try. I'm wondering how white tries to refute this or tries to consolidate the advantage. At least white's material up now. Maybe h3. I like Judith's giving the white king some lift just in case. Black knight drops back, and even tactics like rook e5 maybe, but I don't really see what's next. At least this keeps it complicated, right? In practical terms, despite what the bar says, queen's on the board. Feels like you're playing
Well,
for
at
tricks,
least,
but-
yeah, at least rook d1 will come, right?
Exactly.
So
Doesn't
for
feel
the
over.
eyes, it looks good.
Yeah. I think in practical terms, you're right, Robert. This feels like the better way. Maybe queen takes queen and, I don't know, trying to grovel in some endgame is what the computer might want. But I don't know, from a human point of view, it feels like that's only heading in one direction long term, and probably easier for white to find all the right moves. Yeah, queen e7, I think, should be played for better or worse. And then you just deal with the consequences as they come, look for chances later. But yeah, time pressure again for Firouzja. We can understand it. It's the type of position. It's been crazy since an early stage. I mean, who would have guessed this was the French exchange? I mean, the pawns aren't even in the center anymore. What happened? Like the total opposite of that Nepo against Pragg game. But yeah, this is what we're left with. And good news for Hikaru Nakamura fans.
Yeah. Great news for his fans, and it really does remind me of Nakamura against Caruana from the 2022 Candidates, because in that game, Hikaru was able to get the minor pieces for the rook. He was able to actually secure the win in the end. It was a long battle, but Hikaru, he was in charge throughout. So this feels like a problem for Firouzja. His queen trade on tap, not going to work out. Keeping the queens, it looks like you can create some chances, just mix it up. But clearly white is a side for choice. So you can see it on his face. He is not a very happy camper right now.
I have an idea again. You will laugh at me again. I go rook e4.
Whoa, now? In the game position?
Yes. Yep. Black plays rook e4.
Okay. Well, I think I
So I want you to play knight c3 and then queen rook f4.
Wow. Rook f4. And I
Queen
take.
f4, queen d1.
And again, I have no idea how this position is level, but I guess maybe I take your queen, and at the end I realize, wait, it's level material.
Just
After
queen
all of
e4.
that. Then queen e4. I mean, wow. This is ingenious, though. This is really, really creative.
But you don't go knight c3. It's just a logical move to go knight c3. But
Can I go
probably
F-
do something else. f3 maybe simple.
Scared I'll blunder, but f3. Now your rook takes f4, I guess I can take. And
Anyway, queen d1, queen b3.
You trade queens instead of taking on f4. You just trade queens, take the rook on f4, and
yeah.
And?
Oh, but the rook hangs on f4.
And?
Oh, you take on g4. you take on g4 with the rook though, because rook d1. If you take with the pawn on g4, that's how you blunder.
I found a way. But rook takes g4, and it's white who wins this one instead. So, wow. swirling around all these ideas in his mind for Firouzja right now. Rook e4 is really clever, but maybe not
Too
quite
clever.
working. Yeah. But he needs something that's clever. He needs something that's really tricky here that might at least cause Hikaru to think. Because everything else looks so straightforward, like queen takes queen, the white bishop just sits on c3. I don't see any world in which Hikaru doesn't win that one against anyone.
It's
let
okay.
alone
What
with a big
happens
time
if I go
advantage.
queen h4?
I see your threats, and if I block,
I wanted to go rook a d8.
I would definitely panic in a blitz game now with white. Queen c3.
Yeah, probably just go there and all the fuss was for nothing. Queen h6.
I quite like this though from an aesthetic point of view for black. I mean, I don't really see what's next, but maybe I'm going to get tricked like some knight e3 or something. Muy complicado.
Not much fun for black.
Although I'm slightly scared I'll blunder something like... it's probably not working for black. 18 moves in 18 minutes. Under 18 minutes now for Firouzja, as future chat points out. Not much fun. Any of these variations, that's the issue. He needs to choose the lesser evil. Unclear what that may be.
The problem is they're all evil, right? You say the lesser evil, but they're all very, very, very evil. And his position, I mean, this is one that I would be shocked if he survives it. And that leaves Hikaru Nakamura with a chance to potentially join Jan Nepomniachtchi or even go past him if Jan fails to hold the game. But you see that Firouzja is going into the end game. It's bad news for him and his fans because it's a one-sided position. Will Hikaru pull it off? That remains to be seen. And I do think we should, as Hikaru sits back down, we should step aside from this game. We promise to come back to it just because I see that in some of our other games, we have some changes. In the bottom right, the pieces are being, David, this one's for you, hoovered off. So we see that there is just liquidation. Black is still the side for choice, but not too much material remains. And then I see in the bottom left, Vidit's king has gone back to where it started. So he brought his king into the center, which, Judith, I can see you shaking your head. So what do you make of Vidit's decision to bring his king into the fight?
Well, what can I say? I mean, it doesn't look good. This is what I can say. It's you can say that it's preparing for the end game, and if the queens would be off the board, it would be a great square for the king to get closer to the queen side. But I would be scared to death with black if this is the best option I have. Queen h5 I see as a pretty unpleasant move, for example. Or it could be. I mean, some very crazy things can happen. I mean, after queen h5, king f8, can't I take on e6 and knight e5 and all kind of things like that?
Well, let's just put that on the board. It's terrifying.
I don't know if it works. Probably it's too early, but I mean, it's in the air that all kind of things like that might work one day. Probably knight c5, you just escape with that.
Maybe black survives here,
Yeah.
but I like your queen h5. I'm also wondering, I mean, knight d4, we've been talking about that move in various positions, but it feels like you're hammering on the e-file, trying to unlock that door.
I like knight d4. What's the problem with knight d4?
Don't see a problem. I mean, I'm struggling here. Bishop c8, if the bishop moves out the way, this feels suicidal, but maybe you have to move out the way. Just to point out to everyone at home, queen d6 here wouldn't get the job done. I guess at the very minimum, you just trade off and white gets an attack for free. And black has a weakness. So you have to go bishop c8, but come on, there must be something here. This must be winning for white, surely.
Well, you know, if Fabi doesn't win this, then for sure he's out of the first place race. At the same time, he knows it that this is the position. No matter whether it's small advantage or big advantage, he has to win. He has to make sure that using the time element, the psychological things, going around with the knight 5 times. I don't know what he has to do, but he has to win this game. That's for sure.
I agree
This
with
is
that.
the moment for him.
Yeah, he does have Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round, but that's just one of the players that he's currently chasing. So we could say he can catch up to Jan, but can he catch up to Hikaru? Can he catch up to Gukesh? That is the other players that are currently ahead of him. So he has a big choice. Queen h5 looked good to me. Maybe he can make some other decisions because queen d6 can always be met by queen to b6 for white. So the queen trade will not be on tap, and he will get to keep his advantage in terms of having more space and just having more control of the board. But it's not easy for him. But while he's in thought, I do actually want to quickly take us on over to the Gukesh game because we've had some massive changes on that board. The queens have disappeared, and now we're talking about a position where those attacking chances from the white side, they're gone. The a4 pawn, the c3 pawn. In fact, it's Gukesh's turn. Judith, can he just take this a4 pawn?
Well, things have turned out very well in the last few moves for black, that's for sure, because eliminating and exchanging the queen from the center, which was on e4, also by exchanging it on c6, black got rid of the d7 weakness. And the c6 right now is just not too weak. It can be weak after bishop f2, bishop g2 or something, but it seems like probably black can defend with rook c8. Still, I want to highlight the c5 bishop for black as it's a great bishop, and of course his rooks are extremely active. The question is whether can white look for counterplay and get very active with rook d8, and probably it's not so easy for white because then black can capture, takes on d8, and then rook a2. And finally, we can point out also, yes, take on a4 first, takes and rook a2. So this would be extremely bad for white because suddenly the c5 bishop and the a2 rook is just killing the f2 pawn, and there is not much going on the 8th rank. So let's see what white has in mind. Probably after rook takes a4, maybe bishop e3 can be a continuation, trying to eliminate this powerful bishop and look for counter chances. If, let's say, bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, the d1 rook can enter to d6, bishop g2, and then look for activity and counterattack. And the f8 knight is, well, f8 knight is not an h7 knight, but still it's not too active.
David, you're a guy who likes the extra material. The knight isn't well placed, but there, in many of these variations, might be an extra pawn for black. I feel like the burden is so squarely on Abasov's shoulders. He needs to prove, he needs to play with an initiative, but it's hard because if you're trading too many pieces, you may be liquidating into a lost ending. So I feel like Gukesh, he's showing some maturity here by not just grabbing the a4 pawn. Do you see any other ideas that he may be willing to uncork instead of rook takes pawn on a4?
I'm not so sure here. I guess there's another pawn you could go for. You could bring a rook to b3 to c3 if you're not worried about white's rook entering the 8th rank. It feels like that's got slightly more risk attached to it. Initially, I was thinking rook to b2, but I really like Judith's bishop e3 just to trade off black's best minor piece. So I think that would be asking white to do what he wants. When you said weird moves, or not even weird moves, just ideas, suddenly struck me that g5 might be on the cards a bit later, just to try and get this fateful knight off f8. I mean, g5, I don't think now is the right moment, but maybe save that one for later. Yeah, the idea would be en passant, black knight takes on g6, and you put pressure on f4, on e5. But I think I wouldn't be able to resist. You mentioned it, Robert. I'm greedy. You said it in a nicer way, but I'm very materialistic. Take the pawn, calculate later. I mean, it's still onus on white, still burden on white to prove something. And there we go. That wasn't my move. That was Gukesh, I believe, who's played rook takes a4. There we go on the camera. And yeah, maybe bishop e3 is the best white can do. If so, okay, the bishops might come off, but actually black can even play bishop e7 there just to cover all the squares at the very minimum. Still full control. Gukesh, golden opportunity. Everyone's upping their game now. Hikaru, Gukesh, Jan winning yesterday means the race is on, and they've really brought their A game, that leading bunch.
Well, actually, all of the games are heating up, and we are going into one way or another that somebody will win. I think it's sharpened out pretty much. Uh, but this is really big chances, I think, for Gukesh. Bishop G2 is on the board. Of course, White has to look for activity. There's nothing else he can do. It's that's the only way to look for compensation. But now I think Rook C4 might be a strong move.
That's a clever move, Judith. I love moves like that. Defending, even though it doesn't seem like the pawn's protected, but bishop takes F2 check ideas, that seems super strong. And okay, the more liquidation that happens, clearly the happier Black is with that outside pass pawn, and White's pawn structure is quite weak after that. So, Judith, nice find there.
But probably there is something else as well, maybe, to go simply Rook A6. What do you think about that? Or Rook A2, of course. So there are quite a lot of choices for Gukesh, and he knows it that here is the moment that he has to be very controlled, because he has something now, and he improved his position in the last 3 moves. Definitely, he exchanged the queens, eliminated all kind of tactical attack kind of problems which could occur, which we were talking about, all these bishop h6 and stuff. He has a pawn up after all, so he has to keep this in mind, how to press White and keep the tension, and somehow to create the very powerful passed pawn on from a7, start moving forward. Because after Rook c4, maybe Rook bishop f1 is possible also, just simply to move back.
But does White even have a threat if I...
Well, Rook f3. I thought maybe Rook goes away.
Yeah, and the Black
But then
Rook
Rook
has to move.
a4
The White Rook...
is
I mean,
kind of stupid on f3, right?
Yeah, I just want to mention as well, like in the game position, you were mentioning. Oh, sorry, if I just get to the final position, you were mentioning Black's improving his pieces. I really love your Rook c4. But White's last few moves, just to mention, there's been a queen trade, but White went Rook f3, traded queens, and then went back to d3. Before that, White went Bishop f1 5 moves ago, and now Bishop back to g2. So White's lost a bit of time. Yeah, if the tactics start working in Black's favor, I don't think it's any surprise. Rook c4, I'm loving Judith. And like you said, just shovel the pawn down the board when in doubt. Push that past pawn. Gukesh, I think he feels that this is a key moment in the tournament, just composing himself before playing too many tempting options. Rook a6 as well. Just super solid. I don't hate that one. Yeah, I think that he's going to, well, I'm not going to tempt fate, but I think he's got great chances, Gukesh. Massive, massive chances. Maybe not as high as Hikaru, but he will be backing himself to win this one. Just as Gukesh thinks, though, to consolidate his extra pawn, maybe I can take us out of this game, because the game with the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, there have been some changes. I'm not sure who they favor. Here we see the bird's eye view. Hikaru just cementing his advantage. He's actually done exactly what you predicted, Judith, with f3. He's going to bring the white king after saving his rook, first of all. We see Fabiano Caruana played your queen h5 as well. Nice prediction. Big threat of capturing Black's bishop on that bottom left board on our screens. And meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi, both sides changing pawn structure. It feels like Pragg's really pushing. Pragg's determined to try and squeeze this game. I'm not sure if he'll get anywhere, but he's trying.
I don't think he has anything anymore. Before, I thought a few moves ago that there was a little chance, but I think here it's just simplified as much that there is no practical chance at this level with Black. Because White Rook is so active and attacking the g7 pawn, the e7 Rook is more of a defender than an attacker. And the h4 pawn is the only weakness for White, but it's just very well defended with the Rook on g4, attacking the pawn on g7. White can even play h5 at time to time. I can hardly believe that Nepo can have any problem here.
No, I think that if Pragg was going to push, he needed to play a4 before White got b3 in, because you could envision a scenario where Black just cemented those pawns in place, brought a knight trade in the works with knight c4, so the black king could get more active. But now it appears that the black king is not going to be allowed to venture forward unless there are more and more trades. We only have 5 pawns remaining. If black ever plays a4, we're down to 4. There's not enough material remaining. And Judy made a very good observation that the black rook, it looks active on an open file, but it's simply a defensive piece at this point, covering g7. I think that Jan has made this look easy, and he's done that so many times over the last 3 candidates, David.
Yeah, boo, you guys, spoiling my excitement here. I was like, okay, black will play a4, try to get an inroads for the king, game on, but...
So let's figure out how black can play for a win.
Okay, and then we'll return to the more exciting games, but let's say I play a4, try and...
takes king c2 and king d3.
Oh, yeah, you're right. If I was ever in time with rook e2, wish it wasn't that easy. Okay, let's say king d3, I go knight f5.
Actually, Pragg played a4.
You did? Okay. That makes me feel slightly better, but I agree. In this position, the pawns are off the board now. King c2, king d3, perfect post for the king. The knight is nice and safe on d2. Probably you just sit. Yeah, draw surely here. We're about to reach move 40. Okay, I agree with you guys. You've convinced me. Let's, as this closes in on the time control, let's go to the proper scrambles where the players, yeah, at least playing with the clock on their mind.
Took so much effort. We really put in a lot of work there to convince you. But no, this is just a clearly equal position for these players. I mean, at this caliber, a mistake is hard to make happen. And they're about to hit move 40. So let's head on out of here. It looks like in the Hikaru game, he just threw in an intermezzo, an in-between move. You see the top left, the white rook can be captured. But with Hikaru's last move, he attacked Alireza's rook on e8. So this intermezzo, it took some thought, but clearly a good decision from Hikaru.
Wow, greed is good sometimes. Really brave move from Hikaru. We see Alireza making a move. The black rook runs, but now white's rook and knight will save themselves. White will bring his rook over to c5. I'm wondering if that's where we go next, just because it is one of the most complicated positions. Looks ultimately like it favors white. Caruana, he's made a threat, which Vidit has not yet replied to. Maybe we go to that one after. Vidit has chosen a response to Fabi's threat. What are we thinking here? Judith, I'll give you the choice this time.
Well, I would be happy to take a look again the Hikaru game because there are a lot of things happen there. And I think if white can consolidate, then pretty much over. So I would be curious what kind of resources black have in that position. Does he have any practical chances left?
Yeah, let's jump in there.
This is what I'm curious. What Alireza has in mind in this exact position, what we have on the board. And Alireza has half of the time of Hikaru, which is happening from round to round, that many times Alireza went down in time. This was one of the biggest problem, I think, in his in this competition. This caused him a lot of mistakes.
12 minutes for 14 moves, not easy. Less than a minute per move now, Alireza, as it becomes a bit of a blitz game for him at least. In the meantime, this position, rook attacked, knight attacked. I guess he's thinking about rook to b5 with some back rank checkmating ideas, but the safest move would be rook to c5 now, just controlling everything, defending the knight, saving the rook in the process. And then the white king, is coming to f2. I do wonder whether white struggles to make progress though. Wonder whether black, at some point you need to give the king some lift, you need to get the black king some breathing space. But white, if he ever dares capture this pawn on e2, he'll be walking into the lion's den, walking into a discovered check. There's still some work to be done for Hikaru, and he's hesitating here, Robert.
Yeah, the more that you just said that, I feel like king f2 is hard to make work. I mean, at first, black will have to create space for the king with a move like h6 or something like that. But I actually think if we show this on the board quickly, that say rook c5, pawn h6, and then king f2, I think the black rook can just move out of the way somewhere, and there's like knight d1 check as the follow-up. And yeah, this is actually, I think, you see the evaluation bar. I wasn't expecting it to go all the way in black's favor. I just thought that white can't make progress because king takes e2. That seems out of the question, walking right into a discover check.
Yeah, walking into something, as long as the black knight keeps itself safe, I think this is simply winning. You win some material next on e1, whether you take with the rook or knight. Yeah, this is simply winning for black. So things would turn immediately. Maybe this is what paused, kind of caused Hikaru to pause, sorry. Rook c5, h6. And if king f2 leads to a turnaround, if he almost loses on the spot, Hikaru, due to this knight d1 threat, what else? He must have something else up his sleeve. Suddenly I'm really kind of surprised that he allowed the black knight into e3. Maybe he's regretting this as well. Maybe he could have kicked back the knight in another way, forced the black knight to go passive. Suddenly the black knight is in, and this d1 square. I know, Judith, whenever I commentate with you, you always find these knight e1, knight d1 kind of infiltration tactics. Suddenly Firouzja might be relying on this as well.
Well, it is kind of unexpected that there are difficulties and blunders like king f2 and after that rook c1, because you would think already that things are going on your own way, right, with white, and it's still not so simple. And yeah, basically it is a big question now what white is doing. Rook b5, rook c5. Basically these two are the options. If rook b5, then in the next move white has to be moving the knight away. And I think maybe white, well, either check and knight b5, but still there are some hopes for black maybe. Somehow black wants to hunt the c3 bishop.
I was going to say rook e8 might be, I think, very clever or very silly here. I'm not sure which one. Rook e8, is this a...
Rook takes c7 and rook takes c3 at the minimum, right?
Ah, of course, Robert, yeah. And black escapes to a drawn endgame in a position like this one. Wow.
Or rook g1. Yeah.
Or rook g1, both. Yeah. Nice, rook g1. Although, rook e3 maybe.
Ah. That's a nice
everywhere.
one.
But
Nice.
I mean, this would be a huge miss from Hikaru if this is what he's going for. Rook b5, rook b8, kind of. He's trying to bail out now, but okay, how does he keep the advantage? We're struggling to find it. He's struggling to find it.
It's truly amazing that Alireza, I mean, we've seen the evaluation bar to the side of the board. It's never been completely winning for white. So even though Alireza made a wrong decision and he didn't bring his queen up to d7, that was such a tricky position, he's still hanging in there. And Judith, I mean, you love the knights, but the knights at e1 and c7, they're disconnected from one another. Minor pieces look strong, but somehow white doesn't seem to be able to make it all work that easily.
Yes, that's completely true. So that's why I was thinking, what happens if, let's say, rook c5, and after black goes h6, white goes knight b5, and try to consolidate and bring back the knight to d4.
Let's put this on the board briefly as Hikaru still deep in thought. Knight b5, trying to come back. I wonder whether I've got knight d5 to try and eliminate this bishop.
After knight d5, I can go ready king f2, I think.
Yeah,
maybe knight f4 and all kind of tricks. And rook
I was hoping
e1.
for that, but apparently they do not work. My little tricks. Maybe just... This is hard to calculate. Maybe just g3, actually. Maybe it's all okay. I've blundered something.
Ooh.
I'm unsurprised. But one of my blunders.
Yeah, rook e1.
Yeah, I thought I could get my rook out with a check, and then I take your rook, but it turns out there's no good way. Suddenly, I'm forced to walk away, and you promote. Wow, Hikaru. He's nodding his head. That's a good sign for his fans. It means he's found something after much struggle. But suddenly the clocks are leveling out. I really don't know whether he's got full control anymore. Would be easy to blunder, as we've seen in some of those variations. Rook c5, though, the first step, h6, Firouzja needs to bang that move out. Just knight d5 is a massive threat for white to get in behind with the white rook. So give the king some breathing space.
You know what's funny about this position is the evaluation bar is clear. White is better. But in many of these positions, there's like a rook c1 or a rook b1 or a rook somewhere and knight d1. And then you have to figure out what to do after that. So somehow the position has become harder for white to play, even though white is technically ahead some material, because the white king can't step to f2. And that's frustrating for players. And I think we see it with Hikaru, that he probably thought that he gets here, it's winning. But you could see that objectively speaking, it's not just a clear-cut win. In fact, the evaluation bar is not that high in white's favor, and black can be annoying. There's a lot of some defenses here. Ooh, f6, that was not a move we talked about, but it has the similar purpose.
I have another idea, not to go knight b5, but to go knight a6 to b4 and d3 to connect my two knights.
Wow, that is a nice path, a nice circuit for the white knight if white can get there. Starting now, Judith?
Yeah, let's say knight a6.
Okay, looks like a decent move. And for example, rook to, maybe not rook c1 this time because knight d3 will hit it, but just to show your point, knight b4 now. And if the black knight tries to remove the defender, now the knight gets back just in time, the hero of the day. Superfluous knights are not so superfluous this time. They are beautifully protecting each other.
But maybe you go rook e3 and then it's not
a mess.
true. Yeah.
Wow. Can I bishop d2 maybe?
That is, I cannot believe that works.
Hikaru went bishop b4.
Let's go back to the game. Bishop b4. Okay. Really awkward square, but I guess it's quite cunning. There's some tactics along this diagonal. He's bobbing his head, Hikaru. He believes this is a strong move. It might well be. Wow, that's really creative.
Oh, look at Hikaru here. You can see him. He's searching for that win, hunting for it, in fact, because if he wins, he could be in a tie for first place. So both players, they're on the clock. They need to find accurate moves. Otherwise, the advantage for Hikaru could slip. And for Alireza, it could be too late. So as we head to break, just want to give a shout out to all of you watching. And you can get some chess.com merch. We've got you covered with fresh new t-shirt designs, mittens, plushies, and accessories. Head to go.chess.com/merch or use the command merch in chat to shop now before it's all sold out. We'll be right back. It is crunch time. We're about to hit that time control, so time pressure will ensue. We're going to get it all covered for you in just a few.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com. Ever since the chess engine Deep Blue defeated world champion Garry Kasparov in 1997, computers have been better at chess than even the best humans. Today, the margin isn't even close. Top engines play near-perfect chess, and playing against them is basically futile. But every now and again, there's a chess puzzle that stumps the engines, and us humans can solve it faster. Let's take a look at our first puzzle. So, when we initially look here, the engine, as you can see, still thinks it's a draw. But if left for long enough, eventually it might find the mate in 8 sequence. So, let's look at the first, most intuitive sacrifice, maybe bishop f7. But then after the king takes back, queen follows up with queen h5, king g7. There's no real follow-up. There's no continued attack for white. So if we go back to the initial position, let's try that. Well, I already gave it away. Let's try that in a different move order, where instead of the bishop coming in first, we sacrifice the queen. As humans, of course, we love to sacrifice our queen. It just feels so good. And the king takes, and now we do the bishop check, and you'll see that this critical g6 square is cut off. So the best try for black is to go down here to king h8, and then we have a very quiet but deadly move. So we can bring in knight d2. Not attacking right away, but is preparing knight f3, which, as you can see, would lead to checkmate. What black can do is try to delay this, maybe by pinning. We can just push here, takes, and now black can only delay the inevitable. They can try f4 here to try to give themselves an escape square, but we just go knight f3 all the same, king g4, and now we have the pièce de résistance, a quiet, subtle e4. Now they have no more moves. No matter what black plays, we have checkmate on the next move. Ooh, how satisfying is that? Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally, from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
As we near time control, we see the players Nijat, Abasov, and Gukesh. They're in an intense struggle because Gukesh, he wants that win and he wants it now so that he can catch up to Jan Nepomniachtchi. The sole leader entering round 12, Jan Nepomniachtchi looks like he's in an even battle, whereas Fabiano Caruana, who started a point back of Jan, he looks like he's in a dominant position against Vidit Gujarati, who struggles, may continue here in Toronto. So much action here in round 12. You see that the playing hall, most of the players still going at it. The rest day is tomorrow before the tournament's final 2 rounds. Let's bring up our bird's eye view because we can see that Jan Nepomniachtchi in the bottom right, that is very level. Nothing has changed. The players have reached the time control. In the top right, it seems like Gukesh maybe has lost some of his advantage, at least objectively speaking, but practically he's still in the driver's seat up a pawn. But the left-hand side of our scene here should have our attention. Hikaru Nakamura, we know he has been taking it to Alireza Firouzja, but down the bottom left, it looks like Fabiano Caruana, he too wants to get a win and inch closer to Jan Nepomniachtchi. So David, I'll let you pick between those games. We've been looking at Hikaru's game quite a lot, but the Fabi game also is of the utmost interest.
Yeah, and I'm going to be decisive for once in my life and drive us there. Let's go over to that Caruana game where some moves have passed. It does look very, very pleasant for white right now. The white pieces are nicely centralized. The black king on e8, we were debating that one. We were questioning the wisdom of walking into the firing line. Now black's pieces are very much stuck. But if black gets one more move, maybe a knight to c6, in this position, then black might be able to stabilize. So Fabiano needs something here and now. Judith, you mentioned during the break to me, maybe knight e5, another tempting move, rook e5, going for this pawn. How to proceed with this what looks like an advantage position.
Well, definitely white has an advantage. What has happened in the last 8-10 moves, which is a big difference, that white played g4. It is my favorite move, generally speaking, but with having pawn on g4, it controls the f5 square, and it's very nice and gaining space. At the same time, there is a huge weakness on f4. So if black could come up with knight g6 and f4 one day, then white would be in big trouble. But of course, for now, everything is defended by Fabiano, having the rook on e4, queen behind it on e3, so everything is under control. The move c5 is something I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi would not have counted on that. There are now a lot of ideas can happen because, for example, white could play b4 and bishop a4 kind of ideas, very, very tactical, which I'm not sure at all that it works already. But indeed, what you mentioned, if knight goes to c6, then black can consolidate quite a bit. We were also discussing about this king on e8, whether is it good or not good. Of course, if it would reach all the way to c7, having the knight on c6, then suddenly black would have actually a pretty good game. But indeed, rook e5 is the big question, whether after rook e5, is black going to be sacrificing the pawn, giving up the c5 by playing, let's say, knight c6, and then rook goes rook c5, and then, I don't know what he can do if he looks for some counterplay, or he just goes rook c7 and says, I defend it, and I took a very important square away from the white knight on d4, because this was something we were continuously going back to it, that wow, the knight on d4 will show up and how difficult it will be for the bishop on e6, or if it moves away, then the pressure on the e file. So if after c5, rook c7, and black can defend it, then it may be a big positive thing for black. At the same time, now I'm looking if bishop f5 is possible to play maybe after rook c7 to eliminate the e6 bishop and just put a lot of pressure on black's position, because the position is very difficult, I think, for black.
Extremely difficult. You can see that the black king in the center doesn't feel safe. The c5 pawn directly is under attack. But why don't we just zoom out of this one specifically and go to our two-board view, because it looks like Hikaru Nakamura, he has also been making progress. So as you look at the left side of our screen here, his king has escaped to g3, and the black rook on e7. Alirez's rook is under attack. So Fabi, it looks like he can grab a pawn now against Vidit Guzrathi on the right-hand side. But David, no matter where we look, we have some entertaining chess.
Yeah, there's action all over the place. This is always the most exciting time of day in any chess tournament, when the players are around that move 30 to 40 mark. This is where the blunders happen. This is where the nerves kick in. This is where the time is ticking even faster than it before, it feels like. So big, big moments. Hikaru, I love what he's done. The white bishop has found a nice post out of the reach of black's rook, black's knight. White's blockade is intact. Hikaru is up on material. Looks like he's a big favorite to wrap that one up with his famous killer technique there. Meanwhile, yeah, Caruana can just gobble up a pawn. Yes, Caruana's rook is going to look slightly awkward where it stands, but Vidit very much low on the clock, under pressure, and dare I say it, unlikely to save that one. Where to jump into next? Maybe Hikaru, just because so much has changed. Rook to e5, last move from Firouzja, 2 minutes on the clock as well. We are at move 32 in that one, so Firouzja 2.5 minutes for 8 moves. And his position looks in bad shape right now. Okay, how do we think Hikaru is going to finish things off in the most professional manner as we maybe jump into that game? Judith, what would your approach be here?
Well, my approach would be very simple. Let's go out of the pin completely, which the d5 knight is under a pin. So I would go rook c7 first, and then move away my knight, I believe. So the big question is for black, where is he going to go right now? Whether to g6, and then there's a check on f4, and also bishop f8 sometimes may show up. So it seems not so easy for black.
Just to show that, Judith, really nice. Some checkmates in the air, suddenly out of the blue, against the Black King. Wow, yeah. When in doubt, just give a check. Hikaru sees a check. Hikaru plays a check, surely. Maybe the Black King goes the other way to G8.
Well, if king to G8, also I believe that white has an option to play simply knight F4, for example. But he did not play that. He went knight D3, maybe a much more powerful move.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow, that's incredible vision to see that the blockading knight is finally, for the first time in ages, free to move, relieved of its defensive duties. Yeah, Robert, such a good game against Caruana from the last candidates. He's so good when playing with these knights, maneuvering, rotating with the pieces, as he likes to say. The juices all out. Black's rook actually on B1. Really stuck right now, reminiscent of a Vidit rook earlier in the tournament, which got stuck in enemy lines. Hikaru surely is going to win this one.
Yeah, he should be, but it does look like a position where you still can make mistakes. That B2 pawn is hanging, and if we look and count the material, it is a bishop and a knight versus a rook. So you need to be careful not to liquidate too much in some positions. The white king on G3, it's safe and sound for now, but maybe there's the possibility that it gets in danger. But yeah, if I'm looking at this game and have to pick a result, of course, Hikaru Nakamura is in charge right now, and Alireza is going to have to rely on tricks, something to dislodge the knight or the bishop from covering the E1 square. That's what he has to resort to at this point.
Well, I'm expecting rook c7 check after all, because the rook, that's where it belongs.
Playing for checkmate, even in the endgame, makes a lot of sense right now. After all, white has so many potential attacking pieces. Black's king a bit devoid of protection right now. Rook c7 check. There's going to be a bunch of knight checks. Hikaru doing some calculation. 7 moves to make this time. And we're being told feature chat thinks multiple moves give Hikaru an advantage. I'm not surprised at this point. It feels like that kind of awkward maneuvering with his king after h4, able to get the king forward to g3. That feels like it's sealed the deal. Given white this decisive advantage. Really nice play from Hikaru. The white king on g3 safe, as Robert says. Now, will he deliver the check? He reaches out. Hesitation. Hikaru. Surely a check. Surely
Actually,
now.
I'm surprised that he did not play check already. At the same time, it's clear that he knows that he's winning. He has 5 times more time than Alireza, so he knows it, that he's right there. He just has to finish the game. So let's show some good technique. And this was a surprising move.
As soon as you said that, Judith, show good technique, it looks like he made a mistake. The evaluation bar went down quite a lot here. It's still in white's favor, but bishop to e1, given that blunder symbol. And Hikaru's had a great game thus far, but that move, given the blunder symbol, and what is it? Can I take this pawn on b2? Is Hikaru relying on a pin along the b file? But maybe Alireza can give up his rook on b1 to take that knight on d3 and claim that your pieces can't really get anywhere. The white king, it's not actually helping out in the defense. So maybe that's part of the equation, David.
Yeah, I just want to put those moves you suggested on the board. Double question mark given to white's last move. Yeah, it's really a natural one as well. So real surprise. He could have gone for a check, but knight takes b2. You're mentioning rook. Okay, bar doesn't move. Rook b5 here. This is definitely what he's relying on, Hikaru Nakamura. We're heading in this direction. And yes, he might have to give up a piece here, but yeah, the king is offside. I guess knight to f4 will come. White should consolidate. What could the move be in this position?
Rook d1.
Rook d1. Skewer. Hikaru's missed this, guaranteed. Firouzja might not have done. 1 minute 20. He's got to make 6 moves.
And what a move that is, though, David, because if the knight on d3 takes the knight on b2, the bishop is lost. If the rook on b5, took on b2, the knight would have been lost. So this is like one of these situations where everything is hanging and you can't protect them all. And then this becomes a game once again. If we remove the queenside pawns, we're getting into the territory where how is white going to go ahead and win? There's 2 minor pieces. We'll have to team up. Not easy with the bishop and knight. And Hikaru goes rook to b5. I don't see on his face that he feels like he's made a mistake. And Alireza has to find rook d1. That's not David's arrow. Judith, it's the only move here for black. You found it. The question now is, will Alireza find it with 1 minute? And it's about to be 1 minute flat soon.
Oh, of course he will find rook d1. I mean, there is not much of a defense. It's not a position where I can go here or I can go there. It's by elimination, you have nothing else, right? So that's why rook d1, and I'm pretty sure Hikaru will shake his head afterwards that, oh my God. But the problem was that when he played a few moves ago knight d3, and we thought, wow, how great move it is that he's activating his knight, he did it in order to bring back the bishop to e1, to stabilize, to overprotect his position, that, okay, I'm just putting everything on safety, and after that, I just win the game in an easy manner. But he had the opportunity to push rook c7, and I'm pretty sure that there were some mating ideas also, because simply black's king is extremely weak, and the bishop was very powerful. And now bishop on e1 is already a passive piece. So black has some drawing chances here.
Yeah, it feels like he was just reluctant to calculate. He could kind of see the finishing line in this game. He thought, okay, bishop on e1, game over, nothing to be done. I don't even need to think anymore. But of course, against the top players, you need to keep accurate till the end. Great spot by Firouzja, rook d1 out of necessity. And it might be dawning on Hikaru now. He's got to win it all over again. He's still better. No chance he'll lose this game, of course, with white. But I think it's just that white pawn on a3. If he could keep that on the board, if the white pawn on a3 were back on a2, for example, great winning chances still, probably winning objectively. But if that pawn falls, as you said, Robert, it's going to be another 50-move grind. It's got to win it right from square one again. But Hikaru keeping the poker face.
And he does take, and look at this from Firouzja. The good news for him, as he is in serious time trouble, there is not the bonus time until they reach move 40. Some of his moves will be quite easy to make. And he did take a knight. That rook gave a check. And look at that arrow. That's a difficult move to play. And he found it. I'm actually impressed that he found that move, David, because he put his king on a dark square when his opponent has a dark square bishop.
You're right, not obvious at all, especially with no time on the clock, but he finds the best move for Firouzja. I guess it was the only move to avoid a knight check. More important that you avoid knight checks, because white's knight is hit. You don't want to allow your opponent to gain time, gain tempi. And if the white bishop ever moves to deliver a check on the dark squares, then black's pawn might well just promote. So really, really tenacious stuff here from Firouzja. But he's got to keep finding only moves. That might be the only way to survive. Hikaru, I still think great winning chances, despite the miss. It could have been better, of course. Could have been maybe more of a knockout, but still white in the driver's seat.
Well, I would go with white, knight to f4, and just hunt down the h5 pawn.
Makes a lot of sense.
After knight f4, black cannot take the a3 because of bishop. Maybe he can. Oops. He can take the a3.
That's so instructive, though, because it doesn't look like it can be captured because of a check, but that bishop has to stay in front of the e2 pawn. And if black does take that a3 pawn, Judah, I guess what you're about to say is now that a pawn for black starts running up the board.
Oops. That's unpleasant.
Ooh, Hikaru reacts, finally. He realized it's not as easy as he assumed.
Yeah, because suddenly the a3 pawn will be off the board. And that's already a huge chance for black to save the game. And of course, psychologically, emotionally, it's very difficult because he doesn't know how it was winning before or more winning. But of course, Hikaru understood that he has a winning position there. And now he understands that it's not so easy. The only question is, how not? You see his face, his expression. Now he starts understanding and disappointed.
I wonder how he will describe this in his recap. If he fails to win now, golden opportunity. He still has a few moves to make. Both players still have a few moves to make before the magical move 40. Firouzja down at 47 seconds. But Hikaru, he needs to compose himself. He needs to forget this missed opportunity potentially. forget what he thought was a more promising position earlier. Knight f4 still looks decent, even if the white a-pawn drops. There's also the possibility of a bishop check, I guess, followed by knight to e7 check, but that feels really clumsy. The white pieces tie themselves up. Hikaru, what is he going to choose? That's the only way I see to keep the white a-pawn alive, at least.
But there is a big tricky thing, I think, there. If bishop b4, then king g8. I don't know if we can get the analyzing board. Because there are some interesting lines. Bishop b4, king g8, knight e7, king h7, let's say.
And here I wanted to play king f2, but...
And the problem of king f2, I go what do I do? a5.
a5, yeah. And if I take, you get rid of...
a3.
a-pawn. Yeah, and... White can still press here, but once the a-pawns disappear, it's only pawns on one side of the board. Drawing chances increase massively. Black. Okay, the other option just to put on the board, one you mentioned earlier, Judith, knight f4, rook takes a3 still possible because a check doesn't get anywhere. No time to take this rook because black promotes. I still wonder here what happens after knight takes h5. Still looks really scary for black. Bishop b4 in the air, taking on g7.
What about rook e7?
Oh, wow. Using the same trick against me. Rook takes. Now, again, bishop b4 check doesn't make any sense because you cannot take the rook. Black promotes.
Well, this is already black is better.
Yep. And knight f4, this is on the board. 6a3.
And Alireza Firouzja has 46 seconds, so he needs to make his final two moves quickly here. And for Hikaru, he didn't take on h5. He brings his king back to f2, but I think Alireza could just throw the a-pawn forward. And you see him doing it. a5, there will not be bishop b4 check. But, this is a game that if Hikaru's not careful, he's got to watch out for that outside pass pawn because it looks like Alireza's plan is very simple. a4, move the rook, keep pushing the pawn. And Judith, is there a universe where Hikaru, as he is about to make his 40th move, could find himself trying too hard to win and then maybe actually be facing some serious danger?
Well, I don't think that he's going to go that far and make those mistakes that he's going to get in danger. But if he's not going to win this game, it will be one of the most painful game in his life. That's for sure. Because he's just getting there. If he's winning this game, he's going to have the same amount of point, catching up with Nepo. I mean, what an opportunity, having a free day tomorrow, and that's the way how to go to the last two rounds. So this is very, very crucial.
It is. Look at Alireza. He's looking at his clock. He's down to, it looks like 5 seconds, and he makes the move rook a4. He scratches his head. You could tell that he wasn't particularly pleased with his decision, but the evaluation bar, the engines are pleased, and that is what's critical because Alireza now has the time to reset. He hit move 40. He gains 30 minutes of time plus the 30-second bonus time with each and every move made. And rook a4 in addition to pawn a4, both those were good choices. He made a good one. The h4 pawn might drop if the pawn on h5 is captured, and that might be just enough. And that is why, look at Hikaru. He's showing restraint. He's keeping as many pawns on the board as possible, but he's upset. David, I think we see it on his face. What's happening here? Wait, what?
Wow. I think Alireza went to stop the clock. He thought that he could write down the moves, catch up on the score sheet without losing any time on the clock. And I think Hikaru said, you should run your time. Hikaru was up to date with the moves on the score sheet. And Hikaru there is correct. So, just a small misunderstanding. Arbiter stepping in as well. Firouzja, remember, he was under 5 minutes. There's no increment added on, so he didn't need to write his moves down for the last stretch of that game. But now he's reached move 40, 30 extra minutes, and his clock is ticking. But once he's up to date, he'll be able to refocus, and he's alive. That's the main thing. He has survived. I think Hikaru bashing out move 41, it was the best move, but frustration, he wanted to get away from the board. He wanted to go and get refreshed because he needs to win this all over again.
He certainly does. This is now a position where Alireza objectively is hanging in there. But I think we have to take our attention away from this one because Gukesh has yet to reach move 40. 5 out of Caruana has in the bottom left and has a winning position if he can continue to press against Vidit. But in the top right, it's Gukesh's 40th move, and he needs to find a really, I would say, not that easy move to make, but it's one that's quite natural when you have a number of choices. Judith, do you think that Gukesh is going to play the only move that keeps him with the upper hand?
Well, interesting that you're saying it's the only move. It's an important moment in that case because, as far as I understand, probably if White is bringing already his king to e4, then there is no entry for the black rook, nor to d4, d3, d2, d1. So probably that would limit the opportunities for black. So that's the reason why rook d3 and after king e4, I guess rook c3 would be strong. What has happened in the last several moves, that the g7 pawn was exchanged to the h5 pawn, which I believe favors black because black king on g7 defends the h6 pawn. What is very good is that finally the knight from f8, it got to e7, so it will come to f5 most likely, or g6, but for sure at least it's defending the c6 pawn. And the b4 bishop, which was all the game, it was a very strong c5 bishop, but now a very strong outpost bishop on b4, having the a5 passed pawn there. And White has a great blockade with the bishop on a4. So White is trying to hold on, but it's definitely Black is pushing it. Black has a pawn up, so Black should be looking for opportunities how to improve the position. And he found rook d3 the best move, as he's a fantastic player himself.
Yeah, and
Dave,
go on, Robert.
Sorry, I was just about to ask you. I mean, think about how big of a moment this is for the tournament. I mean, we talked about Hikaru getting a win, and he had a great chance to do so. Now he's got his work cut out for him, and it's kind of the opposite here for Gukesh. It was better for him ever so slightly than he was pressing. Now it appears that he has the clear upper hand because that c4 pawn is his next target.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm struggling to find a way to defend it. I think one pawn might become two pawns, and it's not just any old pawn. This c4 pawn holds the black knight back from a dream outpost. If that pawn disappears, d5 is going to be a juicy square. Rook d3, always go active, guys and girls. Always try to get your pieces behind enemy lines in the endgame, and I just don't see any way to save it. Rook c2, for example, will run into rook a3, trapping the white bishop in the corner here. The white king moves, who cares? Rook c3 anyway, you go grab this pawn. Again, rook c2, always impossible due to rook a3. The only way I see to try and keep that pawn is a move such as rook to a1 to try and get to the c1 square, but black is spoiled for choice there. There's always going to be ideas like bishop c3 to pick up this pawn on e5. Maybe you just go for it anyway, rook c3, and kick away this bishop before bringing the black knight into f5. White is pinned, white is uncoordinated, white is almost helpless now. I'm surprised actually the eval bar is not just off the screens there, pretty much in black's favor. I don't see any way of putting up resistance. Abasov needs to be really creative if he wants to even cling on a few more moves.
Well, it seems pretty difficult indeed. The more I look at it, the more difficult it seems to be. And yeah, the bishop on a4 looks pretty okay to attack the c6 and tie the e7 knight to it. But true that the a2 rook seems to be tied down to have a defense over the a4 bishop, which is pretty unfortunate for white. And even I'm thinking that maybe rook a1 could be an option to try to go to the other side, to h1. And maybe that's how he will have to try to look for compensation or counterattack.
I think there's a tactic there, though, that's always allows black to just safely go rook c3 because rook a1 to rook h1 is always met by knight f5, which defends h6, and c6 is still untouchable because of knight d4 check. So it just feels like no matter which way you go for Abasov, he's dropping a second pawn in the best case scenario for him.
Yeah, it's not just that, Robert. I love your variation because after knight f5, I mean, if you move the white king pretty much anywhere, rook takes e3 check as well. And you just win everything. Although Maybe that's knight is trapped, but black picks up too many pawns in the process. Yeah, it just feels like small tactics are working in black's favor. Big tactics probably working in black's favor. And Abasov on the camera doesn't look too optimistic about his chances. Gukesh, we talk about it a lot, but wins with the black pieces are priceless. Not many people have beaten Abasov with black. So if he does it, then yeah, he's going to fancy his chances the rest of the tournament. Rook d3, great move on move 40. That's where blunders happen, but he found the best way.
I hate to interject here, but we have to go back to the game between Hikaru, Nakamura, and Alireza Firouzja, because suddenly on the left-hand side of our screen here, Alireza made a mistake. He just reached move 40, and it seemed like he had everything more or less under control, at least relative to where it came from. But then he strikes with g5, and the engine absolutely hates it, but perhaps he has some ideas in mind that he overlooked something. But, I mean, Hikaru is moving quickly and confidently.
Wow. I was just talking about mistakes happening on move 40, but it is well known in chess circles. A lot of mistakes happen on move 41 as well. You finally get a bit more time. You can take a breather, but you kind of lose focus, or you're still stuck in the time trouble rhythm where you have to blitz out moves and you don't take a pause, you don't assess all your options. And maybe Firouzja still had that hangover effect of thinking he was losing. The h5 pawn looked doomed after all, but yeah, this just feels like it helps white out. White wins the h5 pawn now, and black's king is actually not too happy, in a bit of trouble potentially. Okay, still some chances surely to draw just due to reduced material. He's got a set of pawns off the board. At least that's something to speak for this last decision, Firouzja, but yeah, mistake. I don't really see black's next move either. Black struggling to break the blockade.
Yes, it's very hard to look for counter chances for black, I believe, because there are quite a few ideas for white. Knight f6, of course, to somehow to grab the pawn knight h7, but also there is a great square for the white knight on e4. White can also play g4 and then regroup the knight, knight g3, knight f5, or g4, knight f6, or knight g4, transferring it to e4. So there are so many weaknesses right now for black, and the king is so weak because the a7 rook is cutting it off completely from the potential activity, because it would be a different story a little bit at least if the king would not be cut on the 7th.
And there's all sorts of tricks. If black plays, for example, rook to a1, white has bishop b4 check, winning on the spot. Or I assume it's winning on the spot, I think it is. Suddenly Firouzja, yeah, that rush of blood to the head, having 30 minutes on the clock and playing g5. So risky. And he looks like he's ready to move again. He's getting those itchy fingers. Rook to e5 this time, trying to protect all of his pawns, potentially walking into more forks.
I think I understand his idea, though. It took a while for me to get it. And g4, that is an extremely natural move from the white side, but apparently the only move that keeps the advantage. I'm guessing knight f6 is met by some kind of rook f5 move with a pin along the f-file. Things are starting to get quite tricky in that scenario. But if g4 is played by white, which does seem like a very natural move, there isn't necessarily knight to e4 if the knight wants to get over there, because perhaps Firouzja thought that he could sacrifice one of his rooks for the knight, get another pawn for his troubles, and then that g4 pawn perhaps will not be able to live. And if you get rook and bishop versus rook, I know this is very far away for our audience, but rook and bishop versus rook is a theoretical draw. So when you try to figure out how can I save the game, which direction can I take the game into to better my chances, what Alireza wants is to be able to get rid of all of white's pawns, and for a minor piece as well, even if it costs him a rook. It might be a dream, but that's the vision that it seems that Alireza has.
Hikaru wants to move instantly. He's made move 40, but you wouldn't tell by the pace with which they're playing right now. It looked like he was reaching for his pawn. It was either the pawn or the white knight. I think those would be the two logical moves, either knight to f6 or pawn to g4. But it is g4 that's the stronger of the two. Yeah, I think just really sophisticated g4, knight g3, back. Just pick up this pawn or jump forward into e4, f5. White stabilized. And the black A pawn, I want to mention, can never really move. It's tied down both of its rooks just defending it. But if the black pawn ever moves to A4, there's always going to be checks. And watch out for checkmating patterns against the black king. 3 pieces, after all, against 2 right now. So big winning chances, Hikaru yet again. So many twists and turns in this game.
But maybe black wants to go after g4, rook a3, with the idea of rook e3.
G4's on the board.
Of course, g4 is on the board. But maybe
What's
after
the
rook
lineup?
a3, knight f6 is the strong move. Indeed.
Yeah. Just to point out, rook a3, knight to f6. If black comes in with the other rook, then at the very minimum, white has a check on h7, comes back, picks up the weak black g5 pawn, and black's kingside's collapsed. So surprised. Yeah, I saw a featured chat there briefly. I predicted 3 decisive games. Wow, I'm yeah, pleasantly surprised in that regard. But yeah, this one, Firouzja, I don't know what it is exactly, but this isn't the first time I've seen him make a mistake on move 41. Feels like he's still impatient to just keep the game going. Sometimes you need to spend 10 minutes just shaking off the kind of adrenaline that's been pumping through the veins over time pressure. Hikaru, though, stabilizing. G4 so classy.
Perhaps if the tournament were going in a different direction for Alireza, he would have spent more time there. And this is the first time all event, as you can see, the fun fact today, that all 4 games have reached the time control. That's a bit surprising, but it shows that at this late stage of the tournament, everyone is being combative. This game, it looks like going Hikaru's favor. And there's something that I think maybe the most surprising of all. I just looked at Jan Nepomniachtchi's game for the first time in a while. I almost forgot about it. You're not going to believe this, but I feel like Jan could have some winning chances if Pragg is not careful. And I know everyone out there who's rooting for Hikaru, was already upset what happened yesterday with Vidit Gujrati against Jan. But I'm looking at that game, and suddenly, the more it goes on, the more worried I get for Praggnanandhaa that he could get outplayed. And I cannot believe I'm uttering that sentence.
Wow. Judith, that would be a huge shock.
Actually, I had this, it crossed my mind when we ended up in the position after king c2. That basically, and then Praggnanandhaa was thinking a lot, I don't know, 20 minutes or something like that. And it seems like he definitely wants to play on and play for a win. And this shows that he's very young and he does not have enough experience. That at some point where you are dying to win the game, at the same time there is no more chance to win the game, you have to admit that it's equal, it's draw, it's time to call it off for the day. It's very hard to really to stop yourself doing so. I don't think he will really have problems or anything like that. But I know, for example, Anand, he was at some point, he clearly understood and he played it in a very professional way that he says, I want a draw. This is a draw. I go for it. There is no embarrassment to make a repetition of moves or start simplifying the position. No, I decide what I want and I go into that direction. And but of course, when you are very young, you want to be optimistic and say, yeah, one more. And of course, this is the moment. Why shouldn't he try to play on? I'm not even saying to take risky decisions, but still just to play on the game, it makes sense because it's his very last chance in the tournament. If he's whatever, he can create some chances. Of course, it's fantastic. But it's also gaining experience playing on this game. So what can he lose by playing it, right?
Well, I think he won't lose much, but if he were to lose this game, everybody else would be quite upset. And I just want to, if we can, David, go back before Black played knight to e4, because at that moment, I had just caught the game from the corner of my eye. I think that was a necessary move from Praggnanandhaa because his king on a4 is actually quite misplaced in this position. The white rook can slide up to either g4 or even g5 in many different positions, going after the black pawns. So white's king was perfectly centralized, and black's, when on the rim over there, actually not in the right path. So he did play knight e4. It was a very good choice from him. And now the question is how simple is this endgame? Will it just be a game that he can draw by playing a number of moves, or will there be a moment where he only has one correct continuation? And you can see it on his face, actually. He doesn't look like he believes his position is that simple, and he is down by half an hour, David.
Yeah, there was a little shake of the head. He looked away from the board a couple of times, maybe in frustration. Jan is still planted in his seat opposite him. And you mentioned going wrong. I've already found one way for black to lose this one. King b5. I give a check. You come forward, and whoops, you get checkmated. So if you're forced back with the black king, this would be bad news. Suddenly the white rook might go hunting for some of your pawns in the near future. Maybe the white king also just steps across in front just to prevent the black pawns from marching. As you mentioned, it should be a draw still, but 10 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game now. One slit, momentum against him. Rook g4 in the air, rook g5 in the air. White's rook is actually very, very active. Just to mention as well to viewers at home, why not push the pass pawn, you might be wondering. But if you capture back with the pawn now, White's rook or king will simply step forward. That being said, I'm wondering if the black king comes in now. Maybe this is just enough to draw. Maybe you just kind of keep waiting here forever. You've tied down White's pieces sufficiently. Actually, in hindsight, maybe I eat my words. Maybe e3 is the way to play strictly for a draw, the safest way. No more adventures, no more twists and turns. Yeah, just drive the white king towards the pawn to get the black king in. Because if you start taking steps back, you might end up losing this game, as Robert said. I think he's got a hold, and I think from his body language, he knows now this is the moment. You cannot pedal too much faster. You might fall off that bike. But I think maybe the frustration on his face is due to the fact that a draw will see him out of the running for first place. Maybe that's what's so disappointing to the youngster right now.
Yeah, you could see that he played this game to win. He played the French defense. He wanted to get an opening that Jan may not have studied that recently, and then Jan played the exchange French, and still Praggnanandhaa was outplaying him for a good stretch of the game until Jan was able to keep everything under control. So Praggnanandhaa, he is looking at this position. He should still be able to make a draw, but for a moment there, it was him who had to be careful. So while Praggnanandhaa is holding on, it doesn't look like his compatriot Vidit Gujrati is doing the same. Fabiano Caruana has completely outplayed Vidit Gujrati, whose king started by castling on the king side and now looks like a castle on the queen side. It ran all the way across the board while the players were in time trouble, but it hasn't found true safety. And we have the blue arrow. David, that's not your arrow, but we know that means it's the only move that keeps White's advantage at the level it's currently at.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Vidit, it's probably one of the most obvious moves in the position. I would argue maybe rook d5 as well, driving the black queen away. It needs to be calculated, but b4 creates a monster threat of b5 due to the fact the black knight is pinned. This really reminds me of the game that Vidit lost actually at the World Cup against Abasov, where the black king was also on the queen side. It was actually also this pawn structure, and the opponent simply crashed through. So b4, b5 thematic, very strong. I'm not sure where black's counterplay lies. The white king, Judith, you mentioned slightly airy, but no real inroads towards it. Do you think this is as one-sided as the bar would seem to indicate? Looks like b4 on the board. Or do you see Vidit still holding some chances in the game?
Well, actually, b4 is played. And I don't see much chance for black because, of course, the dream is knight to f4, which is practically impossible for several reasons. And the question is whether is he going to be going to well, some endgame going, well, queen c7 is not even possible now. I can imagine, I don't know if I can imagine if there is any chance for holding the game for Vidit, to be honest. Because these kind of positions, Fabiano are usually, he's winning these kind of positions. And after b4, b5, how can it be stopped, right?
I don't see it, but I think we should show the variation that I think we're indicating. Queen c7 would be the instinct from black to get that queen out of there and get out of the pin. But after queen takes c7 check, king takes c7, you've walked into a different pin, and now pawn to b5 should get the job done. And I think what's important, as black swaps out pawns there, that king d6 looks like a saving move. And it actually has some similarity to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. But here the issue is after pawn takes c6, king takes c5. I don't think white takes the bishop. I think white takes the pawn. And then you have this pawn that can't be stopped from b7 because the rook can't get to the 8th rank thanks to white's bishop on g6. So this is a very forcing line. We know that Fabiano Caruana is an elite calculator. He's seen this through, and he was probably double-checking his variations, but this is just forcing.
That being said, could I suggest after queen takes, I mean, this looks hopeless, but I'm not sure whether in this position or after taking, maybe I have to go here. Could I play b6? Is this crazy? I just want to attack your rook and make a mess.
Well, there are several ways, I guess. Well, first of all, you can take on b6 and rook d5. But let's see if there is something else also.
At least black survives to live another day here.
Yeah, that's true.
Because just to show the audience, I mean, a position like this might look like it's, again, that dynamic of 2 pieces against a rook. But if black's rook is able ever to kind of pick up one of these 2 pawns, the a5 or c4 pawns, then pawns on both flanks, a race. Rook sometimes holds its own. This one wouldn't be totally over. Maybe hard to evaluate.
Yeah, kind of, at first glance, the 2 mounted pieces outclass the rook, but these positions are always more difficult than meets the eye. So Vidit might have some chances. We'll see if Fabiano can find the best follow-up after a move like queen c7, but you can see Vidit on the screen here not looking happy about his position, about his tournament. But on the other hand, Fabiano would love to get this win. So we'll be right back, everybody. We'll see if Fabiano, Hikaru, and Gukesh can get much-needed wins at this late stage of the tournament. We'll be right back from round 12 action of the candidates in just a few.
I'm here with Grandmaster Nijat Abasov from Azerbaijan, currently rated 2,632. He is we were discussing right before we went live, top 5, maybe top 10 in Azerbaijan, the runner-up for the World Cup spot and qualifying sort of in a strange fashion for the candidates, but here you are at the candidates. How is it feeling? First of all, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah.
How's it feeling to be in Toronto?
First time in Canada. Yesterday I had a little tour, just trying to get used with the time zone and with the weather, because now it's sunny in Baku and here it's a bit cold, and in 2 days they promise snow. Yeah, trying to trying to get used with all this vibe. Otherwise the tournament, everything like starting, it's a bit excitement in here, so all good.
Well, yeah, now you're gonna have to talk about that a little bit. We'll get into the chess too, but what happened? This wasn't chess related, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to move my rook too far, and then I couldn't play with the hand, so I tried to. Yeah, but
I'll do that again.
Yeah. So the reality is that the rook. Yeah, but the reality is that first time in 20 years of my football career, I would say, I tore my ACL.
Oh my god.
and I had surgery about like 25 days ago. So yeah, now I'm here recovering. My doctor says within 15 days I should be able to get rid of this one, which is somewhere around in like the mid-tournament where everyone gets tired. I will just, start walking properly. So that's where, I'm looking forward.
I'm also looking forward. I can't wait. It's going to be like the cast off. It's going to be like an anime moment, like a movie moment. You drop the weight and yes.
Yeah.
And then you get back into
Run, Forest, run.
Yes, exactly. I have so many questions for you. I guess I'll start with the fact that, look, obviously, elephant in the room. Your journey to qualification was a little bit, I don't know. I want to say straight. Was it annoying? Like you had to wait for an answer, or did you just sort of assume from the beginning Magnus was not going to play?
No, in fact, when I was playing against Magnus, I already could tell that he's not going to play the candidates because, well, before our encounter, he said that he's not going to play. So it was more about like technicality, and I wasn't really waiting for his answer. I was just doing my stuff, what I was supposed to do, and just wait for the FIDE to contact me and say that okay, you got this spot.
And when they did that, when they contacted you, you were ready. I imagine you already had some sort of team, some sort of preparation ready to go.
Yeah, I was ready for them to offer me. Regarding preparation, yeah, I started around that time.
So do you still feel the same level of pressure coming here? Because it might be a similar story as the World Cup, where it's like, you do interviews, people do interviews, they say, well, you're going to have a tough time or whatever, all this stuff. You say, I'm just going to play my game and I'll see what happens.
Exactly, that's my reply. I just came here to, show my best, enjoy every moment, and, well, I don't have any goals in the tournament in terms like, okay, I'm playing for the first place or any other place. But all I want to do is just enjoy every game and try my best.
We are back in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada. All 4 games are still going. That's the first time all event that all 4 games reached the time control. You see, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is still going at it against Praggnanandhaa. He had the sole lead entering the round, but will he exit this round as the only leader? Doesn't look to be the case. As he tries to look for some kind of winning possibility, Praggnanandhaa has had the game even throughout. That leaves the likes of Hikaru Nakamura in the top left. We also have Fabiano Caruana in the bottom left and Gukesh in the top right, all with sizable, if not winning advantages. So they will all be happy that Jan Nepomniachtchi is not going to win his game. David, this is the third to last round. We'll have 2 more after this. Jan, he seems like a runaway train, but he is being held back by Praggnanandhaa.
That's right. Praggnanandhaa, just at the right moment, pulled the brake, realised he should be playing for a draw, and I think everyone can see on the camera right now, Pragg looking away from the board. He knows he's going to be out of the running for first place, but better a draw than a loss, and at the right moment, he has just started initiating all of the trades. We'll see a pure rook endgame, king versus king even possibly, and most likely a handshake soon. Jan just going through the motions there. In the meantime, during that break, no moves from Vidit, who is suffering against Fabiano Caruana on the bottom left of your screens. Gukesh thinking after just 1 move from Abasov since we were last at that board. That being said, Nakamura against Firouzja has progressed somewhat, so maybe that is where we start our journey. Wow, it's just impressive. After 4 hours, more than 4 hours now, all games still going. And still a few results. Undecided, unclear. Yes, some bars are more excited than others, but okay, this one, I'm curious because Nakamura has forced a check. He's actually driven the Black King forward where it wants to go. But then again, the White Knight has repurposed itself to a really nice square. So, okay, Judith, what do you think comes next? How does Nakamura press the advantage?
Well, I would think that the white would regroup his knight to d6 and e4, and then it means also that he can activate his king to e3. And then it's the question how he is going to be improving, right? But somehow to get the king also activated, I would like that quite a bit from white side. Black king is quite vulnerable. But of course, there is another way of doing it. What about going knight d6 check, and after king moves away, then knight c4, and trying to grab that a5 pawn? Because after grabbing that pawn, even without rooks, white would be already winning, because white can collect the e2 pawn and later on the g5 pawn. Of course, I ran a little bit ahead in this analysis, but still, I think that's a question whether can white go knight d6, king goes e6, let's say, and knight c4. And after rook c5, to go rook takes a5.
Wow, that is the future potential queen. The black e-pawn's not going anywhere, but the black a-pawn might have been a runner, so this would make a lot of sense. You force a set of rooks off as well. The one question, not sure, yeah, you probably take with the knight. The only question is whether you wrap up the game by winning this pawn. Assuming your knight gets back.
Knight b3.
Yeah, you're just in time to block or go knight c1. I wanted
Actually,
to
I can even go knight d2 and knight e4 simply and grab the g5 first.
Yeah, white has the perfect construction. The white king, white bishop keep everything at bay. The black rook is helpless. Yeah. This looks clinical. This looks over. I think this is what he's aiming for. So in the current position, we're expecting knight d6 check. Nice geometry here. And no matter where the black king goes, you go back, fork, and pick up the pawn. Just double checking here.
It's a similar storyline to the first game between these two, where Alireza Firouzja in immense time trouble, and that's when he made what was the game-ending mistake, because he did a great job of staying in it. He did make some mistakes earlier, some inaccuracies that gave Hikaru the upper hand after what was also a fascinating opening. Let's not forget that queen a4 check. It seemed random at the time, but it caused Firouzja to pause and think, and he didn't know what to make of the position. But then as he reached move 40, he was holding on. Move 41. It wasn't even time trouble at that point. But I think, with the emotions, the nerves, he just couldn't keep everything together. G5 is a move that obviously he wants to take back. And I think we see Jan Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa officially make their draw. So Jan now is temporarily, at least until the other games finish, a point ahead of Hikaru and Gukesh. But we can see Hikaru's position. He's winning this game. Judith, your line is very straightforward. Knight d6, knight c4, gobble up a5. And I'm not sure that there's actually that much left in it. There's probably not much work that Hikaru needs to do from there.
Yes, it's very important for white to get the a5 pawn, because that's the only hope for black. Because otherwise, on the king's side, to have this g5 pawn completely blockading, and also the f5 knight is, of course, is very strong. So white has to aim to get that a pawn, and after that, things are already kind of a matter of technique, which is, of course, not always there, because there are a lot of stress. But in this position, it will be there, because there is no risky part for white. White can go around 5 times with the knight and the bishop and the king, and it will be still winning. So when you have an endgame where you cannot really make a mistake, it's only a matter of time, then at this level there will be no surprises. But I don't know if there is any chance left for Alireza after knight d6, knight c4. But now we can see all the other games as well. And I see that Gukesh is having a fantastic situation, because by now the white pawn got pushed to c5, which meant that black did not even bother to take. But finally the knight is on d5, which says it all. What will be the end of the game, I believe, because that knight made a big tour through f6 to h7 to surprise the opponent, to go to f8. I believe it went to g6, e5, and finally to the best destination it can ever imagine.
Yeah, it was a true Knights tour. And I see Jan Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa, they were still analyzing that game on the bottom right-hand side of our screen, but they're resetting the pieces, going to leave the playing hall, and then not come back tomorrow, but the day after for the penultimate round. And well, while Gukesh, he seems to be well on his way to wrapping this up, it looks like Fabiano still has a lot of work left because the bar was sky high. It looked like it was suggesting that he had a knockout. He didn't quite find it. Still a huge advance for him. And practically speaking, I think White wins that game the majority of the time, up a pawn and with dominant pieces. But Fabi must have missed something, David. So I don't know if we want to head into that one because the moment has passed. But Fabiano didn't find the best continuation.
Yeah, I think just a quick update with Fabiano, and then we'll jump into Gukesh, who might actually be winning within the next few moves. I think due to the strength, the power of the Black Knight on that board, it looks like he's in full control, as Judith says, and an opportunistic moment there for him. He can push his pawn forward. Here, however, I was a bit sneaky. I did take a peek at the computer because just like you, Robert, I saw the bar sky high. I thought White was winning on the spot. Suddenly we're at a position where it's less clear. The queens are about to come off. White's queenside pawns are suddenly a bit vulnerable to the Black Knight. So if the queens disappear, it's game on. Still a long grind ahead. I just want to rewind to that key moment and talk about the psychology, because after b4, where we last left it, Black played queen f4, a very nice move from a human point of view, a very scary move for the White king. And the blue arrow appears, the computer saying b5 is the best by far. But how do you react to bishop takes g4? This would have been a really scary moment. Understandable that Fabiano didn't want to see his kingside ripped apart like this. I didn't see what to do here. I thought this is understandably something you want to avoid. And then I checked the computer and knight g1. So apparently this is the winning move. Never going to be seen. Understandable that Fabi missed it. And Fabi's crashing through on the queen side. Just to note, you cannot take this bishop because suddenly after queen takes g4, Black has more than enough defensive resources. The White king's too open. But yeah, that knight g1 move, that's the reason Fabi didn't find the win. Robert, I see your face on the camera. I think if the audience saw it as well, they would be mirroring your pose. Really superhuman stuff, and wasn't found.
Retreating knight moves, I mean, yeah, but Judah, do you think that, I guess this is the question, you were playing in the candidates in the past, like, do you expect people at this level to find these moves, or do you just say, I forgive you because knight retreats like that are super difficult to spot?
Well, I would forgive for sure. I mean, to play already they're playing already for 5 hours, and there a lot was happening in the game, and suddenly you have, after queen f4, you see that, well, b5, bishop g4. The thing is that after bishop g4, you don't look further, because if you look further, you find knight g1, but simply you don't even get there. It's just to something else. But and I think if this would be the only missed opportunity for Fabiano, he would forgive himself too, because this is not a human way of thinking when you're playing at this hour of the day. No, knight g1 is killing.
Just to show
the fact that it wins, it's killing. It's painful.
Yeah,
and
knight
it's
g1.
beautiful.
The Black bishop can continue to sacrifice itself, but a knight is a king's best friend, and now the White king hides behind its knight. No checks ever. Yes, the bishop might fall, but Black's whole king, Black's whole queenside there will fall with the knight, and then checkmate. So knight g1. That would have been the move of the tournament if it had been found, but just to show what happened in the game, quick update, bishop f5. Very human touch, just stopping bishop takes g4, a trade, queen c7, and Fabi dodges the queen exchange with queen c5. So still a pawn up, still great winning chances, but okay, a lot of work ahead as Vidit plays rook e4. Vidit low on the clock though, that might be a deciding factor. Okay, Robert, should we continue here or should we check out Gukesh? Looks like he might be on the brink of victory.
Let's head to Gukesh because he's found this breakthrough over there on the queen side in his game. He was able to trade off the rooks, and just a turn ago, I guess when he pushed one to a4, so 2 turns ago it would appear, he was able to just get a pass pawn close to promotion. It was a really smart follow-up by him. The bishop couldn't take the pawn because knight c3 check was a fork, and then we saw the progress there. But actually, as much as we want to talk about this game, let's go to the Hikaru game because Judith, it looks like the moves that you recommended are all on the board. So if we switch to the Hikaru game quickly, it looks like Firouzja, I saw off to the side there, his body language suggested that he might just throw in the towel. The pawn is gone. So is his hope.
Well, exactly. It seems like there is very little hope, and this is the kind of position which obviously everybody hates. That if you have the slightest chance, you're there, you're fighting, you're calculating, you're trying your best. But once you see that there is no practical chance, and actually King E3 is even maybe a more painful move for Black, that basically Black is in Zugzwang kind of situation. Though I wouldn't mind to see simply knight b3, knight d2, knight e4, because that was good enough. This is again like really fine-tuning the opportunity that King e3, I don't let you come into my territory all the way to d3. I don't think it had any big difference, but these nuances can also help, because it's the most important thing in this endgame, exactly, to give the least practical chance for Alireza, because then he's going to be resigning at some point already. He says, okay, there is no way I can have any chance, so I rather not suffer longer.
Yeah, and White has the simple plan to play bishop d2 next, followed by king takes pawn. Black's passed pawn will not survive. The g5 pawn, of course, long term will be doomed as well. And the white knight, there's no way to keep it out forever. Eventually it gets back in. And talking of getting back in, Hikaru's back in with huge chances in this tournament if he wins. Assuming when he wins at this point, he will join Jan Nepomniachtchi in the lead. Third win in a row, Robert. This would be huge for him.
And you saw him staring up. He's thinking, what about that world championship? I literally don't care. Oh, yeah, that's not the case. He cares now. He will be in a tie for first place with Jan Nepomniachtchi. It looks like Gukesh will join the two of them. Fabiano, Caruana trying to stay within a half point of them. So we have what appears to be a four-person race. But Hikaru Nakamura, this moment is about him. And you see Alireza Firouzja, he's looking at this board. You can tell he doesn't want to play it out anymore. He understands that the minor pieces will team up not just against his first pawn, but against his last remaining pawn as well. And so for Firouzja, he wishes that he could restart this tournament and play a much better first half, because that would have allowed him chances in the second. But for Alireza, the pain continues in Toronto. He may not be quitting chess. He's made that quite clear, but he will quit this game any moment now, because Hikaru Nakamura has found all the correct moves after that 41st move blunder from Firouzja. David, I mean, look at Firouzja's face. This is just a player who doesn't want to be at the board anymore.
Yeah, he knows his practical chances are pretty much over, but it does take a bit of willpower to extend the hand, to offer your resignation, and to end the game. There we go, though. It is a result. Hikaru Nakamura takes the win. This could be vital.
Huge.
Amazing performance by Nakamura. Third win in a row in the Candidates tournament. What a performance. After losing game 2 against Vidit. Who would have thought that he's back and playing for the first place, being the challenger of the world champion? Wow.
And look at Hikaru. There's a big smile on his face. I mean, the players, they may be talking about some of the chess, but for Hikaru, he needs to run out of there. He needs to make a recap video, because all of his fans are waiting. And if you're in chat right now, you know that many of you are Hikaru Nakamura fans. You've entered the chess world through his streams. Show your streamer some support. But I have to also say that for Alireza Firouzja, it is sad that the second consecutive Candidates has not gone his way. He has so much support as well. He's a phenomenal player. And I think that something just is going wrong in these Candidates. And that leaves us down to 2 games. David, we look on the left-hand side of our screen. I think it's pretty clear that Gukesh, he is driving the point home. On the right-hand side of our screen, though, for Fabiano, he has his work cut out for him. It's not as clear-cut. So I think we should start with Gukesh, just because that game maybe is nearing its conclusion. But I think that the Fabi game has more life to it.
That's right. I think the Fabiano Caruana game against Vidit, that might go on for a while. That could still have some twists and turns ahead. No twists and turns, I feel, for Abasov. Unfortunately, the tail ender here, he will crash to defeat. It's just a question of how does Gukesh cash in on his advantage right now. Looks like the Black King is coming in. Robert shakes his head at my pun. but it feels like the last moments of this one, white is stretched to the maximum, just trying to hold off the black pawns alone. I think we jump in there and try to find the winning plan as Gukesh does the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Judith. You take the wheel.
Yeah, it's interesting that both of you say that it's so winning. I mean, I would be worrying if I would be playing black to find the exact right maneuver. Of course, the first thing I would think is how to queen the a pawn, but then I see these two bishops on d4 and b3, so then it would come to my mind okay, let's bring the king, because that's not active enough to go king f5, king g4, king f3. But obviously, white will try to stop my king by playing f3, and then bishop e1. Bishop e1 is kind of a move which can be expected even maybe immediately or after the king move.
Actually, I was slightly surprised Gukesh decided to move his king on the last turn. He did have an opportunity. The white bishop was standing on e3. He could have taken. It's always a tough judgment call. He could have been 2 pawns up in an opposite color bishop position. I think it's probably winning because the white bishop is tied down forever, but maybe he didn't want to take that risk. Sometimes there are fortresses. So yeah, I'm liking your move, Judith. King to f5. I don't really see how white actually makes a move or a productive move, if not f3. Like you said, f3 runs into this nasty bishop to e1, hitting some pawns from behind. How does white cling on there? I'm going to put this one on the board. To f5. Of course the bar shoots up. Of course it does.
It's going to go back down. I know how this works. It pretends like, oh, there's some intrigue in this position and white is holding on, but no way. Look at this position. The pawn is so passed over here. What could possibly be the move that keeps white in it? Like if you move your light square bishop, the black pawn goes to a2, and then bishop takes c5 ideas and things of that nature.
Yeah, white's light squared bishop is stuck. The dark squared bishop is literally performing a juggling act here, defending both pawns. The white king, don't see anywhere that can go. King c4 doesn't threaten anything. If you go back, the black king might just come forward. What next? I don't see any reason not to do that. Is there anything else? I'm just slightly surprised in the game position. King f5 looks like the continuation, the consistent follow-up to Gukesh's last move, which was king to g6. How else can he convert? Is it bishop
Well,
to e1?
he can go bishop e1, exactly. That's the other way after king. Well, bishop d4, bishop e1.
Yeah, ideas of a knight check and or maybe a2 first. He's kind of played that similar knight check tactic before. Yeah, this looks over. King e2.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, and then bishop c3. True. Bishop d5, bishop d4, and that should be
And, yeah, you come back and collect, and 2 pawns up. You'll be able to create 2 passed pawns. White will be overstretched. Now bishop e1. Maybe that's the way. You don't need the
king g5.
That's a better move. I don't know why it's a better move than king f5, but it's probably a better move.
Well, maybe it stayed out of some light square issues. Not that I really see any, but perhaps because white is the only one with the light square bishop, that keeping the king on the dark squares makes sense. No checks with the bishops against it. For white at this turn, what do? You kind of need to keep your bishop on b3 or stopping the pawn from pushing to a2. And bishop e1 is always in the air. I like that idea. I'm really struggling, if I'm being honest, of coming up with ideas from the white side.
Well, king g5, you can say that it's safer because it's a black square, but probably both were pretty much okay and the direction to win. But I like it that Gukesh takes his time, he spends the time, he's not rushing things ahead. And I have the feeling that it's not because he's nervous and then he double checks it or checks it for 5 times, but simply he knows that this is a moment for him and how important it is to win this game. Because, of course, no matter how much the players want to be in the moment of the game, of course, they know and its presence that I'm fighting for the first place. I'm fighting to become the challenger. Without putting extra pressure on yourself, I believe it's extremely difficult. But, well, for this reason, they are there because they are very strong characters, also, not only players. King
Fully
c4.
agree. King c4 though. Where's the finishing touch? Is it still bishop to e1? Do you move in with the king this time? Slightly reluctant to go in with the king actually, because after bishop to d1 check, the white king can stop the black a pawn. I'm not sure that makes too much difference, but
and you see, this is why he played king g5. So now he can go bishop e1, and there is no bishop c2 check and king b3 maybe.
yeah, just to show one variation on the board, and I'll put that one as well, Judith. But bishop king g4 does allow a check, and if you have to go the long way round, the white king, maybe it doesn't even need to rush back to stop this pawn, but even if it does, bishop h5 in the air, suddenly counterplay for the first time in this whole endgame. So you called it, Judith. Bishop to e1, Gukesh read your mind, and clearly something he'd planned for a long time. White is just stalemated pretty much what to do.
It's a great move.
E4 ideas.
Yeah, it's a really great move. Yeah, white is frozen here. The light square bishop can't move because then the a pawn goes. The dark square bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go anyways except for a1, but then you're in the corner, and then the black king will just march forward. So and f2 would actually just hang. So I don't see a move. He brings his king back, but if you're just going back and forth from Abasov here, I think king c4, king d3 looks to be the plan. And if that's the case, then black should probably bring the king forward right now, and it can go the long way round.
He went back to d3.
Yeah, the black king can come now, though. The white bishop will be tied down. The king will not relieve it of its duties any longer, preventing the black a pawn from marching. Gukesh, so impressive. I mean, that was my one question mark over him when I was kind of making pre-tournament predictions. I just thought, when it comes to these kind of end games, does he have the composure? Does he have the nerves? He's proved he does, and more. So impressive every single day. Not many people can beat Abasov with black. He's proved that this tournament, but Gukesh on the brink now.
But what kind of risks he was taking, right? To pull Abasov into making decisions where he could go wrong. And I mean, Gukesh made huge risks decisions in the opening preparation, because they understood that in the preparation, sorry.
No, Judith. I mean, sorry, finish your thought.
Yeah, I think it was an excellent choice, risky one, but an excellent choice at this case, at this moment against Abasov.
And I was gonna say, Judith, that for Abasov, he's lost 0 games with the white pieces to this point. He's lost 5 games with black heading into this round, but no losses from the white side. So it took this kind of offbeat opening from Gukesh to drag Abasov into these unclear, uncharted waters, and now we see that it's just a pure endgame technique. So Gukesh deserves a ton of credit. We see that he has a completely dominant position, and I think with 2 rounds to go, some people will be like, imagine if Gukesh hadn't lost to Alireza in that game where he was up a pawn for seemingly minimal compensation. But you can't focus on the what-ifs now. You're going to be in a tie for first place with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. 2 rounds to go. Just excitement ahead.
Yeah, and if Gukesh hadn't lost that game, maybe he would have chosen different openings in the following games. Maybe we would have taken a bit less risk. Ultimately, you can't look backwards. You've got to look forwards. And talking of forwards, it might be the time for the Black King to start entering the white camp. Yeah, so impressive. And I agree, by the way, with the featured chat that popped up a few moments ago, the one before this, where it was talking about computers. They haven't killed chess. They've taught us new things. No way a human would ever come up with knight h7, rook b8, all that flashy stuff. They've opened up new horizons for us. As Gukesh, okay, he goes back, just very professional, repeating the position once. He's not going to go and draw. He's just getting a little bit more time on his clock That's the only thing that can trip him up now, 6 minutes. But he will go for the win now. He'll try something a bit different.
Will he play h5 and possibly h4?
Ooh. Makes sense. There's no rush, right? He doesn't need to go for the kill right now. He can still just build up and wait.
Well,
Wait
it's a Zugzwang position for white. What can white play?
Oof. That's a very good question, Judith. There's downsides to all of white's moves.
Well, you can go back king c4. Oh.
King f5, similar, just waiting. If king c4 now, then he might come in with the black king. Maybe via e4. I think there's risk of getting checkmated if you're the black king. You're just running in.
It feels like a fancy triangulation, like what we just saw, right? The king went up to g5, and then only after the white king, stepped back on d3, and the bishop went back and forth. He goes to f5 via g4. So I don't know if there was actually a difference, but I think at this point in the game, we have a position where the dark square bishop can't move from white. The light square bishop needs to keep an eye on the a pawn. You get bishop c2 runs right into knight b4 check. You lose a piece in the spot. So he's just done a great job of removing all of white's options.
It's quite a safe way of playing it. And Gukesh is under 6 minutes. We should not forget that. That already in the 6 hour of play, he knows that he has to win this. He knows that the game is winning. But he also knows that he should not play too fast and take it too easy, because you have to play the best moves until the very end to have a handshake.
Mm-hmm. And okay, Abasov there, distracted by something. It is his move, maybe checking out the other game, and that might give us the perfect opportunity ourselves to check out the other game, as Abasov clearly just wondering what's going on the other board. So let's bring up Fabiano Caruana against Vidit, as Fabi's just gone for it. Pawn to b5 on the last turn. Black has captured a pawn, restoring the material balance, but hey, there are tactics in the air. The black knight not entirely safe on a5. What does Fabiano have up his sleeve? He's given away his material advantage. How is he going to transform it? Does he have a knockout
takes
blow?
a6.
Ooh, very
Isn't
calm,
that
but
simple?
Knight takes c4. Black knight's coming in. Not over yet.
Trickier than initially met the eye. It's actually kind of funny because after knight takes a5, b6 is tempting, but it's a very bad move from the white side. You're trying to win the knight on a5, but the king on g2 is left alone, and the f2 pawn hangs.
And the black queen would be feasting on f2 and checkmate. So b6 would actually be a big blunder. Like you say, Robert, that's the first move that met my eye. I was like, wait, white's winning a piece? What's up with that? But no, the black queen landing on a great diagonal. So you need something a bit sophisticated here, maybe.
Maybe queen d3?
Queen d3, hitting the black rook. And the idea is if the black rook moves somewhere, it goes back. Then you just take and open up king, maybe. Also, there's so many options. There's knight d4 as well, hitting the black rook. And okay.
On knight d4, rook e5, I thought.
And if white takes, you have to take with the pawn.
Yes, that was the plan.
And knight e6. Looks mate-ish or stompish. Or
and after queen c4, you have to go.
Then I
queen
will
d6.
think again. Queen d6 looks like checkmate.
Queen d6.
Let's put this on the board. If black tries to swap off rooks now, trade pieces, white's knight jumps in, and the black queen caught in two minds. If she takes on c4, then Judith spotted queen d6, and black king. It's a sad time if it goes to if it goes to a7. Sorry, then b6 is a deadly check. If it goes the other way, then b6 still lands, and a pawn checkmate. Always brutal, always very aesthetically pleasing. So Yeah, I totally understand his knight d4 move, hitting the rook and wanting to jump forward. Vidit with 5 minutes. Both sides actually with 5 minutes. Where's the defense? How to prolong this game? Not easy. Now b6 might be in the air as well. Now that you've kind of blocked this diagonal in some scenarios, knight e6 looks like the biggest threat once the black rook moves. Don't see a defense. I'm struggling.
And Vidit is under 5 minutes. While Fabi also has just a little more than 5 minutes. And we are in the 7th hour of play.
I see one way that Fabi can get tricked. And I'm just trying to come up with something. Rook d2. And if knight c6 check, which looks super tempting to win that rook, you just take on c6 with the pawn. And after the rook drops, knight takes c4 first. And then one of the pawns is taken on b5. And suddenly we have a knight and 2 pawns for a rook. And the king actually doesn't feel that exposed. So I do think that there are still some traps to avoid because rook d2 looks like a blunder. But actually it's white who could fall into the trap.
Really
nice idea.
Really nice. You should try it, Vidit. It's the best bet. In practical terms as well, you've got to hope for blunders under time pressure. Here we see the bird's eye view of the 2 remaining games. King of the Hill. Look at that black king in the Gukesh game. Wow. I don't think it's getting checkmated ever unless white gets bishop g4 and f3 in. Ooh. Whoops, there might be checkmating patterns. Be careful if you're Gukesh's king. Should be safe enough. He's pushed his pawn. Yeah, bishop takes f2 was a threat, so no time to go for checkmate. Black king pushed back. Gukesh looks nervous on the camera, though. He's at 4 minutes. We've seen turnarounds in his games before. Surely miracles don't happen, though, for Abasov.
No, the black king is totally safe for Gukesh, and the a-pawn is too far past. You can go, as you see, Abasov's going after the a-pawn, but then he's going to have a problem the other side of the board. The h-pawn will be the one that goes to the other side and promotes, and they're just going through the motions now. The bishop takes that pawn on a2, but here comes h5, h4, and I don't think anyone needs me to say the rest. The pawn is unstoppable going up the board, and yeah, Gukesh he's played a really phenomenal game.
So smooth. The youngster, 17, and he's going to rejoin the lead alongside Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. Wow. 2 huge days ahead this weekend for Gukesh. For a whole generation of players. It might be a changing of the guard. It's him against the old guys, against the 30-somethings. Yeah, pawn to h5, Robert. Just push, push, push. Should be game over. He's just calculating the last details. 30 seconds after every move, now that we're past move 40, so time should not be an issue here. As we see, Gukesh on the camera, working out the final details. No more turnarounds. This is pretty much over.
Yeah, you see Gukesh, I mean, no matter the angle of the camera, he is a player who's locked in, determined, stoic, resilient. I don't have enough adjectives in my vocabulary to describe him because the way Gukesh recovered, not even just in this tournament against Firouzja, and we see the handshakes are in. Gukesh is officially one of our co-leaders. He joins Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura in a 3-way tie for first place. Gukesh is just an absolute sensation. He is a prodigy in the truest sense of the word, and he is now in first place, tied with 2 others in the candidates with just 2 rounds to go. So I just want to, on what I was saying is that Gukesh, the way he was able to bounce back after a very bad performance in the Isle of Man, he lost so many rating points, and when you're on that, on that line, just straight shooting up to 2,800, and suddenly your ship is rocked and you're now back down to 2720. Things can feel bad, but Judith, the way he's been able to play since then, winning in the Chennai Masters, tying for first in Vaikanze, and here in a tie for first with 2 rounds to go, just what a phenomenal player he is.
It's unbelievable what the performance he gave here, and he had very difficult games. I remember in round 2 when he played against Praggnanandhaa, what a tough opening he had. what a time trouble he had and what a critical moments in that game. And somehow he survived. He defended himself, and after that, he even won that game. And then later on, game 7 was very painful for him, the way he lost against Alireza, because there he should definitely not lose that game. The least that he had to play, had to have a draw at least. So it is incredible to see how he can bounce back and come to the game with great energy and determination. And again, I can only phrase the preparation, that of course it was risky, and if things would have happened differently, then we might have said that, well, it's a candidates tournament, you don't play knight h7 kind of moves. But I think he measured it, and his team evaluated the situation very correctly, that in this situation where he has to win, he has to take risky decisions against such a strong player like his opponent, Abasov, because very, very tough opponent, very difficult to beat him, especially with the black colors. So he had to do these risky moves, but he went all the way. He played all these more than 6 hours. He was fighting it out. He took his chances. So congratulations to the young talent of Gukesh.
And it leaves us with Fabiano Caruana. David, I mean, he's been impressive in this round. Is it too little too late? He does need to secure the victory first and foremost, but he will see 3 players ahead of him no matter the result.
Yeah, for Fabiano, it's strictly must-win territory. That's the only way he'll remain within striking distance of the leading pack. He'll be 1 point behind, but crucially, he does play Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final round, and he will have the white pieces. So Fabi will have some say over his own destiny if he wins this game. But despite us thinking that White's position is very promising, you still need to put the finishing touches on. Black's rook lands on b2. Interesting. I think the black rook needed to stay there to stop all of those b6 ideas we were showing after the white knight landed on e6. Now white takes on a6, hitting the black knight with the queen. Okay, what is the follow-up? What is the winning blow if black plays knight takes c4? We were thinking about counterplay. The black knight would threaten to leap into e3. Has he
The
calculated
winning move
everything?
is a7.
Wow.
No?
Okay.
a7 and
right,
knight b5.
I think you're correct. Instead, Vidit, we should mention the clock. He's down under 1 minute. He plays knight back to c6, not wanting to see any trouble against his knight or any trouble against the black king. Now, Fabiano, knight trade, or does he continue? You mentioned the knight b5 idea, Judith. Maybe it's just as effective here.
Well, knight b5 looks very scary for black, I think, and to keep the knight does make a lot of sense.
And Fabiano, you see it. You look at him right there, though. He just looked, I think, at the score sheet, maybe. You know, he's looking at the clock. He needs to make sure that he gets his moves off in time. But look at the position. Queen g8 check, hoping for the black queen to block. And actually, no matter how you block, I think it's a forced win. You take the knight with check first and use that little a-pawn to distract the black king. That's just game over.
Yes, exactly.
He's got it. What a blow. Great full board awareness. Back rank check, driving the black king away or piece in the way. Yeah, he's found it. He is going to wrap this up. Judith, just why did we doubt him? Clinical, this technique towards the end. Just started playing on the front foot and a winning attack now.
Absolutely, and we see the players who are fighting for the first place, that they are in a great form in round 12, at the very end, in the finish line already. 3 rounds to go, and what a games we've seen. What a fight, what kind of decisions. Small advantage for Fabiano, and he grinded. And
Judith, it was small at first, right? Just like that little plus, but then Vidit brought his king into the center, which might have objectively been okay. but just tactically speaking, you're not often going to survive positions like that when one side's king is safe and the other's is out in the center.
Well, absolutely. This was the case that for Vidit it was difficult to defend, and there are some positions where you think that, well, it's only a little worse position. I will defend it, but there are situations like this game also that it's very difficult to hang on. You know that you're worse. You play against Fabiano, who is a very strong player with incredible experience. And then you know that I have to make something, right? Either I stay and wait or I try to improve my position. And this was the move with his king, that he started the journey from G8 all the way to B8 through F8, E8, and went on from one side to another, which we can say that it was a desperation, but basically there were quite a few weaknesses in the position. So the black king was never safe too much, not on E8 and nor on B8, as we see.
Desperate times now for Vidit. He moves the black king out of the firing line, but the black knight is dropping. There are still forks in the air with white's knight landing on B5 check. I think at this point it's just picking the cleanest kill. Fabi has this under control. He has 2 minutes more than his opponent. He does take the black knight. There's no counterplay. And I think we might see a handshake any moment. Vidit, up and down tournament. But he's entertained so many people. He's got some great wins, but unfortunately now a couple of losses in a row. Fabi, yeah, he knows. Look at that glance at the opponent. Shake of the head from Vidit. Final stages of this game, Robert.
Yeah, you see, for Vidit Gujrati, he's proven that he can beat some of the best players on the planet. He took down Hikaru Nakamura twice. In fact, if it weren't for Vidit, and the handshake is there, Fabiano Caruana beats Vidit Gujrati, and that means that we have 3 players in first place with 7.5 points, and Fabiano Caruana gets to 7, just a half point behind. He defeats Vidit Gujrati in what at first was a small positional advantage, then became a tactical affair, and Fabiano Caruana heads into the rest day with a new lease on life in this tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the sole leader, only drew his game. Fabiano entered a full point behind. Now he's just a half point behind. Judith, 4 players have a legitimate chance to win the candidates and play in the World Championship.
Well, I'm speechless. It's just so exciting what we've been witnessing today and in previous rounds as well, with those so many excitements. And of course, there are a lot of mistakes in the candidates, but people cannot imagine what kind of stress level they have to live and do this 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks of competition, including the 3 days is nearly 3 weeks, and all the preparation they have been doing. So it is so interesting to follow that we have the very young Gukesh in the fight, and we have the older generation apart from him, right? I mean, Jan is so experienced already. So we see this clash between the newcomers, the new talent, and the big giants who are there for decades, basically. And it is fantastic to see Hikaru, that after this awful, very difficult loss in round 2, he bounced back and he's fighting there. And his opening choices and his fighting spirit and the excitement he creates in the game. And you can see that he's fearless. Today's game also, we've witnessed that he had to calculate incredible amount of lines. Of course, he made mistakes, and it would have been very difficult for him to deal with today's game if he wouldn't win it. But at this level, at this stage of the candidates, to see someone going so sharp, it's fantastic, and he deserves to be there and fighting for the first place. Jan is amazing, of course, that he is leading during the whole tournament for the 3rd time in the candidates. But of course, the last 2 rounds will be very tough, and I can't say that the free day will be a real free day, relaxation day for the players, but they need to recharge for the last 2 rounds for sure.
They will definitely need to recharge because we have just 2 games remaining. Some of our co-leaders will square off. We'll work you through the final 2 round pairings and the standings and all that, and you'll get game review from the one and only David Howell. So we're going to take a short break. We'll get that all set up, but don't go anywhere because when we return, David Howell will teach you a very instructive lesson.
b7 queen d3 and b6 next move, right? I didn't see how you defended. Maybe rook e6 there? b6 king c8. But looks...
Rook f4, no?
Ah yeah, just rook f4. Now I'll have to score. Yeah. But probably go...
Rook e5, I could have played rook c7 defending the pawn.
Yeah, I was expecting this. I was going to play rook h5, but I wasn't sure.
Rook h5?
Yeah.
What's the idea?
Just to play g5.
I can play f6.
Yeah, you could just play f6. I know I shouldn't play rook h5 then. But then it's not easy for me to do anything, because if g5, take knight takes bishop d7, it's very unclear. I mean, you get this bishop c6 always. But you blundered rook d5, right? Yeah, rook c7 should be removed. Maybe bishop e4? No, bishop e4 f6. Yeah, maybe it's not so much for white though. I don't know, I couldn't see any ideas after king e8. It looks very, very strange. But,
Queen h5, I can also play queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6. I think I was going to play g4.
Now I can play c5.
c5 and
g5.
g5. I don't know. But I don't know if I have other ideas besides g4, g5. Only to play the endgame, like trading queens and trying to get the knight to c5, but I wasn't sure if I would have much. Still pretty solid for that.
Yeah, I think rook e5, rook c7, it would have just been pretty much solid.
Yeah, it's probably close to equal.
Because I thought you have knight e1, but then I can go knight c6 like once your knight is on e1.
Yeah, I didn't think of knight e1. But knight e1, don't you also have some other ideas, like bishop d7 maybe?
Knight d3.
Knight d3 and now f6? Bishop c6? Maybe bishop on c6 doesn't matter so much. Yeah, knight f4 is also coming. So knight e1, knight c6, rook c5. How do you continue? And now rook e7, yeah?
Yeah, but you should play rook d5.
Rook d5 first, yeah. So queen e7, rook c5.
Rook d6.
d7 doesn't feel like if I play
knight b4 just.
Knight b4, so take bishop. Bishop b4.
Yeah, it goes on.
Yeah, it's not like queen e4.
Yeah, in the game I should play king f8. Actually, when you played this b4, I thought queen f4, bishop f5, bishop f4, rook c6 was your idea.
Which one? After b4.
b4, queen f4, bishop f5, bishop takes f5. I thought rook c6 was the right.
Ah, yeah, maybe. I just thought rook takes
a lot
f5
of time.
was rook c6. So if you take on g4,
Queen d8.
queen d8, king d7.
Rook a6.
Oh, rook a6.
Hi everyone and welcome back to round 12 of the Candidates tournament in Toronto. It's been a crazy day, 3 decisive results and 1 draw, shaking things up in the standings. We now have 3 joint leaders, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura and a 17-year-old. Teenager, but with a maturity that belies his years. It is Gukesh, and we're going to be taking you through Gukesh's win today with the black pieces against Nijat Abasov. Let's jump in and break down that game. It started as a d-pawn opening. It started with d4 for white and a quick transposition to the Nimzo Indian. Here, black's bishop comes out, pinning the white knight, and Abasov playing his... He knew he needed to take risks, and this is where the first surprise was landed. Pawn to h6, going away from the classical wisdom, not fighting for the center yet. More traditional moves would be pawn to d5, pawn to c5, even castling the black king. Very logical moves. Pawn to h6. We find out very shortly why this pawn was pushed. Not just preventing a pin, but creating a nice escape square for a piece. A surprising move that appears in a moment. We saw knight to f3, Abasov playing very kind of classically here, just developing his pieces towards the center. Black finally fights for that middle ground and now threatening to take on d4 and developing his piece to the edge of the board. Gukesh, he is aiming to capture towards the center and to activate the black knights. We saw a fianchetto from Abasov, and now after knight to e4, this was just the beginning of Gukesh's preparation. This is a pin. Perhaps here, Abasov, if he wanted to be solid, he could have played a move like bishop to d2, avoiding the pawn structure being fractured on the queen side, but it would have come at the cost of the bishop pair, something he was reluctant to do. So instead, he simply castled and allowed what happened on the queen side here. Knight takes c3, and we'll talk about these pawns a lot throughout the rest of the game, but they were an eternal weakness for white. The black bishop now dropped back, and despite being significantly behind in development here, Gukesh has the best minor piece. This black bishop is the star of the show. It actually survives till the end of the game, and we'll talk about that piece too as things continue. But it was pawn to e4, and for me, this is mind-blowing. Talking about the shift in generations in chess, talking about how computers, engines have affected things, I don't think any human 20 years ago would have predicted black's move here. It almost made me leap out of my chair. Knight to h7. What are you asking? Why would a knight land on h7? A very good question. It is preempting white's next move. Pawn to e5 will land pretty much no matter what, attacking the black knight, driving it away anyway. And as was pointed out during the commentaries today, a move such as pawn to d6 would look logical, but after e5, nonetheless, actually here, white is suddenly left with one of the best minor pieces. The white knight is forced over to the side of the board it wants to sit on, the queen side, from where it would kick away this beautiful black bishop on the outpost. So instead of this, knight to h7, and we see how the game continued after Gukesh retreated, pawn to e5 anyway, and rook to b8. Who cares about castling? The center is blocked, the center is closed, so the black king does not need to rush to declare its intentions. Rook to b8 is simply to get off this long diagonal in order to activate the black light squared bishop. This is often the problem child in a lot of openings, especially d4 openings. So getting this bishop out was the utmost priority here. Knight back to d2, rerouting this knight into the center, and now we see the black light square bishop challenge its beautiful counterpart on g2. Gukesh here, I think, still in his preparation. I'm pretty sure Abasov wasn't. He was down significantly on the clock, and a safe move here would have been, knight takes c5. Pardon me and my errors, but instead, Abasov playing very, very ambitiously. Pawn to h4, trying to trap this black knight on h7, and we see this piece struggle for the next portion of the game. The white rook came to d1. Watch out, don't take this pawn on e5. This would walk into a nasty skewer, and the black rook would be embarrassed on b8. Instead, we saw finally a decision. Now it's more important that the dark square bishop lives. The light square bishop trading off for the white knight. Importantly, bishop takes e4 would be a small mistake due to a clever f5 blow. The knight saving itself, and e takes f6 en passant is impossible. If you capture on that square, queen takes g3 would be a nasty shock. A cold shower here due to the fact that the dark square bishop pins the f-pawn to the white king. So instead, we saw queen takes e4 from Abasov in this position. And there we go. Queen takes e4, black castles kingside, bishop to f4, and a few maneuvering turns. Maybe a small missed opportunity. Abasov could have clamped down on the queen side. A clever move would have been pawn to a4 in this position, preventing what comes next. But instead, he was keen to develop his rooks, double up on the d-file. And we see b5 now from Gukesh breaking out because black's pieces need air. They need space. The black knight, nice defensive piece, but the rooks especially were lacking scope. So b5 actually trading off a weakness, looks counterintuitive, but more importantly, black's pieces get the open file. And we see soon how the black rooks enter the position. We saw white's rooks double up, black's rooks double up, and after a4, a very ambitious move, trying to create an outpost for the white bishop on b5. Suddenly, rook to b3, consequences. This square was weakened, and the white c-pawn turns out to be the big target in the position, forcing white to defend it. And I think around here was the first mistake from Abasov. A really high-quality game up to this point, but now rook to f3, maybe showing a bit of over-ambition here. Yes, there's a potential attack brewing against the black king. For example, if black is careless and plays, for example, rook to b3, there might be ideas of bishop takes h6, followed by a queen check on g4, and the black king would come under heavy fire with the aid of the white rook as well on the f-file. Instead, Gukesh shut down white's dreams, and a really instructive move for everyone at home. If you know you're about to get attacked, trade off those queens. You will be safer long-term here as well. White's pawns are weaker than black's, and queen to c6 really put the boot in, secured the eternal advantage. The queen trade happened. White losing a pawn now by force. There's no way to defend this a-pawn. Abasov tried to repurpose his pieces, rook d3, a bit of a loss of time, but after the pawn disappeared, we see a few more twists and turns ahead. Rook came to a2, forcing a trade of rooks, and in this position, going passive with a rook to c8, maybe not what Gukesh wanted, just solidifying his advantage in the build-up to move 40 here. We saw a bit of a time scramble, but after pawn to a5, a really clever move by Abasov, blocking the advance of this a-pawn. And now pawn to g5. We see the blue arrow appear, showing white had to capture en passant. g5 is a desperate attempt to break this black knight out of its prison on f8. Really clever move. And this was a missed opportunity, though, for Abasov. He was under pressure. White is indeed a pawn down. The black a-pawn potentially very dangerous, but he needed to calculate. He simply didn't have time on the clock. Here, bishop takes knight on g6. Giving up the bishop pair would have actually allowed him to fight back. This is based on the fact he can go rook to a2. The only move to hold the balance, a difficult one, attacking this pawn, and if black defends it, now he can regain the material. The reason I say this is difficult is because it looks like black is still in charge. The black a-pawn now, a real trump card, a real ace-up black sleeve for later. It will sit on a3, but the white king is able to journey over to the queen side to hold the balance. Difficult to assess. Instead, Abasov continued king to g2, and after a few turns, we saw maybe the final mistake of the game. Gukesh simply didn't allow Abasov back into it after this. Pawn to c4, we see a question mark appear, according to the all-seeing silicon overlords, according to the computer. Here, it simply weakens the dark squares. We talked about how strong this dark square bishop was. It gives even more access. The idea was to cut out the black knight from landing on d5, but it doesn't last for long. We saw the black rook enter, the white rook correctly sliding across, and a few turns later, it was the black rook to find the open file. Here, reaching move 40 was the key, and Gukesh on the brink, on time trouble here, played rook to d3, by far the strongest move, and Abasov was not able to find any counterplay for white. It becomes very one-sided now. Incredibly, there's still a way to fight on. It's not easy. White is facing an uphill struggle, but king to g4 apparently was the way to create counterplay, allowing the queen side to fall. It was indefensible anyway, but going for black's king, going for the king side, and some small practical chances would have remained. At least this would have kept Gukesh slightly nervous. At least it would have forced an accurate response. Instead, if we go back, retreating with the white king, not approved by the computer. Rook c3, no way to save this pawn in a favorable manner. Rook to c2, if I just show this, would have seen the white bishop being trapped. Instead, c5, trying to throw the pawn away in a favorable manner. But impressively, Gukesh ignored the bait. Maybe he could take this pawn anyway. The game would go on. But knight to d5, even stronger. This rests on the tactic bishop takes c6, rook takes e3, a sacrifice, a clearance trick to land a fork next move. The knight would have taken the white rook on the next turn. So if we go back, rook c2, trading off, but again, tactics all over the place due to the strength of the black knight. Pawn to a4, you cannot touch this pawn due to knight c3 check. And white's king therefore marched over, but the black pawn paralyzes the whole white army. The white bishop now is locked as a guardian eternally to the a2 square, and that allows the black king to enter on the other flank. It's the theory of two weaknesses here, playing on two fronts on both sides of the board. Impressive endgame technique from Gukesh. The black king continues to advance, and a little bit of tickle here. The black bishop goes behind. This black bishop, definitely the MVP of the game, pressuring the f2 pawn, tying down the white dark squared bishop this time, and the black king still has a route forward. We saw a bit of resistance from Abasov, but ultimately the game was decided. The king tried to come in. He repeated the position once, just sidestepped, just asserting his authority here. White simply is powerless. It's zugzwang. There's no way to keep the position. Any move you make worsens your pieces here. If the white king moves, the black king comes in. If the white bishop moves, you might lose pawns. And if this bishop moves, the black a pawn will simply march forward. So Abasov tried to move his king forward. He retreated, blocking off this f3 square. But of course, Gukesh had calculated the end. Now the guardian has moved. The bodyguard has allowed this black pawn to advance. And after f3, the black king's done its job. It can simply retreat. And as we saw, the final few moves, bishop to b3, the black a pawn traded for white's g pawn. But after the other flank pawn started advancing, it was time to resign. Simply nothing can be done about a new queen appearing. Abasov gave up, and Gukesh took an important win with black, joining the lead. Wow, what a weekend of chess we have ahead in the final two rounds.
What a great recap there from you, David. Thank you so much for going through all the X's and O's. And as we see here, we had 3 decisive results. That win by Gukesh with the black pieces against Nijat Abasov. Hikaru Nakamura wins with white, as does Fabiano Caruana. And Judith, this is probably the worst possible news for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who drew his game. All of his closest competitors, they get the win.
Oh, absolutely. But I think he was expecting this, that this is a possible scenario, what can happen, because it's a different kind of candidates tournament this time. And it's a very different feeling for him, I must say, because in the previous candidates, he had a very significant lead already at this point. And he did not have to worry too much about the others who possibly would be catching up to him. So it must be very nerve-wracking. What's the situation here? Of course, before the tournament, he would be happy with this result after round 12. But at this point, already he wants more. He wants to win the 3rd time the candidates tournament. And everything is open right now. And tomorrow he and all the rest of the players have to recharge their batteries. Because what is going to happen on Saturday and Sunday, everything will blow up, I think. Everybody is excited to see the weekend.
Oh, yes, everyone has to be, because if we just talk about the pairings for the next round, let's just look at the first one. It's really the main one to talk about. Jan Nepomniachtchi white against Hikaru Nakamura. So David, as you see that pairing, take us through it. Jan, he didn't do much of the white pieces today. Will he try harder with the white pieces against Hikaru?
Wow, it's a tough one to call, Robert. It depends on Jan's mood. Does he feel nervous now that the chasing pack has caught him up? Does he feel with the white pieces, his final white in the classical portion? Does he feel he needs to go all out? Hikaru is a scary opponent at the best of times, but Hikaru on a rampage, on a winning streak of 3 in a row, I wouldn't be surprised if Jan plays quite pragmatically there, just hopes to neutralize one of his main rivals and hopes that Gukesh doesn't get a win. But tough one to call. Hikaru, meanwhile, I'm pretty sure he's feeling ambitious. He's in the zone right now.
And Judah, what do you make of that matchup? Jan has the white pieces, but as David said, why not be ambitious if you're Hikaru Nakamura? You've won 3 straight games.
Well, first of all, a free day will coming up, so that breaks the 3 wins in a row. I think this will be the most difficult for the players to make a strategy and to keep that mindset for the last 2 games, because it is a big question. Should I play for a win? Should I take risk? What opening to choose? What do I think how Nepo wants to be playing this game? Is he going to burn bridges or not? And I have the feeling that, of course, Nepo can be a little bit nervous. So the most important thing is that the player should be relaxed as much as they can, recover, recharge, have energy, have a good sleep, which is also not very easy for all the players, because they will have to have their senses so fine-tuned to understand and feel that which is the critical moment of the game, how much time I can spend, what effect it has on me. They have to understand also if it's a draw, what are the outcomes, the possible outcomes. They have to understand in which game do I have more chances. Am I going to take more risk or risky decisions in round 13 or in the final round? Am I the one who is going to have better nerves and keep the tension, or the other one? So everybody's watching everybody at the same time. They know that they have to focus only on their game. So it's amazing what we're going to be witnessing and what the players are going through now.
And David, Gukesh gets the white pieces after the rest day. He plays against Alireza Firouzja. On paper, that's a favorable pairing considering the form that Alireza seems to be in this tournament. But what does Gukesh need to do? I know you're impressed with his game today.
Yeah, Gukesh, I mean, I'm running out of adjectives for him, superlatives for him. He's just leveled up in front of our very eyes. He's always been a streaky player, Gukesh. He's been able to beat anyone on his day, but he's added this kind of layer of solidity, very rarely in trouble. I will mention that revenge will be on his mind. He did lose to Firouzja, his only loss of the tournament, and in quite dramatic fashion. But if you can put the emotion aside, Gukesh, I think he's the favorite in that one. Actually, I think in terms of the pairings, Jan has a really difficult run-in, Nakamura and Caruana. Gukesh, meanwhile, this is his golden opportunity. He will want to seize it with both hands.
And Judith, we're talking about Jan versus Hikaru, Gukesh with the opportunity with the white pieces. Fabiano gets the black pieces against Praggnanandhaa, but he needs to win. So do you think that we're going to get some kind of h6, knight h7 magic from Fabiano? Does he have to cook up some inspired opening preparation?
Well, Fabiano obviously known for his preparation, that he's definitely one of the best prepared player out there. He has those huge experience in tough situations. I think he has to see how Praggnanandhaa is coming there and what kind of opening preparation he has, because we've seen quite a good preparation from Praggnanandhaa as well, unexpected and great novelties he has. And I'm sure Praggnanandhaa wants to win to show that, well, maybe he cannot play really for the first place, but still he wants to show it. And of course, this gives opportunity maybe also for Fabiano, that if it's going to be a sharp game, difficult game, challenging game, then maybe he can turn things over and he doesn't have to make such a unexpected opening move, provoking things, because probably he might think that Praggnanandhaa will do that part, because it's a different game compared to today's Gukesh Abasov game, because Abasov was expecting that he wants to make a solid game. So I think with Fabiano Praggnanandhaa, it's going to be a very sharp game. Pragg wants to show that he wants to win. And with this, we're going to witness an interesting game. And of course, Fabi wants to win, but he knows one thing: he cannot lose. And he plays in the last round against Jan. So, well, we'll see how it works out. But definitely he knows that he cannot lose in the next round.
He cannot afford a loss, that is for sure. The good news is no players can lose tomorrow because it is a rest day. So just to remind everybody who stayed up way past their bedtime, or it just hasn't had dinner yet, they've prolonged that, they can see that tomorrow is a day off. April 20th, that is Saturday, is the 13th round, the penultimate one, and April 21st is our final round, at least in Classical, because there will be tiebreaks in the event that multiple people are in first place. So, David, it was a really fun round today. We have those pairings for round 13. We have 3 co-leaders and Fabi right there behind them. What do you make of all the chaos?
Wow, Robert, I'm gutted there's a rest day. I know the players have earned it. They deserve it. They need their time to chill, but I just want to power through. I mean, I just can't wait to see what happens. Like you said, it's going to be chaotic. The mathematicians among us must start getting their calculators out. Who needs what? Who needs to do? Who needs to win? Who needs to take risk? What happens if there's a 3-4-way tie even? But ultimately, chess is the winner. We're very lucky. And yeah, it's been a pleasure commentating with you guys.
Same here.
It's always a pleasure. Yeah, it always is. Judith, I'll give you the final word before I sign us off. What do you think? Anything of note for you? And just what have you seen thus far that's most impressed you?
Well, there are so many things impressed me during the candidates so far. I'm impressed how Gukesh was able to go through all the way up to now in the candidates, because many times he's acting as a very matured player and personality, and he's just 17 years old. So it's great to see and witness it live here with you and with the world, how he's unfolding his talent to the very, very, very highest level.
I can only second that, and the appreciation for you, Judith, and for you, David. It's all the world over. So we say goodbye from round 12 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates, but we'll be back Saturday with round 13. You will not want to miss it. There's a 3-way tie at the top. See you then, everybody.